Good morning. Next call, 8:30. So surfers, officials, fans. Next call will be at 8:30.
Good morning, and a very beautiful morning it is here in South Africa. We are in the municipality of Quarterfinals here in Ballito for the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. My name is Todd Klein. Alongside me, Scott Turnbull. Scott, today is finals day.
And I'm excited, Todd. We had some amazing surfing yesterday and hoping to see that again today as we head to the pointy end of the draw.
Well, we saw some fantastic surfing yesterday. This morning we've got higher tide, and we're waiting on that tide to pull out a little bit. We will kick things off here shortly with the quarterfinals and crown a champion here in 2015. We know that when we kick this event off, Scott, we had 5 former champions here participating in this event. They are all out of this event now. We will have a new champion in 2015.
Yeah, and the other story was the CT guys. They were dropping a lot, and we've had a lot of upsets throughout the course of the event. So, real chance for a new winner, as you said, and some changes in the draw and the seedings.
Well, yesterday we saw some dynamic surfing, some above-the-lip surfing, some power surfing. Let's look back at yesterday's highlights here from the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong.
I personally have a wonderful love affair with the Ballito area. As kids, we would come up and surf, and we did that because the waves were just so amazing.
We've got these little rocky outcrops, and we've got these little bays in between, so it's really holds all different kinds of directions of swell. A perfect place for a competition.
Tucked away little pockets of wave-rich sandbars. That's the essential part of that makes it worth the surf trip here.
First time in Ballito, of course, and I'm in love with it. A wave that I really like. It's, it got a lot of power to it, nice clean walls, and I feel like it's a wave that suits my surfing.
QS series is a grind. Every single guy on it is worthy of a final or a first place. It's just like every heat can be a final.
It's a big goal. It's a big dream.
To me, it's just a dogfight. Like everybody really wants to be on that tour, and everybody got to fight for their spot.
It's a battle. Every heat, it's super hard. Everyone, it's really focused and surfing really well.
Yeah, my goal this year is obviously to qualify. Been close in the past, and it's been haunting me ever since. So I'm going to give it a solid crack this year and hopefully make that top 10.
Yeah, my goal is to come back. I love to be competing, either be on Tahiti or here in Ballito. I just love to be surfing with a jersey on.
I've been watching Italo's heats and watching what he does in the lineup, and forehand, backhand, he's been going mad.
Wow, what a highlights package there from the earlier rounds here at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. As we look back at those highlights, Scott, the level of talent here in 2015, it just seems to continue to lift every single day. Yesterday, the swell picked up throughout the day. This morning, we have even probably more swell out there. I've listened to some of the surfers that have been out there warming up, talking about they might change their equipment a little bit. However, the tide just a little bit too full at the moment.
Yeah, we'll wait to see how that tide plays out. It does pull out. We'll have good conditions today. But as you said, that move yesterday allowed for some more power in the surfing, and the guys, surfing incredibly well and responding to it. Some amazing aerials and some amazing maneuvers.
It's truly been an international field here, as it always is at the QS 10,000s. This is the biggest QS event, or I should say status QS event, with 10,000 points on the line for first place. The cutoff, the estimated cutoff to qualify for next year's Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour is 18,000 points. So you can do half of that and more here in one event alone. We saw last year at the very end of the year, it was Dusty Payne in 2 events in Hawaii qualify for the championship tour here in 2015. So a big opportunity here, and we will be kicking things off here shortly. We'll get the official update on what time we will start. But as we look back at the highlights package just now, and this was an international event, a lot of countries being represented. One of the countries that continues to really make a push in 2015, not only here on the qualification series, but as well on that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. You look at the current Jeep leaderboard right now, and the first 2 surfers on that Jeep leaderboard are from Brazil. We continue to reference the Brazilian storm.
Yeah, and you think with the conditions we had over the past rounds, round 2, round 3, it was a little bit smaller and maybe suited to those Brazilians. But as we moved yesterday to the more power, the guys were still able to perform some incredible maneuvers. The Moniz brothers were just going absolutely crazy, and we see them progressing through.
Well, currently number 1 in the world on that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour is Adriana de Souza. Number 2, Felipe Toledo. And after a big result and a win down there for Owen Wright in Fiji, he's moved up into 3rd place. The Brazilian Storm, though, has been on fire here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Let's look back at some highlights here of the Brazilian Storm.
I'm Alejo Muniz. I'm 25 years old from Brazil, and welcome to the Ballito Pro 2015. Ballito is always amazing, you know. I've been coming here for 6 years already, and it's always so fun and different. It feels like it changes every year, but for good, you know.
This place is so amazing. The people is so happy, and I'm super stoked to be here.
People are really happy here and really friendly, and food's really good, so it kind of reminds of home.
The vibe is so positive, you know.
Ballito's it's really fun to surf and compete. Always there's waves.
I'm a really good friend too with most of the Brazilians. I think they are really good and like really cool guys and nice spirits. In the water they're just really competitive, and on the land they are really friendly, so it's really nice.
The last event in Fiji, I'm competing with Jetty. Jetty is my best friend in the world.
Italo Ferreira, the rookie, up against Jadson Andre.
I won my heat with him, and but it's kind of bad. But two Brazilians the same heat, and but I try to do my best, and I try to get a good result in all the events.
I'm super stoked to get another hit. I'm super excited for the next round.
The interview with sometimes you fall.
The Hooter sounds.
When you're traveling with your friends, it's like your brother, you know?
He's on his backhand. First crack was good. Second upside down re-entry into the
We're just like a big family, and we like to cheer for each other, like be on the beach.
Your second score is 6-1-7.
We're like stoked to be with each other, and just, you know, we're pride of our country, and yeah, we like to stick with that.
My favorite surfer, I think, is my brother. Yeah, he's inspiring me so every day, you know. He's my idol, so.
So the Brazilian Storm continuing to push through into the quarterfinals. We have 3 Brazilians remaining in the quarterfinals when we do kick off competition here today on Finals Day at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. That first quarterfinal is a fantastic matchup, Scott. Alejo Muniz up against Kanoa Igarashi, the young upstart out of America.
Yeah, the junior versus the older, wiser head. Alejo's been getting off really strong, starting really strong and surfing real strong. And Kanoa yesterday went absolutely crazy down those end sections, scoring, I think, a highest score of the day in the high nines.
Quarterfinal number 2, unfortunately, we will lose one of those Brazilians. It's an all-Brazilian matchup in quarter 2. Italo Ferreira, currently number 8 in the world on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, just got a fantastic result. 5th place finish down there at the Fiji Pro up against Caio Abelli. This morning we've already seen Caio out there having a free surf. He was the first surfer in the water. He's been one of the standouts in this event, as well as Italo Ferreira. We saw in those highlight packages. He's got a dynamic air game, that's for sure.
He was so high yesterday and just didn't quite stick that massive manoeuvre he did. And, you know, as you said, Kai's been out there surfing early, just got a little tube out the front, which we were clapping in the booth. So that'll be an amazing matchup.
Quarterfinal number 3, matchup Australian against the surfer from Argentina. Mitch Colburn up against Santiago Muniz. Another fantastic matchup. We saw a huge straight air there for Mitch Colburn yesterday in the dying minutes to pull out the win against Mitch Cruz.
Yeah, well, Santiago yesterday chose to stick to the face. He had a lot of sections we thought he'd go to the air. He was using his rail game and his power game a lot more.
Quarterfinal number 4, final quarter. 2 Australians will do battle. David Cathrall's up against Soli Bailey.
Yeah, those boys finished the day off with the later heats where they had a fuller tide, so they didn't get the power that the guys throughout the start of the day got, but they'll certainly revel in today's conditions.
Well, local time right now here in Ballito, South Africa is 7:44 a.m. High tide was this morning at 5:41 a.m. It's extremely high this morning with that full moon that we have. So with that said, we have a lot of water out there on the banks as well as off the rock outcropping. There's been an occasional wave, but not enough to contest right now. Next call will be 8:30 a.m. We will crown a champion here today, so make sure you stand by because we will kick things off eventually. But right now, next call will be 8:30 a.m. Go get a cup of coffee, grab a meal. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
but most of these people on the beach work custom placing surfboards. Your eyes are exactly. Keep your belly fit. Monster will be down there helping out. 1,000 rand on the line for the 1 hour inspection session. That's going to happen between the semi-finals and finals today. That's our first competitor happening now. Everybody is getting ready from the zone. Wait for Canada to get out from the lineup. Pretty much for the Ballito Pro finals day.
Man. Janine here. Janine, is she here? Janine, what? Benice's looking for her.
Alright, Surfers, you've got 3 minutes to start. 3 minutes to start. We will give you a 1 minute no surfing for shortly. We will give you a 1 minute no for surfing in the next 2 minutes.
Good morning and welcome back to the municipality of Quatakuza here in South Africa for the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. This is a World Surf League QS 10,000. My name's Todd Klein. Alongside me, Scott Turnbull. It's finals day. We've been on hold due to the tides, but we are about to kick things off here with quarterfinal number one.
Yeah, there's excitement is building. Absolutely. Good morning, viewers. We've got a big day of competition ahead of us. Waves are looking fantastic. We had the liberty of holding off. We've only got 3.5 hours worth of surfing to do today, so we can pick the eyes out of it for the best conditions, and that's what we're going to do today.
Well, we saw the swell increase throughout the day yesterday. Well, it's still there this morning. Clean conditions, definitely much cleaner than we saw yesterday. We did have a high tide this morning at 5:41 a.m. It'll be drawing out to a low tide at 11:53 a.m. So this morning on that higher tide with the full moon, it was really a lot of water out there coming way up on the beach, and the conditions have been improving throughout the morning. There's the matchup this morning to kick off quarterfinals here. Quarterfinal number one, Alejo Muniz in the red up against Kanoa Igarashi in the white. As we look at this matchup, what can we anticipate?
Fireworks. These guys went crazy yesterday. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I know Kanoa's was a high 9. Alejo was getting fantastic scores, dropping 7s and 8s yesterday as well. So if that's anything to go by, today's going to be really similar.
Well, we've just kicked off this first quarterfinal here on finals day at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. Once again, like we've seen throughout this entire event, 30-minute heats, top 2 waves going into the overall for each surfer, and the highest 2-wave total will advance on into the semifinals. We started this event, Scott, with 96 surfers, 96 of the world's best surfers here competing in this QS 10,000. We are down now to, well, only 8 surfers left.
Yeah, and in those 96, we had a lot of reigning champions in the Gadascuses, Glenn Hall, Timmy Reyes. They dropped out quite early, and we had a lot of CT campaigners as well. I think we had 15 of them, and they're all gone too. So, a real mix. These guys are mixing it up, showing that they can all surf at the highest level.
Yeah, we did. We started with 5 past champions. They're all out now, so we will have a new champion here in 2015. We have, we started out, as you pointed out, 15 CT surfers in this event. We are down to only 1 left. He'll be coming up in that next heat. Italo Fiera up against Kaio Abeli. And again, you look at the four quarterfinals here in the matchups. Unbelievable heats. But at the end of the day, we are going to only crown 1 champion and give them $40,000, more importantly, 10,000 qualification points towards next year's Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. It does look like we have a set approaching out the back. It appears to be the surfer in red in position. Alejo Muniz is going to have a look at this one. He's paddling. He's up. Let's see what he can do. Beautiful opening bottom turn. Nice snap, pulls right up into the pocket. It looked like he was going to go for a barrel, but that wave was closing out. He jams it straight up into the lip. On that second maneuver, he goes down. So it's interesting to see in this particular heat right now, quarterfinal number 1, we've got surfers sitting in completely different areas. In the middle of the beach, we saw Alejo Muniz catch that wave, but out on the rock outcropping is where our surfer in white sits, Kanoa Igarashi.
Yeah, Alejo, where he started off yesterday. Kanoa up the point. Look at this one.
Kanoa's up and riding now. He'll draw his first wave. Nice opening turn there. He's going to have to jam it straight up if he wants to get back into it. That wave closes out quickly. So again, interesting strategy here for these 2 surfers. Alejo Muniz sitting where the surfers sat yesterday out here on this beach. Kanoa Igarashi, our first competitor to go out on that rock outcropping here.
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of those waves come off the rock outcrop. That was meant to be our primary venue before 2 weeks ago. The sand all got washed away by a big swell. But we started to see at the end of yesterday and even this morning, there's been some really good waves coming through there. More those mid-sized waves. That was perhaps a bigger set, and that's why that one closed out on Kanoa, only given the chance to do 1 turn. But he's looking to sit out in the point whilst Alejo getting busy early. I think every heat that he surfed this contest, he's got the first wave and getting busy, and he's done that again in this heat here. And as you said, Todd, he's sitting down where he took off yesterday at that sort of wider part.
Well, a couple of small scores here to kick things off in quarterfinal number 1. Alejo Muniz, his first wave, comes through at a 2.50. Kanoa Igarashi for his 1 turn out there off the rock point, a 3.50. So an early lead there for Kanoa Igarashi. You know, we've seen some actual barrels this morning, even though on that higher tide right out front where Alejo sits, we've seen some good barrels. Do you think we can expect more of those as the tide draws out?
Yeah, that's a question mark I was wondering, and I wonder if that's why Alejo's down there. And it'll be interesting to see how the judges score that as we see this wave of Alejo's here. Nice first turn. Boom, jams that one. As you said, almost look for the barrel, put the hand on the face there, but that thing was closing out down the line, so tries that second turn as we see Kanoa was out the point here. Again, he got the 1 turn. It's a nice one as well. Of those 2 exchanges, the judges did like Kanoa's just a little bit more, but I don't expect those 2 scores to remain in their final score at heat's end.
Scott, as we look at the two surfers and where they sit in the lineup, as mentioned, Alejo sitting directly out here on this beach break in front of us, and Kanoa sitting off the rock. What are your thoughts as we look at where they're sitting, and who do you think will come out on top and why?
Alejo's been really fast. He's been really on rail and really powerful, and I think with the clean conditions, it's going to suit him here. This is where they're sitting, I think, is going to decide, and the waves that come at each of these places is going to decide that. If we see Alejo getting some barrels down the beach and the judges liking that, then maybe he's going to get the win. But if we see some of those waves like where Kanoa is, they've had some more scoring potential. There's been scope for 3, 4, even 5 turns on them all the way into the shore break here, whereas where Alejo is down the beach, it's sort of 2, maybe 3 if you're lucky, punchy turns. More power down the point, out where Alejo is. Where Kanoa is, sometimes it has been a little bit softer because the water is a little bit deeper over that bank. So it'll be interesting to see if the boys sit in their respective positions or if later on they try and use priority and have that come into play.
Well, we've been watching all morning and, watching both spots where these two surfers sit. You mentioned that last wave for Kanoa was one of the bigger sets, as it looks like he's going to turn around here on a medium wave. Let's see what he can do on this one. Gets to his feet. Nice opening turn there. Throws some spray off the back. Now he's building speed momentum down the line. Bit of a setup turn here. What's he going to do on the inside? This one's running away from him, and he kicks out. So a turn out the back and a bit of a setup turn there to follow it up. Unfortunately, it closes out. That'll be his second wave there for Kanoa Igarashi in the white. So again, my next question to you, Scott, is going to be, there's plenty of sets coming through out there, but is there enough of those middle waves that are going to give a little bit more scoring opportunity to Kanoa coming through right now, and will it pay off for him sitting over there?
Well, earlier on that higher tide, the answer to that question told to be no. We weren't seeing enough, and that's why the judges did go on hold. We're hoping as that water drops out that there will be. It's quite a long period. I think we're looking at about a 14, 15-second period in the swell at the moment. So hopefully that means we will get a lot more of those waves and those mid-sized waves. We saw in Kanoa's one there, it was just a little bit soft in terms of it didn't have that steep wall and that power that he'd be looking for, similar to the waves he got yesterday, which really allowed him to execute those massive off-the-top turns that he is able to complete and do.
Well, you can see there on the flags, yesterday we had a little bit harder offshores. It was colder yesterday. This morning, though, just a very still wind, very light offshores. Those flags are barely moving, giving us just pristine glassy conditions here on finals day for the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. It is Sunday here. We are expecting massive crowds like we've seen throughout this event. Even on the weekdays, we've seen really large crowds due to, in fact, the school holiday that's taking place.
Yeah, so at school holidays here, we've had a lot of people coming down the beach and really enjoying. And I think I touched on the other day, a large portion of the crowd actually come from Joburg, which is, a few hours away inland. And a lot of them potentially aren't surf fans. And watching guys like Italo go to the air yesterday, they were going crazy. Well,
it's interesting now. We see our other surfer, Leo Muniz, has pulled from off the beach break and come up here to sit off that rock outcropping with his other competitor, Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa's second score dropping, looking very similar to his first one that he opened up with, a 3.5. We'll update the second score once it does post. As we see Red now having a look, he does have priority. Better looking wave here for him. Let's see what he can do. He gets to his feet. Nice vertical face in front of him. Jams it up through the lip to open up. Slams it through a big critical section there on the second one. Unfortunately, catches that outside edge and goes down. That second turn, very critical there for Alejo.
Yeah, you liked it. I liked it. Will the judges like it? I thought he actually had it. It wasn't a really difficult ride out. He certainly rode out of some much harder turns yesterday morning. I was quite surprised he fell off and came unstuck on that one, but perhaps some residual whitewater from the previous wave on the face just causing some drama for him. So let's have a look at this one. A little bit of a softer one in terms of his first turn. Not as steep here as it is down the beach where he is until he gets to this section where it does start to close out. Jams that section really quick and just comes unstuck as that whitewater explodes around his board out on the flats there.
And catching up with some of the competitors this morning who did get out there literally before the sun came up to get a bit of a warm-up, they all said there's a lot more power in the ocean today. That swell has filled in overnight. As we look out the back, live action here, Kanoa Igarashi going to take off on this one, generating speed down the line. What's he going to do with it? He sees something oncoming at him, floats up over that first section, jams it up through the lip, free falls to the bottom. That's going to be our best wave so far in this quarterfinal number one.
Yeah, he took off a lot further inside, I suppose, than what Alejo did in that one, so he was able to generate a lot more speed, and that's what got him that long traversing floater, and then that set him up for that nice end hit there. So good opener for surfer in white, Kanoa Igarashi. We'll have a look at that again now. So really motors down the line here, sees this thing's running away from him, so generates a lot of speed here. Doesn't go too big here, doesn't want to overcook it too early, just a nice little lip line float to start, sets it up and just jams that one up in the lip, and as you said, Todd, free falls and makes sure he rides out of that one, so that will be our best score for this heat so far.
I liked his body positioning coming out of that, kind of styly, and prior to that, his last wave was a 3.5, so identical scores to open up for Kanoa Igarashi, 2 scores, 3.5 each. Sees him into an early lead with a 7-point total. Leo Moniz, his second score, unfortunately, on that second maneuver, that big slam on that oncoming section, he fell. So only a 2.00 for Leo. So a slow start for the surfer in red right now. Finds himself in second place, needing a small score, though, of a 4.5. We haven't seen any scores yet, kind of get up into that good to especially the excellent range. That's where, especially in the quarterfinals, you want to get scores of 8 and above. That's the excellent range, and that's the goal for these surfers.
Yeah, as we see the judges drop a 6 for that wave of Kanoa's. I'm just watching with interest here. He's paddled out. He hasn't made his way out to the point with any great speed. He's sort of just slowly floated over to where Alejo took his first wave. So, a bit of cat and mouse game with this priority coming into play here.
So some interesting things unfolding yesterday. Kanoa Igarashi having a great run here in this QS 10,000 at the age of 17 years old. He came into this event currently rated 84th on the QS. Last year, he got into the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing by way of wild card. And I was speaking with him yesterday, and I said, well, you should be able to get in this year. He actually got into this QS 10,000, was one of the last surfers to get in. Had another surfer from the championship tour showed up. He probably would not have got in. So he said, with that said, looking at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing coming up here at the end of July, he's hoping to get a wild card because otherwise he won't be able to get in with his performance here. He's definitely making a good campaign to get that spot.
Yeah, wow. And he's obviously taking his chances. So it's a great little rags to riches story. Well, not so much rags. We don't often associate that with Kanoa, but really taking his chances there as we see him now actually moving up the point. So he's going to now sit with Alejo up the point there. And I called him early. You heard it. The fans heard it. He's my boy.
Kanoa Igarashi, it's an interesting story. This kid, it's surfers like Kanoa that have been around and had such strong ranks at the amateur level. You almost consider them veterans. This kid's only 17 years old. He's into the quarterfinals here as we look back at this wave where he posted the 6.00.
That was a lovely little drop there. It was really critical coming out of that float. He wasn't quite on top of the roof. He was sort of in the lip, and then that one there, as you said, really falling down, free falling and landing with a real style there. Showing the judges he had absolute complete control, which is what they're looking for if they're going to dish out these high scores.
You can see there Kanoa Igarashi making a gesture to the beach commentator, asking for a situation update. The beach commentator will let him know that there's 18 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Kanoa Igarashi, his last wave, a 6.00. He's in the lead. He needs to better his low score of a 3.50. Leo Moniz sitting in second place in the red, requiring a 7.00. Kanoa Igarashi, his parents, both from Japan. He resides in Huntington Beach, California. Started surfing at the age of 3 years old, Scott.
It's amazing. We see these guys, now a lot of them have started surfing through their parents and, really interesting backstory, coming out of Japan and really taking his chances. You said living in the States now and representing the USA. He's got a big future ahead of him. He's surfing really well here, really mature surfing, I think is what stood out for mine yesterday in particular. So not just the flair that we'd expect, in small wave surfing, particularly of a junior surfer who hasn't had that experience. He showed some real maturity in his surfing and, again, seems to be showing that today.
He set a lot of records at the amateur ranks as a kid. 2012, at the age of 14, he won the NSSA national titles, that under 18 division at the age of 14. So definitely surfing up quite a few divisions and taking out that title, just showing at an early age what he possessed as far as talent goes. And here he is now at a QS 10,000 all the way into the quarterfinals. This is a great result. Even if he lost out now, he would take an equal fifth place finish and 5,200 points. As we look out the back, our surfer in second, Leo Moniz, needing a score of a 7.00, jams that section right there, drifts the tail. This is a better wave here for Leo Moniz. He's been waiting quite a while. He opened up with a couple of small scores, 2.5, 2.00. Finally was able to put one together there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's able to link those two terms and put one in the bank now as we head just under the 17-minute mark. That'll most likely be his best score. But just the aggression in his closing manoeuvres has been the real theme of the week for Alejo. And, the judges have liked that, and particularly we've liked it in here. Just real speed and just almost violently hitting those end sections. He's come unstuck a few times. We saw that in sort of round 2 and round 3, but for the most part, yesterday in particular was just really stomping them and, doing so just then. So let's have another look at that wave of Alejo's there. I really like he does his double pumps on the sort of setup and just waits for that bottom turn just to hit that first section. Again, a little bit soft to start with and just bam, just hits that section really well. That wave was running off on him, but 2 turns to open up with. What do you think that'll be like comparative to Kanoa's one?
That's funny. You just read my mind because you're the color guy, and I was going to ask you. But, it is very similar to what we saw Kanoa do. I think the section that Kanoa had was more critical. I think that will come into play as far as the score goes. But he was able to link off 2 maneuvers, similar to what we saw Kanoa Igarashi get his 6-point ride. But I think the difference is going to be the degree of difficulty in that second maneuver. Scores are in now. It's a 4.83 for last of Alejo Moniz, so it did help his cause. He now requires a 4.68, still sitting in second position. But if he wants to move up into first, he needs a 4.68. Kanoa Igarashi out the back. Bigger wave here. Let's see if he can get into it. He does. Gets to his feet. Look at the size on this wave. Nice opening arc turn there. Pulls into the barrel. He's in the barrel. Oh, and he looks to come out the doggy door there. We refer to it as you try to punch through the lip. It's like a dog coming in your house through that door. Well, he was unable to get in the house on that one. He goes down.
Yeah, so we're starting to see the answer to that question you posed earlier, Todd, as to, are we going to see the waves and consistency? That's our second set in the bigger range. We're halfway through this heat, so 2 sets in that 15 minutes. That one did stand up a lot more and have a longer wall on it and was closing out. So Kanoa got the 1 turn in, went for the barrel. Obviously, it's opening up and it's nice and hollow out there, so hopefully we'll start to see some exits. So let's pull that one up again. So first turn's a nice one. Sort of a check turn in the pocket just to set himself up for this. Unfortunately, it does run away, not able to exit through that doggy door, which is a really difficult maneuver.
He would have had to come out there just a little bit earlier, but nonetheless, I like the commitment there, trying to pull up and get our first barrel of the event. We saw a couple this morning in the warm-ups. We haven't seen really any in competition. It's likely we will see quite a few today as that tide draws out. 14 and a half minutes to go. Kanoa Igarashi, his last wave comes through to 2.23, does not go into his scoreline as we look out the back. Solid wave here for the surfer in red. This is Alejo Moniz building that speed down the line, jams it up through the lip there, gets back down to the bottom, sets the rail, carves it off the top. Nice second turn. And a late last-minute floater there, and he pulls it off. So a good answer back there for Alejo Moniz, sitting in second, requiring a 4.68.
We're fortunate enough. We've got the visual right in front of us here, and you could see that wave there was just a little bit better than Kanoa's in terms of it was a fraction smaller, and so you could see it wasn't running the whole way down the bay, and it had that shoulder. So Alejo able to execute 3 maneuvers on that one. 3 critical maneuvers too. So let's have a look at that again. So just a little bit smaller, but still big enough to have some power. He gets down the line, really jams that one and maintains his speed, even though it was nice and aggressive. Again, another turn, bit of variety there, really hooking the pocket and just hitting that last end section really well and riding out of that one. So a really nice wave there for the surfer in red.
Yeah, going into that third maneuver there, as we look at the replay, he had to really set that rail about 3/4 of the way down the face so he could get up into that closeout section. Had he gone any lower on that, the lip would have got the better of him, but he pulls it off cleanly. Alejo Moniz there, his 4th wave, standing by for scores. He was in second place prior to that, needing a 4.68. We've talked a little bit about the year that young Kanoa Igarashi is having this year, a great year in 2015. Let's check in on Alejo Moniz. Coming into this event, Scott, he was currently rated 3rd on that qualification series. He now has overtaken the lead. He is in first place. If the event ended right here in the quarterfinals, he is now our leader on the QS, the World Surf League qualification series. But he's looking to continue to push through this event, wants to make it into the finals and get those 10,000 points. He's been on the championship tour for multiple years, kicked things off on that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour back in 2011 where he finished up 10th. Last year, unfortunately, though, he finished up rated 26th. He was the first surfer not to re-qualify through the CT, and with that said, he gets the call up every time that there is an injury on that championship tour. Due to a recent injury for Michel Perez, he had a hand injury as well as a back injury, so he's been out for multiple events, and getting the call up has been Alejo Moniz for 3 events in a row. Starting at the Drug Aware Pro, he got a 25th. The Rio Pro, he also got a 25th. And then he most recently came off that recent event down in Fiji, the Fiji Pro, where we saw beautiful surf over the reef there at Cloudbreak, taking a 13th place. And now he's just recently got the news that unfortunately Jeremy Flores is not going to make it into the next event, so he's on his way to J-Bay next.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It's Jeremy that he's overtaken as a number 1 spot on the qualifying series here. As we see this wave of Alejo's again, just waits for the lip here, and how he just jams that turn and maintains the speed, sets that toe side rail straight away so he's able to get round to this next section, really drives this one, gives it a bit more on that one to show the judges he's got that variety component in his repertoire, and nice and late, as you called, Todd, and comes down. So a really good wave there. What do the judges give that one?
Well, the judges really liking that wave, the way he was able to link maneuver to maneuver, as well as the degree of difficulty in a few of those maneuvers. His brother looking on would be very excited to hear the beach announcers are reporting right now an 8.33, a score, as we mentioned, needed to get up into that excellent range. Well, he's done that now. He's got an 8.33. He's overtaken the lead now from Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa now needing a score almost up in the excellent range, a 7.17.
Yep, and Ocean just going a little bit quiet. The theme I'm seeing early is we're going to have a big set, and then behind it we've had two better scoring potential waves that are a little bit smaller. So that's what Kanoa's going to want to use that priority and bide his time now. A real challenge when you've got a big wall racing ahead of you. It's hard to tell whether it is going to run off or not. But as I said earlier, we could really see in that wave of Alejos, it wasn't going the whole way down the beach, but had some fantastic shoulder which he was able to work with.
What's interesting is we kicked off quarterfinal number 1 here on finals day at the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. We had Kanoa Igarashi starting out here where these two surfers sit now. Alejo Muniz elected to sit in the middle of the beach break here, and making a good decision to go ahead and go over to that rock outcropping and sit with Kanoa is Alejo, and now he leads this heat by way of the strength of his last wave, that 8.33. Great surfing for the surfer, currently trying to get back on that championship tour.
Yeah, and I've been mind surfing for most of the morning all over the beach, and just throughout this heat I've noticed...
Are you ripping?
No, 2's all around. Yeah, nothing. I think I got 2.5 high score. So.
Maybe relocate, go to a different break.
Well, that's why I'm in here, rather than out there with the boys. But yeah, down the beach where Alejo started off, we haven't seen a whole lot more, so really smart move by the boys as that tide does drop to sit out on the point there. Hopefully there are some more waves going to come through just to give the guys a chance to keep getting those high scores, which they're both able to complete.
Well, you can't see it there. We're looking at the two surfers, but as I look way down to the south, there is a set approaching. There is long lines today, so if that's any indication, it's only a few seconds away. We should see another set here with 9.5 minutes to go. Kanoa Igarashi finds himself in second place, looking for a 7.17. We talk about that beach break right out in front of us where Alejo started out this morning, though. We've seen some beautiful tubes there. I expect to see some of the surfers throughout the day maybe making their way back over to that break as opposed to the rock.
Yeah, well, we talked about having support networks in place. These guys all got incredible ability and talent. They've got different support networks who will be sitting down and watching this. You touched on Santiago being in that support network for Alejo, as well as still being in the event himself. We talked about yesterday Kanoa Igarashi having Jake Patterson with the Quicksilver boys down here filming and working on strategy. So the coaches will be no doubt sitting and watching both spots while the guys can just prepare for their heats, get psyched up, listen to music. And yeah, as we see that tide move out, we might see a few more of those drainers down the beach. They're a bit shorter and punchy as we watch a few going through there now.
Yeah, so it looks like that first couple of waves of the set kind of missed the rock outcropping. Now this next one looks like it could be coming into position. You can see Kanoa starting to break a little bit away from the rocks, paddling to the north a little bit from the right of your screen to the left. Alejo Muniz is going to swing on the inside without priority. He's going to take off on this one as he comes off the bottom. Nice opening turn. Once again, throwing a lot of spray. Jams it up through the lip, drifts the tail, and he pulls it off. Fantastic surfing right there without priority, catching that wave underneath Kanoa. Was that a mistake by Kanoa letting him catch that?
Yeah, you could see Kanoa's kind of in two minds. He didn't paddle. He needs a 7.17. He wasn't sure whether that one was going to offer it. I've said a few times, some of these waves are looking a little soft, and that means that they're not very steep. And I thought that one was going to be a little bit soft, but the pure talent of Alejo just shows that he can just go crazy. And we said here, see a couple of bumps in that wall, and that's what we're talking about. Nice jam in the pocket. And here, look at the core strength just to hold that thing together, throwing the tail, weight distribution, just really, he leaned back there. He had nothing to hold on to, and it's just that core strength holding him over that board and putting that board underneath him. So some really critical on-point surfing by Alejo Muniz, and the judges are going to probably like that one. That'll probably replace his low score of 4.83, I'd suggest.
Doing the rockaway, doing a little lean back right there, and I tell you what, coming off the strength of that 8.33 on the wave prior, I really like those two maneuvers. Again, it was only two maneuvers, but both of them strong. First one really throwing a lot of spray. That second one, critical section, drifts the tail, and it looked for this one to come up again, give or take, up in that excellent range. Beautiful surfing for Alejo Muniz, getting stronger and stronger throughout this event. 7 minutes to go. I think that was a bit of a mistake there for the youngster, Kanoa Igarashi. He had priority. He let Alejo Muniz go, scores in an 8.17. This is a bad situation now for Kanoa Igarashi after those two scores back-to-back in the excellent range. Now Kanoa Igarashi, with 6 minutes 50 seconds to go, is chasing two waves totaling 16.51.
Yeah, and that score highlights that it probably was a mistake by Kanoa. He certainly could have done similar turns on that wave and got the score, the 717 he was previously looking for. Now looking for a combination, as we said. So a little bumpy to start off with here. That thing stands up right there in the pocket for him, so he just jams that one in that critical section, which is nice and close to white water. Again, nice and vertical, the tail's out, real variety. Just see him leaning right back into the lip there. How he doesn't get pushed off his board, I have no idea.
Well, here we go. A clean one out the back. He's going to utilize priority this time. He has to because time's winding down. Kanoa Igarashi carves it off the top, cuts back to the power source here, jams it up through the lip there. Nice second turn, working his way through to the inside, drifts the tail up and over. Still got plenty of face in front of him to work with, and a nice critical section there. He pushes on the tail and unfortunately catches the nose and goes down. So a couple of decent turns out the back, but we didn't see the wave get as steep and as critical as the wave for Alejo Muniz until the very end. Unfortunately, once it did, that's when Kanoa went down.
Yeah, and perhaps that's what he's looking for, that wave that was going to run all the way to the beach and give him a chance to do a few more turns. I'm not sure if nerves were coming into play a bit, but for mine, I think Kanoa just held back a little bit on that one, comparative to what we saw yesterday where he went crazy and was really attacking the lip with real aggression. We'll have a look at this one here again now. So some nice surfing, nice little carve just to open up with, just to get back the power source, set him up for this one, a bit more vertical. Nice little hook there, but still I think he's just holding back a fraction. Even there, normally we'd see him go crazy on that lip, but just holding back knowing he wanted to hit that end section and complete it. Unfortunately, isn't able to complete that one. So will be interesting to see what the judges are going to give that one. He's in a combination situation. He would have wanted to ride out of that one.
Well, I think that wave was a little too soft right there. It didn't allow him to get critical, and once that inside section finally did have some power, unfortunately, he caught an edge and went down. Let's check in on the situation because what's just happened now is Kanoa Igarashi has broke away from the rock. He's gone to the north, the right of your screen to the left, to the middle of the beach break where Alejo started. Alejo has seen this now, and he's trying to get over there to keep him from catching a wave, as it looks like right away the surfer in white is having a look. Kanoa Igarashi, he's going to catch a wave here on the inside. Early this morning, we saw some barrels down here. We see him stalling, setting it up. He's pulled in, and he does come out. Let's see what he can do on the... he slams that section. He loves it. So a great decision for the 17-year-old youngster to break away from the rock, move over there to that inside beach break. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Will that get him out of combination situation?
Great, absolutely. I'm certain it will. It was a great little wave. We saw him do that early, just taking his time paddling out. Here it is. Had a great little nugget here with a wall on it. You saw him from the beginning. He knew this thing was going to barrel nice and deep. He was fully in there. Down the line here and finishes this one off much better, and you can see he likes it. So he did that earlier on. He took his time paddling back out. He had second priority there, so no point rushing out to the point. He saw that little nugget come down the beach, and that was a great little wave by Kanoa.
You could see him showing a lot of emotion as he came out of that wave once he finished that final maneuver. I mean, you'd have to say he was extremely upset with himself, knowing he gave away a wave with his own priority. He let Alejo get that wave of an 8.17 out from underneath him. He made a fantastic decision right there, Kanoa Igarashi, to break away, go down to that beach break. Lucky timing for him right there on cue. Gets right into a set wave, pulls into the barrel, comes out and slams that oncoming section. It'll be our first tube of this event. We'll see what the judges thought.
Yeah, we weren't sure how they were going to go about scoring those tubes. We haven't seen any, so there's no real benchmark being set. Interesting that Alejo, fully aware he's got priority, he's paddled down the point to try and stick on Kanoa, so he can't get another one of those bigger waves to try and potentially take that lead with 3 minutes remaining. So Kanoa's going to hope for a few more waves and a few more set waves. He's going to try and sell Alejo into going and utilising that priority, and Alejo's going to try and hold Kanoa off anything that he thinks has got that scoring potential, those high-scoring waves.
Well, we'll see what the judges thought of that first tube ride with 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Will it be enough to get Kanoa out of that combination situation? If you had to break this down, where was the degree of difficulty on this wave?
Well, obviously on that, it was almost he sort of backdoored that section. It wasn't as big as perhaps the waves on the outside. So, it wasn't an amazing amount of travel time. The judges are 2 hours left, so they had a bit better view of that. That turn there, it was fairly critical and there's a bit in it. So only one turn and that one sort of barrel. Are the judges going to look at those critical off the lip hits that Alejo's doing with, I think that they're worth more than the barrel? We'll wait and see.
Well, that was a great decision here by Kanoa, the way that he was able to not let Red get this one. I'll get to that in just a moment. As he gets to the inside section, unfortunately slams it and goes down. But it was interesting because Alejo did have priority right there. He was right next to him, Kanoa Igarashi. Aleo had a look, but as soon as he pulled back, Kanoa capitalized. He sprung on that like a cat on a mouse, got onto the wave, but unfortunately he goes down. However, though, his last wave, a good score for him, his best of the this heat so far, a 7.33, 1 minute 40 seconds to go. Now Kanoa Igarashi needs a wave of a 9.17.
So out of that combination situation now for Kanoa, but a bit of work to do with a minute and a half remaining. And that's a difference. These guys are getting amazing scores, 7.33, but when your competitors, just beating that by 0.5 or a point extra, then, you've got a lot of work to do at the back end of the heat.
So it's looking like, unfortunately, at the moment, likely that Aleo Moniz is going to win this one and Kanoa Igarashi will bow out, but what a run, if he does lose, that it's been for him. He came into this event, as I mentioned, Scott, 84th on the QS. He'll leave this event if he bows out here in the quarterfinals. Right now, currently, he's in 26th, though a fantastic jump up the ranks here in 2015 at this QS 10,000.
Yeah, he'll be wrapped with this, absolutely. A lot of points here, and this will really set his campaign for the year off in terms of qualifying if he does bow out this event, which it looks like he might.
Both surfers there having a look at that one, and it looks like winding down this heat. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2. Just trying to get an update here from the beach announcer. Time remaining. It looks like we've got 45 seconds to go. Both surfers sitting side by side. Kanoa Igarashi does have priority. Red had a look at that one, so they did flop the priority disc. Now going to white. So 35 seconds. Kanoa Igarashi needing a wave.
Wow, so a really interesting one there. So that I wonder if that's going to change the situation. Let's hope for Kanoa's sake in the next 30 seconds that a wave might come. And it looks like we do have something on the horizon. So hold on to your seats, folks. Kanoa, 9.17. It's not beyond him. We saw him score something better than that yesterday. It's not over yet.
Well, they're counting it down, and unfortunately, have a look. There is a wave. It's going to be a little bit late, though, for him. Kanoa Igarashi is going to take off. You see him stalling, setting it up, pulls into the barrel one more time, but unfortunately not going to count. So unofficially, it looks like Aleo Moniz into the semifinals. Kanoa Igarashi bowing out here. Great run for the young 17-year-old surfer out of Huntington Beach. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 2, Italo Ferreira up against Caio Abelli. It's an all-Brazilian quarterfinal. Stay with us. More live action here from South Africa. Alrighty, we'll kick things off here. Quarterfinal number 2, now hitting the lineup, the all-Brazilian heat. You can see there the 2 flags on the left representing Brazil. Italo Ferreira in the red up against Caio Abelli in the white. These 2 surfers throughout this entire event, definitely standouts. I tell you what, some of the best aerials we've seen throughout this event going down by way of Italo Ferreira.
Absolutely, going really high. We sort of talked about it off mic this morning that yesterday's conditions were really suited to, those lips allowing him to get projection and height, particularly with that light dusting the onshore. Those conditions not prevalent this morning. We've got glassy conditions, so it will be interesting to see if Italo does decide to go to the air. That said, he's got an amazing rail game too, so look for some really powerful surfing. He did decide to sit and watch from this morning while his fellow competitor, Caio Abelli, was out there warming up this morning, and he did actually get a couple of little tubes, so we'll see if that comes into play as part of this morning's heat.
Kyle this morning out there getting a couple tubes, as you pointed out. He also made an adjustment in equipment. He said he was going to change from a squash tail to a bit of a rounded pin. He said there was a lot more power out there today in the water, and with that said, he wanted to go to a rounded pin. He said it would help him hold and set that rail a little bit quicker to get back up into the lip. Sometimes on those squash tails, you get a little bit more slide out of them, that rounded pin helping you dig in and really penetrate the water and jam it up into the lip. So making an adjustment in equipment here. Quarterfinal number 2, quarterfinal number 1, we just wrapped up a moment ago. Fantastic surfing by both surfers, but in the end it was Aleo Moniz getting the win. As we kick things off here, Caio Abelli coming off the rock, a lot of speed. Big arcing turn, drifts the fins, throws a lot of spray. What an epic maneuver to open up. Jams it into the whitewater to follow it up. Beautiful surfing there for Caio Abelli.
And you know what's funny? Kai wasn't surfing on the rock this morning. He was down the point where Italo started off. So an interesting little choice and strategy there by Kai. But a great opening wave for him. Got some real length on that one. Was really flying down the line. So it's a fantastic opener.
Yeah, they won't be scoring on the length on that one, but I think what they will love is this first turn, Scott. Just dynamic, big tail drifting maneuver.
So just a mid-sized wave here, flying lots and lots of speed down the point. Just comes around the section and So much commitment in that turn on rail, absolute control through it, and then just jams that end section just to really punctuate it. So a really nice, sharp, smooth opener by the surfer in white here. As we see out the back now, Italo's decided to move up to the point, and again, another cat and mouse. Kai's going, well, second priority, I'm not going to sit underneath and wait. I'll sit wide and see if anything comes on the wider set of the bank.
Well, we know that each heat watches the heat prior to them intently, see how the waves are, where they're breaking, how the judges are applying scores to the rides. And, well, this heat started out just like the heat prior. Quarterfinal number 1, we saw the surfer in red start out in the middle of the beach, surfer on white on the rocks. Same exact thing happening here in quarterfinal number 1. Kaioi Belly kicks off sitting over by the rocks, and Italo Fiera down the beach in the middle. Well, now after watching that first wave of Kaioi Belly, Italo Fiera making a break out the back. Now he's paddling over to the rocks, and it's interesting because once Italo gets over to those rocks, it's not like that beach break condition where you can split the peak and go left or right. He is going to be, definitely going on his backhand out there on these right-handers.
Yeah, but he's got a strong backhand as well. But yeah, certainly that'll come into play with him on his backhand. As we see down the beach, Kai's just really trying to get busy, and that's the great thing about this spot is we've got those sort of two different waves within the one spot. So we can really see that cat and mouse, and it came into play, in that last heat.
Scores in for first of white, Kaioi Belly, a 6.17. So after setting the tone in this heat over by the rocks, he flips and he goes over to the middle of the beach here, sitting on that beach break. This morning during the warm-up, he got a couple of barrels on the rights. He also got a couple of nice lefts as the tide pulls out. We'll see more sand in front of the little rock outcropping in the middle of the beach here. And again, he could go left or right. Quarterfinal number 1 kicked off with some great action. We saw Aleo Moniz getting the win over the youngster out of California, Kanoe Igarashi, and standing by is the winner of that last heat, Aleo Moniz.
Presented by Zigzag.
All right, we're down here live on the beach with winner from the first heat this morning in the quarterfinals, Alejo Muniz from Brazil. Alejo, you must be super pumped with those conditions this morning.
Yeah, I think I was a little surprised with the size of the wave this morning. I started really bad in my heat. I was sitting on the wrong spot, I think. And when I saw Kainoa getting all these rides, I just paddled close to him because he's a really dangerous surfer, So I was just trying to keep him out of the good waves and put myself in those waves. I'm just really happy to make this heat. It's really important. My brother will surf next, so I'm really focused for his heat now.
Just tell us quickly, after falling off the championship tour and slogging away on the QS, now lying number 1, I don't think I've ever seen another surfer so hungry to get back on the championship tour.
Yeah, I've been there for 4 years, and when I was out last year, you kind of start to think you could do it better. So I just want to qualify for myself and prove that I can do it better. So I'm really focused, I learned a lot those 4 years. And I've been putting all that I learned here on the QS, and I think that's a little advantage against the other guys, especially the young guns, They're really hard to beat, but if you compete right, you have advantage up them. So I'm just want to get back and try to do better.
You talk about the young guns, but you're only 25 years old yourself. But Alejo, it's so good to watch you. We wish you all the best for the semifinals. Keep that Muniz brothers charge going.
Yeah, thank you. It's been amazing. Thank everyone on the beach, that's been coming every day and cheer for us. Thanks everyone in Brazil. Obrigado a todo mundo tá assistindo. And let's hope for my brother to make his heat too.
There you have it, Alejo Muniz, winner from that first heat. We'll catch up with you in the next round, hopefully, buddy. All the best.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Aleo Moniz on into semifinal number 1. Scores dropped for second wave of Kaioi Belly, a 3.50. So 23 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this heat. Kaioi Belly out to an early lead. Italo Fiera looking for one score of a 9.67. As we look back at that last heat, some fantastic surfing conditions should improve throughout the day as the tide does start to draw out. This morning we actually delayed start due to the tide being so high. It looks like surfer in white now going to go left on his backhand. Nice opening turn here for Kaioi Belly. Carves it back one more time and then goes vertical right there to finish things off. Rides out of it cleanly. So getting 3 waves before Italo Fiera is even caught a wave.
Yeah, Italo was sitting down in that same spot this morning, and he would have been looking for those lefts on his forehand. That's where he was doing all his work yesterday. And Kai's gone down there, and he's actually taken that spot from him underneath the priority. So really smooth wave. Nice, sharp precision surfing straight up and down there. Nice little hook and links that one. Really flowing from turn to turn on that one. So A great little wave there for Kayabelli.
And once again, sitting out the back, still on that rock outcropping, is the surfer in red, Italo Fiera. He started on the beach break, but after seeing the opening wave of a 6.17 for Kayabelli, he's broke down over to the rocks now. He's waiting out there patiently, waiting for one of those bigger sets. As that tide draws out, how can we see, or what kind of a change are we going to see in the conditions out here based on the beach break in front of us or out there on the rocks? Which one's going to improve on that lower tide?
Yeah, it's a hard question, because that sort of tide only filled in yesterday afternoon, so we haven't really seen, throughout the course of this week with those variants in the tides, this level of swell. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not entirely sure myself. I know yesterday afternoon we had a lot more waves down the point. I'm not sure there's enough sand out there to really work over that lower tide. We might see a few more sets running through, but they might also close out. So I'm not willing to make a call on that one at this stage, Todd, but I know down the beach without that water, we have seen the guys, particularly yesterday afternoon, really getting some of those really steep-faced walls. So whether it breaks over the point or not remains to be seen.
Well, we're into the quarterfinals here at this World Surf League Qualification Series 10,000 and 10,000 points on the line for first place. Here in the quarterfinals, if you lose, you will get a fifth place finish, an equal fifth, and 5,200 points. As we look out the back, White having a look again, staying extremely busy here. Kayabelli, his last wave was a 6.67. He's going to go left again. Nice carving turn to open up, getting vertical on the inside, and right when the wave does, he does too, but unfortunately catches that nose and goes down on his second maneuver. So his wave prior was a 6.67. Mentioning the points that are on the line here, 10,000 if you win, equal fifth, and 5,200 points here in the quarterfinals. Coming into this event, Kayabelli was having a good run here in 2015 on the qualification series, or the qualifying series. He was 11th place in the standings, and he's already climbed all the way up to third. As we look out the back, it's going to be possibly a first wave. Well, having a look there was Italo Fiera.
Yeah, so Italo would have been sitting at the back for a third of this heat now gone, watching Kai just get busy over on the inside, and would have heard those beach announcers saying that he's racking up those 6.17s and 6.67. So he's just being patient and waiting at the back. You saw him have a paddle for that one, unable to get into it. Here he's having another look.
Well, we have a nice set approaching out the back, surfer in red, Italo Fiera. This is going to be his first wave of the heat. Has to carve back. Wave kind of flattens out on the inside. It should start to get more vertical. He snaps it back, jams it up through the lip one more time, and a big oncoming section there. He slams it and pulls it off. So a good wave there to get on the board for the surfer in red, Italo Fiera, who had waited almost 10 minutes to catch his first wave.
Yeah, and just seeing how that wave opened up, I was a bit worried for him in his backhand there. It is a little bit softer. We've said that throughout the last heat. The water a little bit deeper where the guys are taking off out the back there, and there's a little bit of bump coming off those rocks. So his first turn was a little soft, but as he moved through to this steeper inside section, really able to get the job done and get a lot more critical. So a better wave, a really nice opening wave there for Italo on that one. I did note that down the beach on that exact same wave, Kai was paddling like crazy and unfortunately wasn't able to get under the end section of that wave, but it did go off and run down the point really nicely. So both surfers paddling back out now. We'll see whether they do remain in where they previously were starting off. As we see, this is the wave for Italo. He's opening a bit of not a very steep wall, so he just waits for that wave to stand up, carving back to the power section. Here he gets a bit more critical, jamming that section up in the lip here and linking it into this final maneuver, which is where all the points are going to come from. Jamming it for that critical oncoming section there.
Good surfing there for Italo Fiera on the takeoff. You actually saw a little bit of a whitewater kind of mid-face going up, and that was because of how shallow it is out there. He was taking off over those rocks midway out. Now he's going to have a look once again. Turn around on this one. Italo Fiera, second wave. Carves it back, staying right next to the power source. Trying to get speed, momentum now for this oncoming section. Jams it up, comes out with even more speed. And again, so three quick maneuvers there for Italo Fiera. He waited 10 minutes to catch his first wave, and in about a minute and a half after his first wave, he catches his second. So getting busy now is Italo Fiera.
Yeah, he wasn't powering out. He knew that the outside section where he took off in the last one, there probably wasn't a lot of scoring points. So took off 3/4 of the way out there on that one, just trying to get a little busy. Lots of speed throughout that wave. So a good little second backup wave for Italo. As you said, Todd, waiting almost 10 minutes for that first wave, but getting busy in the space of a few minutes on the inside there.
2015 has been a great year so far for Italo Fiera. Coming into this year, I didn't get to see Italo surf much in the past, but so far in this event, as well as throughout the championship tour year, he's been having a fantastic year. As we look back at his last wave, this is his second wave here we're checking out, but talking about that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, he's having a fantastic year. He's a rookie this year. He's in the top 10 after a great back-to-back results at the last two events. The Oi Rio Pro, Scott, he got a third place. The Fiji Pro and big pumping cloud break. He comes out of there with a fifth place finish, sees himself right now on that Jeep leaderboard sitting 8th in the world. We're coming up about halfway through. That was our fifth event. Coming up next will be the J-Bay Open July 8th, just up the way, or I should say down the way a little bit in J-Bay. It's going to be his backhand, but I tell you what, if it's any indication after the last two events where he goes back-to-back third and a fifth, he's getting stronger and stronger here in 2015 on that championship tour.
Yeah, had you told me at the start of the year that Italo would be in the top 10 and reigning world champ Gabriel Medina wouldn't be, I wouldn't have believed you. So amazing performance there for Italo as we see him having a look at this one.
This is going to be his third wave as he takes off once again on the backhand. Nice looking inside wave here. He's got some vertical face to work with, throws it up, jams the tail, and kicks out cleanly. So 2 scores are in. Now out the back surfer in white, Kiowa Belly. He does a bit of an aerial there. Actually, he had so much speed going into a standard off the lip. He hit it so fast that he actually projected out into the flats. Unfortunately, when he hit, there was a little bit of refraction coming up the face. He catches an edge and goes down. But a very active heat right now, 16 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, just coming back to Italo before we start pulling apart those last two waves, I think what adds further weight to the fact that he's in that top 10 is that, as a lower seed, he's coming up against those top guys, your Kelly Slaters, your Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina, as we spoke about earlier. He's facing them in the first few rounds, and to, get those 5th place, 9th place, 3rd place positions he's got, he's had to beat those guys and has done. So that's a further testament to his surfing ability.
Good point. 16 minutes to go here in quarterfinal number 2. Once again, Kiowa Belly, he's going to take off. Pulls in there, that way of really running out fast there and unable to get out of the open face. So he kicks through Kiowa Belly. Scores in for the first two of Italo Fiera, 6.40 and a 5.17. We're now looking back on his third wave here. He moved down the bank. That last maneuver was definitely the money turn on that wave.
Yep, and that's similar to what we saw yesterday. A lot more critical as it's a lot shallower down there, so the guys can go a lot more vertical, show that degree of commitment that the judges are looking for in that judging criteria. He was able to go 12 o'clock. The judges will really like that. Again, we talked about it earlier, not as the length of ride that the guys aren't scored on. It's more about the critical maneuvers and their ability to link between the two. Down the bank, we're only seeing potentially 2 manoeuvres, whilst if the guys are out the point, as I see just out the window now, Kai looking to paddle up there and Italo now following him. The guy's going to get more manoeuvres on that outside one, but the inside bank is really offering that that really critical closing manoeuvre for the guys. So a really challenging day for the judges today. Where does your emphasis go? Is it that one massive turn in that critical section? Is it the matter of getting 3 or 4 turns in throughout the course of the wave with one sort of mid-size critical turn?
Well, let's check in on the judging criteria. Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, variety of maneuvers, speed, power, and flow. And these are all the different things that the judges will be looking at every single wave, and then breaking it down on a 0 to 10 scoring system, 10 being a perfect wave, a 0 being, well, you didn't even get to your feet. As soon as your hands leave the rail, that means it is a ride. So you want to, and it's scored accordingly. 2 to a 3.9 is a poor score. A fair score is a 4.0 to a 5.9. Average score is a 6.0 to a 7.9. And you constantly hear us reference you want to get scores in that excellent range, and that's an 8.0 to a 10-point ride. And we've already seen a couple of scores knocking on that in the heat prior, as we see up and riding Kiowa Belly. Nice roundhouse cut back there. Looks out the back, doesn't see any sets, so he's going to stick with this one, building speed momentum, oncoming section. Look for a big aerial here on the inside. Jams it, just lays back, throws the power into that tail, and can't pull it off, though, as he's right there on a little rock outcropping. Again, this morning on that high tide, a lot of those rocks, you almost forget that they're there, but as the tide draws out, they'll let you know they're still there. They didn't move overnight.
No, absolutely not. We know they're there. We've been watching them all week, and I think the surfers know they're there as well, but, these guys have got to go and be critical. Kai had to really go for broke then if he wants to, solidify that lead position that he's currently holding down. So I thought he might have actually been trapped under that. He disappeared for a little while. So, on point, critical surfing. We look at how Kai started off the heat. He was looking really good. You referenced he changed his boards, looking really sharp on those boards. His timing in the last 3 or 4 waves has just been a little bit off. It might have had to do with the waves. We'll have a look at this one again here. Bit of a softer one we talked about, so just starts off with a bit of a roundhouse. Not really steep, just waiting for this one to stand up on the inside. He knows he's got to do one critical maneuver. I don't care if there's rocks there. I'm going for broke, bam, and just maybe, half a second too late on that one. The lip came at him with some real speed, Todd.
Could have been that, or another thing to keep in mind is it was right in front of those rocks. Sometimes you do get those refractions coming off of there. It looked to be maybe just a little bit of a warble. When you get that warble in the lip, your timing was right for how the lip looked before that little backwash hit it. As soon as that backwash hits it, it throws your timing off, and it could have been that there. But nonetheless, he goes down on that wave. No harm, no foul. He's currently in the lead. He's got a 6.17 and a 6.67. And Italo Fiera in the red, requiring a 6.45. His two scores, a 6.40 and a 5.17. So pretty slow heat so far for Italo. He's only caught 3 waves, whereas you see an employing, more of the active role and staying active out there as Kaio.
Yeah, and I just feel like we're going to see something massive from Italo. He hasn't had the chance to really show what he's capable of. So Kaio's sitting on a heat score of 12.84. As we move later through the draw, previously 12s were going to be enough to get you through. As we've moved into this sort of latter part, around 16 quarters, the guys have been going north of 14, 15 points total heat score. So I feel like Italo's still got something sitting in the bank and he's going to go big on. So I feel like Kai's got to really get busy if he really wants to make sure he's going to hold down that first place position.
As it looks like we do have a set approaching out there on the rocks. Italo is in position. He's going to take off here. Let's see what he can do. Getting some speed down the line. He's got a big section in front of him. Goes for the backside air right there. He goes for a spinner. Board goes one way. He goes the other. We're going to pan down further down the line on that same wave. Kaio Abelli pulls up into the pocket. Beautiful tube ride. Driving. And that wave drives away without him. But nonetheless, pulling up into another barrel there. I know we're going to see some good barrels later throughout the day. If the conditions continue to stay glassy and the tide draws out, we'll see more and more barrels down there. Italo Fiera right now, the ocean not really cooperating with him as he goes for that big backside air. Now he's going to go on a left, heading towards those rocks. He sees that he didn't have much space in between the open wall there and the rocks in front of him, so he kicks through.
So it looks like we saw the start of those fireworks, and Italo's just going to open up and go to the air. We touched on it at the start of this heat that potentially with the waves being a little softer, those lips not being as vertical as they were yesterday, without the help of that light onshore breeze holding the board to him, it's going to make it a little bit harder for those aerials which he was pulling off yesterday really critically. So we saw with that one there when we get to the replay of it, just not able to execute that aerial manoeuvre, and potentially that's the reason why. Kaio Abelli moving down the bank, chasing those little barrels that he saw earlier on. So that one just ran off on him a little bit. So looks like that's he's made his intentions clear. That's his strategy for the rest of this heat. And
looking at the conditions so far in the first quarterfinal, now more than halfway through quarterfinal number 2, even as the tide continues to draw out, it seems to me like right now the waves coming off the rock, they seem to be bigger. However, they are pretty soft in the beginning. Then they do get steep on the inside. It's hard to time that final maneuver though, especially with still getting a little refraction off these rock outcroppings. Whereas down the beach where Kaio is sitting at the moment, it's definitely easier to time your maneuvers. The waves are definitely cleaner on the face. They're a little bit smaller, though, but it seems to be more vertical, hitting more on that sandbar section.
Yeah, and you also mentioned earlier, too, that sitting out that rock outcrop where Italo is, you've only got the one choice, and that is to go right, and that's his backhand, whereas Kai, we saw catch one wave, a little left-hander. It's almost a rock outcrop which caused almost an A-frame there. So, he's got the choice of going right or left. They are predominantly rights there, but has also gone left, too.
Well, as we check in on the situation with 9 minutes to go, even though he's got 8 waves right now, he's staying super busy, only counting on 2 of them. Kaio Abelli sees himself in the lead, a 6.17 and a 6.67, and not being as active out there as Italo Fiera. He's got a 6.4 and a 5.17. It looks like Kaio Abelli, he's going to catch his 9th wave right now. Nice clean insider here. Goes to the bottom, squares it up. Nice opening turn here for Kaio Abelli. Nice carving turn there, throws some spray, jams it up, throws a little air there to finish things up. So Kaio Abelli, nice clean wave down the beach, looking to better his low score, currently a 6.17, and staying extremely busy. 9th wave right there for him.
Yeah, and a great call by you, Todd. You said with those critical waves down the point, the steeper waves, it allows the guys to work on their timing a lot more. As we see, it looks like Kai coming in for a bit of a board change. I don't know if you clipped a fin or something there. The board looked good underfoot for mine up on that wave in particular. So we'll just watch with interest as sort of what pans out as his board caddy runs down here.
Well, let's keep an eye on him as right now, also as we look out the back through our window, Italo Fiera has seen multiple waves go down there in the middle of the beach. and he's going to break away from those rocks now, get over into the middle there on that beach break, maybe have an opportunity to go left, if nothing else. Cleaner waves down there, more it's easier for them to time their maneuvers because it's more predictable down there. You're getting a lot of warble coming off those rocks, not as much power, so he's breaking away from it. Here he is in the middle of the beach now. He's going to go left. Big oncoming section. Look for a massive forehand air here. Let's see it. And once again, it is timing a little bit off there. Didn't get that ramp that he wanted to. Not able to get the pop like we saw yesterday. So once again, not a scoring wave there for Italo Ferreira that's going to go into his top 2 waves.
No, he's kind of in no man's land for that one, but had to go. As we look back at Kaya Belli's one, I love this first turn. Really, as you said, timing sets this one up straight up, 12 o'clock, absolute speed, cracks that section there. Nice little jam and transition to his pop little air. So I wonder if it looks like he had 3 fins as he came in. So I wonder if he hit that first section, that lip throwing over. We touched on it earlier on. These guys are riding really lightly glass boards. It might have just put a little buckle in between those feet or fins there.
Hard to say, Scott. The other thing you could speculate on is, on the higher tide this morning, it was really focusing on the inside. It seemed to be a little bit bigger on that higher tide, a little bit more water moving. He did mention it in his free surf after having that free surf and noticing that there was more water moving. He changed equipment. He went from a squash tail to a pin. Now, as we see cleaner faces down there, it's easier to time your maneuvers, maybe going back to that squash tail to get a little bit more radical on those turns.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are the best in the world, so they'll be able to notice those subtle nuances in board design and board change that perhaps myself and the Joe public might not be able to notice. So really good heat on our hands as we approach the sort of 6-minute mark here. Kai really commanding position.
Well, last score for Kaya Belli comes through at a 5.33, does not go into his 2 scores that he's keeping right now. He's opened up with a 6.17. His backup is a 6.67. A big wave out the back in position. Having a look at this right-hander is Italo Ferreira. Comes off the bottom, setup turn there. He's got a big section in front of him, jams it up through the lip there and comes out of it cleanly. So 2 quick maneuvers there for the Brazilian in red, Italo Ferreira, chasing a 6.45.
Yeah, and that last of Kai's 5.33, that, a lot of those points will have come in that one first turn where he cracked it. The other 2, much smaller wave, lots of speed in that first little, second little carve, and, just a pop air, not really worth anything. But we look at Italo's on that one, as you called, Todd, a much bigger wave, so had some really good speed. Almost ran Kai over on that mid-face turn, setting up for that last final manoeuvre. So we'll have a look at that one again. Judges may deem the power in this wave because it was a bit bigger, give it a lot more weight. So a little carve to set up, and that's where the big one was at the end there, just hitting that end section coming down. So, as a mid-phase setup, it wasn't a critical off the bottom 12 o'clock sort of hit. Interesting to see whether judges will, really take some points off for that, or because it was a big wave and the power attached to that, they'll still afford some points.
Well, 5 minutes to go as we start to see the wind puff just a little bit onshore there as we're looking at those flags. We saw them at the beginning of this heat. They were basically lying down. There was a light offshore. Well, now just starting to just a little bit puff on shore. That's good news, though, for Italo Ferreira, knowing that he loves his forehand aerials as well as his backhand aerials. But yesterday we saw that wind coming from the southerly direction, really allowing these guys to take flight on the lefts, applying the pressure to the bottom of their boards and keeping it attached to their feet. So we saw huge airs yesterday. This morning, though, on the glassy conditions, it's been all about going vertical and pushing pressure onto that tail and doing big turns.
Yeah, some of the guys, the manoeuvres the guys were riding out of in that shallow water yesterday, they really need to slam the pressure on that back foot to save their nose diving as they fell out of those lips, almost free falling. We saw a lot of those happening throughout yesterday. So Italo Ferreira looking for a 6.45 as we come under the 5-minute mark of this heat. Looks as though strategy is going to be, under this last 5 minutes, going to come into play. 2 boys sticking to each other. At the moment, Kai does have first priority, so it'll be about where the waves come and the selection of those waves.
Well, interesting to see. We saw actually Italo splash a little water towards Caio on that one, and you'd assume these guys are good friends. We referenced the Brazilian Storm this morning in the opening show, and currently number 1 and 2 in the world are from Brazil. The Brazilian Storm's been having a great go on that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, as well as here in this event. 3 Brazilian surfers on into the quarterfinals. But when you put a jersey on, you get into the water, it's competition, and friendships are, I wouldn't say left on the beach, but at the same token, they are.
Yeah, we heard from the 2 Mitches yesterday saying they were sort of staying with each other, and it's got to be really hard. As you said, fellow countrymen, they are cheering for each other, but certainly when they got jerseys on, they are best of enemies, I suppose.
Time winding down. 3 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Italo Ferreira chasing a 6.45. His last wave came through at a 6.17, so it was his best wave so far, but still needing now a 6.45, helping his situation just a little bit. 3 minutes to go. And the situation is surfer in white does have priority, so if a wave comes and both surfers are side by side and red does have inside or outside, he's going to have to give way because the surfer in white has first right away at any wave that comes through. We do have a wave coming through. Red having a look, wasn't able to sell that one to white. We sometimes see the surfer who does not have priority try to get the surfer who does have priority to go on one that's not going to give him the score.
Yeah, so with the introduction of that priority, we've actually got a judge whose sole responsibility is to look for that priority and allocate that priority. So at the moment, as you rightly said, Todd, surfer in white, Kaya Belly does have that. What that priority judge is looking for is a committed paddle for the wave. So if the boys are just repositioning, moving up and down the lineup, he's going to look where they're actually genuinely trying to have a paddle for that wave. And if they deem they do, that's when they're going to hand that priority over.
We'll keep an eye on this. This is a bit of a closeout, and he's still going to go. If he can get a little bit of speed, he's going to take flight or just do a big, massive hit. Nice layback gaff here to open things up for Italo Fiera, and another 2 big turns there as he nearly hits the surfer heading out into the next heat there. So 2 big hits on a wave that looked to be a closeout for anyone else, but not with the gas pedal underneath this guy's foot. Italo Fiera, one of the fastest surfers on the planet.
Yeah, really interesting there. As you called it, Todd, it looked like a closeout. We saw Kai get a left-hander there earlier over that little apex section of the rocks. We haven't seen too many more. Interesting that Italo's coming in here. You saw his body language earlier on. He slapped some water at Kai. He was later on slapping the water as well. I'm not sure if it's frustration because he didn't get the score he wanted, because he wasn't happy with where he's at the heat. But obviously not happy there, almost hitting the surf paddling out. He's decided to come in with a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, not sure. Potentially we could have a technical glitch here. Our clock could be a little bit off, but if it is correct, 1 minute, 20 seconds to go, already on the beach. Surfer in red, Italo Fiera, needing a 6.45 on that last wave. Grabs his backup board. The crowd, though, showing some appreciation for his surfing, not only in this heat, but throughout this event. He has been one of the standouts, nonstop displaying some of the best surfing we've seen since we kicked this event off.
Yeah, so, as I said, I'm not sure whether he seemed to be fine with the crowd then. They were acknowledging him, and he was receptive of it, so he didn't seem too angry. We'll look at this one here. He was looking for a 6.45 on this one. It was a bigger wave. Nice speed and control carving through that first turn in this section here. Boom, hits that one now. He does actually ride out of that one, even though he did sort of almost come over the surfer. For mine, I'm thinking that he did ride out of that manoeuvre as best he can. But you saw straight away he started heading in on that one.
That was quarterfinal number 3, making their way out. Mitch Colburn in the red jersey as we check in live now. Our current leader as he pulls up into the barrel. Kiowa Belly driving. Can he pull out? Yes, he does. And he goes up into the lip, and the lip gets the better of him. But a great tube ride there for our current heat leader, Kiowa Belly. Still standing by for last of red and seeing if this situation will change with 13 seconds to go.
Wow, fireworks for the finish. We're a little bit further down. We're about 100 metres down the beach, and we've got about a 45-degree angle to view that from. The judges are a little bit closer, so they would have seen that a bit better than us. For mine, he was travelling a long time. I thought he was going to doggy door that, but instead he knew that he might have needed a score, and as you said, Todd went up, didn't complete that section. So whether the judges deemed the barrel ride complete, I couldn't see it fully myself. Did you see it?
I don't know that it's going to really matter because as I see scores starting to drop for last of Italo Fiera, it does not look like it's going to be. However, that's unofficial. But it looks like at the moment, Kiowa Belly moving on into the semifinals. Italo Fiera bowing out here, taking an equal 5th place finish here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Coming up, another fantastic matchup, quarterfinal number 3. We will crown a champion here today at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong.
Great surfing and more upsets there, Potts. What can we say? Yesterday we sat in these very chairs saying, how are we going to stop Italo Ferreira here in Ballito? Well, I'll take my hat off and start eating it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was a great hit, a well-served hit there from Kiowa Belly. and straight into this next one.
All right, so welcome aboard as we move into quarterfinal number 3 here on a Sunday morning in South Africa. This is Mitch Colburn going to work as he gets his campaign underway here. Mitch Colburn out of Sydney, Australia, originally a free surfing powerhouse, but transforming himself into a competitive weapon here as we move into 2015. And I'll tell you now, that is not a bad momentum builder to get out the gates early for Mitch Colburn.
Yeah, well, he saw how Italo Ferreira fell a bit short, so that's your heat sheet right there, Mitchell Colburn, Santiago Muniz. But he saw Italo Ferreira hunting for waves towards the back end of that heat, so Mitch Colburn just came out the blocks firing, making sure he posted a couple of quick scores.
Well, Mitch Colburn takes on this man in picture, Santiago Muniz, brother of Aleo. Now Aleo already finding a berth in the semifinals. Now can his brother get to work and lay down some tracks for his campaign here in quarterfinal number 3? And well, a good delivery to go here. So great exchange. Both surfers laying down scores in that first 2 minutes. And well, exciting stuff here in Ballito. Let's go down to Jared at ringside with a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Winner of quarterfinal number 2, 2012 ASB World Junior Champ, and Kaya, man, you must be super pumped. Semi-final, just one heat away from the final.
Yeah, trust me, I'm the happiest person in the world. Like, I feel God's presence right now. Like, the waves are pumping, the waves are really good, and I honestly couldn't hear anything on the last heat, and I got kind of scared off with the scores, and was really close. So, yeah, I'm really happy. Like, that's a semi-final, and that's definitely a result to count, so I'm stoked.
Well, we were chatting with Al Hunt from the World Surf League, and you're up to number 3 in the world on the qualifying series. You must be so psyched going into the next 5 months of the year.
Yeah, I'm really pumped. I'm like really excited. It's really good to be back making results again, and in the last 3 years I haven't been surfing my best, so I'm stoked to be on the semifinal and making some points.
Well, there you have it, Caio Belli coming out of Brazil. I'm sure some people watching online you want to say a quick hi to.
Yeah, eu quero agradecer primeiramente a Deus, todo mundo em casa, torcendo por mim de madrugada. Tá dando certo, tô amarradão. Pô, tem altas ondas e tomara que dê tudo certo no próximo round.
All right, well done, Caio Belli. He's going to be up against Alejo Muniz, the number 1 and number 3 seeded surfers in the world in the semi-final number 1. We'll catch up with you later. All the best.
Thank you.
All right, so Caio Belli pumped, and well, I'll tell you, some good numbers have started being fiddled with the judges, because there was a great exchange between Mitch Colburn and Santiago Muniz. No rides while that beach interview was underway there, but let's have a look at those replays of that opening exchange here, Potts.
Yeah, Mitch Colburn draws first blood, and a beautiful little wave. Nice turn off the top right there. Another big snap from Mitchell Colburn, just finding the groove in the early stages of this heat, milking this one all the way through, just maximum capacity right there, all the way to the sand. So what a great opening ride there for Mitchell Colburn. And then right behind him, Santiago Muniz, a different style of wave, a little shorter, a little bit more intense, and a couple of huge turns. So the judges are going to have to recalibrate, hit that reset button, and those 2 first waves right there will set the pace for the rest of the heat gigs.
Well, we are moving into the lower tide discussion of the day here in South Africa. Local time now is around 10 o'clock in the morning, and that low is still 2 hours out at the midday mark. So I think a lot of mixed offerings will continue to be the discussion here, Pot. So, I mean, Colburn on the left, Santiago on the right. Interesting mix-up of directions. I mean, first quarterfinal, everyone was going right. So now a split peak opportunity, and surfers will both get underway here. We'll focus on Colburn first as he uses the backhand on that right hand on offer. And just, well, a soft ending to wave number 2 for our man in the red singlet. And we'll wait and see what the judges throw numbers now for not only that opening ride, but now backup score as well for the Australian.
I'll tell you what wasn't soft was that first score for Mitchell Colburn. 9.0 straight out of the gates. Absolutely in attack mode right here in quarterfinal number 3. Mitchell Colburn finds that groove as we thought and capitalized with that opening wave. So a 9.0, what a great way to start. Let's have a look at his backup right now. This is his last wave we just saw on the backhand, mixing it up with a couple of beautiful turns. snaps it off the top again, and then just doesn't quite get that finishing move. But I'll tell you what, the damage has already been done with that 9.0. Santiago Muniz is going to have to play catch-up.
Wow. So Mitch Colburn, a new competitive life to his career here in 2015. Potsy finds himself 13th on the qualifying series rankings here as we reach into the middle of the year. And, of course, that goofy footer, he will have thrown a few results already. Not a great one at the Volcom Pro earlier in February with a 33rd. Then got some momentum out of the Hurley Australian Open with the 17th. And while we talk about Colburn's stats, let's look at that 9-pointer. This is his opening ride.
Yeah, beautiful wave here. Italo Ferreira would have paid big bucks for this wave. Big snap off the top right there. I love the second turn. Watch the attack mode right here. Straight up through the lip again. Just letting those fins free. Out on the open face, and then just sticks those fins deep into the face of the wave, throwing a lot of spray. Mitchell Colburn not finished yet, up and over that section, and finishes with a couple of nice little check turns right there. The Aussie on fire from the get-go.
Well, the power on display there with those first two hits there, Potts. So Colburn into the excellent range straight out the bat. And backs himself up. Only 6 minutes used up on the clock, and 9 and a 4.67 are the numbers for Mitch Colburn. Let's talk a little bit about Santiago Muniz's opener there, Potts. A 6.17 on that right-hander. A throwaway score on his second and third rides, but here we're picking him up now as he goes back to the right-hander at Ballito here with a big wall. Big crack opportunity there, a two-stage turn, and he goes down. So those are now three misinterpretations for Santiago Muniz. A 6.17 though to start, so he's got to now start quickly finding momentum.
Nice little backup, Gigs. A 7.51 is what's required from Santiago. He's been dropping bombs the entire event, so I have no doubt that he's going to come back at Mitchell Colburn, who has got to improve on that second ride. Mitch Colburn, a 4.67. That's not going to be enough in the quarterfinals to make it through.
No, so a lot of great surfing still to come. If you've just joined us, 22 minutes still remaining here on the final day of competition in quarterfinal number 3. We are Mitch Colburn and Santiago Muniz looking for that semi-final berth. Of course, our first semi-final now established with Aleo Muniz and Kaio Abeli will be contesting that semi number 1. So we are constructing semi number 2 for you here as we move into quarterfinal number 3. Santiago Muniz is trailing Mitch Colburn. Well, the young 22-year-old Muniz, brother of Alejo out of Mar del Plata, Argentina, originally now resides in Bombanijas, Santa Catarina. And, of course, that young natural footer getting a couple of numbers there. No real big unlocking results on the qualifying series. He did pick up a 25th at the Hurley Australian Open in Manly. And, well, not a great result at the Quicksilver Pro Saquarema just a few weeks back for this man. But now in quarterfinals, worst he can do is 5th here. It's going to be a useful result. 21 minutes to go, and a few bumps rolling into the bay here in Ballito again. We do want to see Santiago unlock another right-hander and get to work here. He's got to find numbers to match his 6.17 and more. And here he goes. Big ranging wall ahead, and that one's a little too fast as we move into the low tide part here. So Santiago possibly just a little frustrated here now, Potts.
Yeah, just, looks like he's trying to get himself into that rhythm. He's fighting it away, but, just timing is just a little bit off. Positioning just a little bit too deep, but Gigs, I dare say this is probably the biggest day of swell we've had. Finals day here. What an exciting way to finish.
Absolutely. Swell is at maximum here in the week that we have in Ballito, and this is Colburn on the backhand. Beautiful climb up on that second maneuver there, just weightless with that sort of core strength holding him through the lip glide there. That's going to make for some great reviews on the replay. But Colburn, in the meanwhile, wave number 3 now for the judges to think about. And dare we say it'll go up on a 4.67?
I think so. I think a little bit more dynamic. I think he locked in a few more turns on that 4.67, but that last wave there just a little bit more radical. Nice big backside vert, and as you said, that drop, that up and over the top at the end there, a little bit more critical. And that's what the judges want to see. Degree of difficulty. Let's have a look here. This opening turn was beautiful. Bangs it nice and tight there. Throws a lot of spray. Effortless surfing there from Mitchell Colburn. And I think the judges will deem that a better than a 4.67.
All right, so judges will be working on numbers, and you decide at home what you think it's worth. His previous ride, a 4.67, will go out the window and be replaced with that last ride you've just seen. And, having a look while the numbers drop in for Colburn at his run through 2015. We spoke about that 33rd at the Volcom Park Pro, a 17th at the Hurley Australian Open at Manly. And, Saquarema gave him a 25th. So lying 13th on the qualifying series, Mitch Colburn could very well be in the discussion at the end of the year.
Well, he's definitely on his way. He's just dropped a 7.33 on that last wave, so the judges are loving that attack, that seamless approach, just commitment to 2 solid turns, a 9 and a 7.33. So let's have a look here as he draws off the bottom. I love the way he just takes his time and fits these moves in nice and clean, bangs it off the top, throws a lot of spray. Very powerful surfer is Mitchell Colburn, and then straight up and over there. See how he used his body to get that momentum up and over the top with that free fall drop coming down with the lip, making that look nice and critical. 7.33 Santiago Muniz in a combo situation, Gigs.
Wow, who is writing the script here in Ballito? Mitch Colburn, a great roll of the dice there, a 7.33. Let's just go back quickly and discuss that quarterfinal number 2 in a little wrap-up. We'd been basically touting Italo Ferreira for an event win here, but smart surfing from Kaya Abeli, managing the conditions, picking out the lefts and rights. He did the great job, and he stitched the door closed for his fellow countrymen.
You know what I saw? I saw Kaya Abeli go out to the point by the rocks here, and he forced Italo Ferreira out of his comfort zone. He forced Italo Ferreira to come and play his game from the get-go, and then Kaya Abeli readjusted, changed his position in the lineup. He had Italo flustered from the beginning of the heat, and Italo was playing catch-up for the rest of the time. You could see the frustration slap in the water, came in a little bit early, so, unfortunately, Italo not on his game in that heat.
So master game plan from Kaya Abeli. We'll see him take on Aleo Muniz in a very exciting semi-final number 1. And, of course, we are marching straight through the proceedings here today. We're already in quarter-final number 3 this morning. And, 30-minute heats, you do the mathematics. This one's got 17 minutes remaining, then quarter number 4, and then straight into semi number 1. Now, some more beautiful conditions on offer here as we get to the 10 a.m. mark. And looking at these numbers, as we were just discussing their pots, combination situation, Santiago Muniz must find scores right up for heat combination totals of a 16.33. So he's got to find 8s now in the discussion.
Exactly right. He needs a pair of mid-range 8s, maybe even throw a 9 in there just for good measure, but it is a pretty solid 2-wave total required by him. The maximum score for a single ride is 10. So he cannot do it on one roll of the dice. If he gets a 10, then he's only looking for a 6.34. So the higher that next wave is, the easier the combination is for him to get out of. So Santiago Muniz, I've seen him drop big scores, as I said before, and a beautiful looking wave approach in the lineup.
All right, so we are just keeping an eye on our 2 surfers. First priority in this situation does belong to our surfer in white. And Santiago Muniz will get up and riding. This is more a mid-size right hand. It's going to just open up a little bit and not just shut down. And it opens up enough for Santiago to just lacerate that end section. So now part of the discussion possibly, Potts, does that go right up into the excellent, or does it become just a good score? We'll wait and see how the judges work on that. 15.5 now on the clock.
Well, he's got to go back to the drawing board. So he needs to replace both of his scoring rides here at the moment. 617 is one of those scoring rides. The other one, a very short, small one. So it is definitely a step in the right direction for Santiago Muniz. I think he needs to finish off with something special. He needs to have a bit more pizzazz. That opening maneuver, I loved it. I don't think he connected as well as he would have liked to at the end of that wave, and I'm being super critical right now. Bang, that turn right there. Throws the tail out, waited for it. Connected nicely, but needed a bit more projection maybe out of that turn. I think would have made that look a little bit more dynamic, but nevertheless, a step in the right direction.
Well, let's have a look and see what the judging panel builds for a score now, as they will have looked at a replay possibly and now contemplate a numerical value for that last ride of our surfer in white. Looking at the flow of the event, Santiago Muniz in the round before the quarterfinals took out Mark Lackamore in that exciting exchange. And going back further in the draw, Santiago Muniz in his round of 24 encounter in the three-man format took out Mitch Cruz and Goni Zubizarreta. So while we wait for scores from the judging panel for Santiago Muniz's last ride, we'll go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. It's the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. All right, so welcome back with 13 minutes remaining on the clock. A 717 checked in for Santiago Muniz. We were a little critical of his end section maneuver, but while not holding priority, he managed to unlock another one, and here's a better delivery from him.
Absolutely, way better. Watch this opening turn. I love that slashing maneuver from Santiago, and then gets a bit more rebound off that, gets a bit more projection through that turn, flicks the board. He said that one felt better. So Santiago Muniz, a 717 on his last wave, gets himself out of that combo situation, Gigs, now needing a 9.16. We've got a hit on our hands right now.
We've got a heat on our hands because judges will owe us now for that last wave. We'll pick it up again in a replay possibly, and can't help but thinking that the end section pot's way more stronger, a bigger statement. It's going to go higher than a 717.
Yeah, absolutely right, Gigs. Just that last turn, a little bit more dynamic. You know, you got more projection out. This opening maneuver right here was beautiful as well. 8.50. Snaps it off the top. Gets that little fin drift. And then you can see straight into this one. Bang. Nice and high. He wasn't fighting with the lip as much. Used it to get that projection out onto the open face. 8.50. Now, Santiago Muniz. A 784 required. It is, it's on, Gigs. It's on.
It's absolutely on. 11 and a half to go. Subjects of discussion now could be, do we see two brothers in a World Surf League event final? Because as the way the flow card flows, they are both on opposite sides of the draw in this quarterfinal stage of competition. So topic of discussion, Aleo Muniz will need to get past Kaio Ebeli in the semi-final number one. And if Muniz, the other Muniz, fights back here for a heat win over Mitch Colburn, well, all lots to think and talk about. 11 minutes on the clock, but Mitch Colburn still in the lead here in Ballito. His lead now a much lesser margin. Mitch Colburn, a 9 and a 7.33. Santiago Muniz now requires a 7.84. Right in the discussion here, Potts, with his last wave, an 8.5. Expect more from the man in the white singlet.
You know, that 8.5 underneath the priority of Mitchell Colburn, that was amazing. And Santiago, he's kind of stolen the momentum right now. Here he goes again.
Well, still under priority. Just a little inspection there. Potts, he's just keeping busy looking for opportunities. And, well, that work rate did unlock a 8.5. This last one will be a throwaway score. And a much higher work rate on the cards as well. Only 3 rides for Mitch Colburn, which, of course, he opened up like a dream heat. 9-point start. So 3 waves total, plays up against a 2, 4, 6, 8 wave total of Santiago Muniz. So Muniz has been on the catch up from the beginning and thus a much higher work rate, right?
You know, sometimes that's not a bad thing to start off behind and you know, trying to sort of get that sense of urgency. Mitchell Colburn's got to watch out he doesn't fall into that false sense of security where he's thinking to himself, okay, I've got the 9, I've got this thing in the bag, but hang on a sec. Mitchell Colburn with priority and one of the better looking waves I've seen so far today.
All right, big open wall ahead for Colburn. It's just a single wave in the set as well, so he'll sweep a backhand one, but now he'll attack the lip. That is more the powerhouse surfing of Colburn. We expect another big crack. And, well, a little acclaim there from Mitch. He likes it. First turn a bit soft, Potts. We'll go through that diagnosis soon. But I do think that, a 7.33, that's what he's trying to improve on.
I think it was better than his 7.33, only due to the size of the wave. I think maybe the attack wasn't as dynamic. Santiago Muniz with priority now, paddling into a bomb.
All right, well, we'll look at the replay in the meantime of Mitch Colburn and the wave that was live behind this, of course, a throwaway. So, Potts, check this out.
Bang, right there, nice and vertical. So a couple of good turns there for Mitchell Colburn. Have a look at that again. I mean, that was definitely worth another look at. It was a bigger set wave. It was one of those ones, gigs, that didn't have a lot of wall on it, so it sort of let Mitchell Colburn take his time and open with some nice turns. As you said, that first one maybe not as dynamic as he would have liked, but then unleashed a couple of good backup maneuvers.
All right, Mitch Colburn has unlocked his fourth rod, and in the meantime, in the center of your screen, we will lock into Santiago Muniz, mid-size right-hander now. He'll just get a rail burn to start. Now he's building speed. Expect something like that, and that was just supersonic. The landing goes awry, but wow, how was that?
Well, that was a lot of projection. That was a great rotation. Let's have a look at Mitchell Colburn's wave again. You can see a lot bigger. Just a check turn there to get things going. Bang, right there. That's where all the points are going to come from. And then backs it up with another nice vertical snap. So Mitchell Colburn thinking that is going to better his situation. 7.33 is required as this is Santiago Muniz. Have a look at this, racing. And then just goes for broke. Bang, look at the rotation on that. Almost pulled that one off.
Wow, so it's heating up here in quarterfinal number 3. Santiago Muniz and Mitch Colburn go blow for blow here with around the 7.5 minute mark on the clock. Exciting stuff here as everyone just loving it. These are the folks in the apartment blocks behind us here. A little bit of sort of mini surfers paradise vibe here in the coves of Ballito with the residential apartments and stuff. Makes for a beautiful amphitheater, right? Just golden.
Absolutely right. Every ounce of the beach is going to be taken up here very shortly. People are starting to crowd down. They know it's finals day. We're going to crown a champion here today. Who is it going to be? 2 Brazilians already into the semifinals. Alejo Muniz and Caio Labelli. Can we get 2 Aussies in there as well and have a battle?
Well, it's blow for blow here between Colburn in red and Santiago Muniz in the white. And gee, I'll tell you what, a replay of that Santiago Muniz's supersonic aerial will show he was dangerously close to making that.
Yeah, just he put so much into it. You know, the rotation was unbelievable. You can see how fast he's going, and then bangs it perfectly, gets the board nice and high. Look at the tail; he's about 4 foot out of the back of the wave. Perfect technique right there. And as he comes down, he lets go, and with that board connecting, that front foot comes off. You can see right there. So obviously Santiago Muniz just not pulling that one off. Scores coming through for Mitchell Colburn's last ride. It's not going to be enough to better his situation. So the situation will remain the same. Santiago Muniz looking for a 7.84.
Well, great visuals, and even if we do another roll of that slow-mo aerial there for our viewers, Potts, what could he have done wrong? I mean, if we technically break that down, just try and wrap up a conclusion that could have had a different result there. Maybe just stay more compressed.
Once the board comes around and connects, it's going to straighten up. His momentum was still going around. I think if you look carefully, I'd be interested to see if he's actually waxed all the way up to the nose, because that's where his foot came down. And you look at John Florence, he waxes his board all the way up to the nose. Why? Because when you do those big frontside airs, your front foot slides forward, and you don't want to get to that stage of the board where there's no wax. Maybe that's what happened. He slipped off. That front foot definitely came off the nose of the board. So maybe it was due to the severity of the rotation, and it could be also a factor of having no wax up there.
All right, so let's have another little diagnosis of this aerial that goes completely supersonic high.
I mean, everything he did, everything right. Connected perfectly, grabbed the rail. Now, you watch his front foot. You see how his front foot's starting to get up towards the front of the board. As the board comes round, those fins grab and straighten up. That front foot just kept going back around and slipped right off. So maybe no wax on the nose of the board. maybe let go the grab a little bit too early. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong.
All right, here we go. Let's see what can go right for Mitch Colburn. It'll be a two-turn opportunity. He'll just a little flared square out a re-entry off that solid section there. Not sure that's going to be a banking score. And, well, having a look at Mitch Colburn's, that other backhand maneuver that we diagnosed, a 6.97 that did not eventually appear in his top two. So Mitch Colburn remains on the same leading value of a 6.33. Now we are inside that 5-minute mark. In fact, closer now to 4 minutes remaining. And Mitch Colburn hanging on to that lead. Requirements again to remind you, a 7.84 for Santiago Muniz in white. And he does hold first priority. So a very important 4 minutes about to unfold here for the brother of Alejo. And let's see if Mitch Colburn can grit his teeth for what will be his best result of 2015.
Yeah, we've got Alejo right down in front of us. You can see him scratching his head, going, "What has he got to do? Where's he got to sit?" You can see him keep on relocating him up the beach, waving his arms, making sure he's in the right place. Alejo's come out with a win this morning, so knows exactly what to expect out there. And I'm sure he's channeling all the energy possible for Santiago.
Well, Santiago simply just wants to redo his last ride. Yeah, just 2 big hits. He got an 8.5 out of the panel for his last counting ride. It was just a slight glitch in a similar type of way for the 7.17. So an 8.5 is going to really unlock it for Santiago. Requirements of a 7.84, 3 minutes remaining. And there's your overview as we lock up quarterfinal. Number 4 starts to hit the water. It will be an all-Australian encounter. Davy Cathles will take on Solly Bailey for another exciting heat here in Ballito. It's all going according to plan on the final day of competition. Winds will remain light, variable, no real onshore breeze expected in the forecasts. In fact, it will puff out of the south as we get towards the end of the day, but that won't really pertain to our conditions. There you can see virtually windless conditions here. The flags are barely getting 2 knots, 3 knots of sea breeze. So it's all set for a great day's wrap up here.
Yeah, Giggs, talk to me about the tides. Tides looks like it's going out. It's going to get better.
Well, we have just come off the king tides here in South Africa, as we have around the planet, with that full moon now waxing gibbous. And the reality is that a high tide is way off. The low tide's still an hour and a half to go, so around the midday mark for that low. Tidal variance here on the east coast of South Africa is about 5 feet. So you'll see a fair amount of water fill back into the bay. But around 5.25 feet is the tide difference between low and high here, Potts.
It's about 1.5 meters worth of water.
Yeah, so it will have a dampening effect in the late afternoon, but looking at the schedule, the way we're running, we should get to the semis at around an hour after the low. So it's looking all good here with this final day. 90 seconds on the clock, Mitch Colburn in the lead, and this is an important decision about to unfold for Santiago Muniz. Big crack. Now he's trying to replicate his previous ride, and he'll flare it right out.
Oh!
And he's somewhere in there. And the beach gasps. Now, did he just overspice it a little bit? Too much spice in the cooking pot right there. Should he have just kept a standard dish on the menu? We'll wait and see now. 1 minute remaining. Is there another part to the story?
Easy for us to say sitting up here in the booth, Giggs, but excuse me, I think he had to go for it. That first turn was beautiful, but needed something special right at the end there for sure.
Well, it is almost safe to say that Santiago Muniz has thrown that opportunity, probably overcooking that last attempt. Maybe if he just backed it off, and Potts will take us through that analysis shortly. There was that 7.84 requirement on offer on that ride.
He started everything well. I mean, that opening turn was beautiful. You know, he did 2 solid turns and got an 8.5. So, you know, maybe that was in the back of his mind. Maybe he thought the strength of that first turn wasn't enough and needed something special. But definitely going for it on that last turn, let me tell you. He almost pulled it off too.
Absolutely. So close is close. With now this heat wrapping down, it looks like we'll wait for that number to become official, but that last ride of a Santiago Muniz will become a throwaway. And on screen is it should be your heat winner. This is Mitch Colburn. He's going to find a berth in the semi-finals here in Ballito. So this is going to be a great visit to South Africa for the Goofy Footer.
I tell you what, hasn't he flown under the radar? You know, all this attention's been on the Alejo Muniz, Italo Ferreira, the Brazilian Storm. Mitchell Coburn saying, watch out, there's a Australian cyclone coming right now. And he has made it right through to the semi-finals. Did an unbelievable aerial yesterday afternoon to move through. I'm loving the way he's surfing. He's got that casual yet radical approach. He's going to be dangerous.
Absolutely. So Mitch Colburn finds a place in the semi-finals here in South Africa. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back for quarterfinal number 4 from Ballito. Well, I'll tell you what, hold the ad breaks because we're straight into the action here. We are now watching quarterfinal number 4 unfold. Solly Bailey, an all-Australian quarterfinal, takes on Davy Cathels. Another exciting encounter here. And having a look at Cathels and Bailey's progress through the event, Solly Bailey yesterday took out a fellow Aussie in Connor O'Leary. So there we are. Cathels wears red, Solly Bailey in white. And we're straight into the action here in this quarters. Having a look again at Solly Bailey's journey through the event. Bailey did take out Jadson Andre and Heitor Alves in his round 24 encounter, and then sneaked by Connor O'Leary in the round of 16. So Solly Bailey also, you said that Mitch flying under the radar. Well, I'll tell you what, Solly Bailey got his own set of military tactics at play here.
Yeah, as is Davy Cathels too, taking down Michael Rodriguez, and then accounting for Heitor Alves as well. So here we go. This is the replay of the opening ride from Solly Bailey. That's not going to be a keeper for him. Just get the feet in the wax. Get rid of those butterflies in the stomach. It is quarterfinals. The winner moves through to the semis to catch up with Mitchell Colburn. So we are going to have 2 Aussies in semi-final number 2.
Yep, that's going to be so actually 2 Brazilians in semi number 1, 2 Aussies in semi number 2. So we're spreading it around the planet.
So you can say we're going to have a Brazilian and an Aussie in the final.
That's how.
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, you should have done some bets on the horse races there yesterday, Potts. Of course, yesterday a very fancy day here in South Africa with the July Handicap, one of the big horse races from the colonial days all the way through. That's in about its 100th and something edition. Meanwhile, we're in the 47th edition of the professional surfing event here. Originally the Gunston 500, then through the Mr. Price chapters, and now into the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong as we reach 2015. And Cathels will just sneak into a great tube ride. Now, we haven't seen many of those this year in 2015 because the sandbars have been a little untoward, but a great tube ride to become part of the discussion for the judging panel here. And clean as a whistle there.
Yeah, the great positioning there for Davy Cathels, and the ability to change it up. You know, he dropped into that wave thinking he was going to do a couple of turns, and really changed it up on the fly, and ended up getting a nice little barrel. You can see, watch it, drops down. Oh, okay, let's get the barrel, pulls in nice and clean there. It wasn't too deep, it didn't disappear, so it's not going to be a huge score. But yeah, nice little wave there for Davy Cathels, just to kick things off. He'll get the better of that opening exchange.
Well, we'll wait and see what kind of numbers the judges put on the cards for Cathels in the tube with a little crack on the open face. And in the meantime, let's go down and get some thoughts from Mitch Colburn, who finds himself moving to the semi-finals. Down to you, Jared.
That was picked up on the beach.
All right, we're down here on the beach with winner of quarterfinal number 3, defeating Santiago Muniz, Mitch Colburn from Australia. Mitch, take us through those conditions, man. What a tough heat.
Yeah, for sure. It's conditions have changed again today, so it was either off the point or in front of the rocks, and I'm just glad I started my heat down there and got a sneaky little left against Santiago. He's a pretty gnarly competitor.
So, Mitch, obviously going through to the semi-finals, just one more heat away from the final, and hearten your throat, I think, just to get through that one last heat.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to the next heat against one of these boys that are out there now, and just going to watch it all unfold.
We've had a chat with Al Hunt. You've also moved way up into the rankings, and it's an all-Aussie quarterfinal number 4, so you're going to come up against one of these boys, and you must be stoked for the Australian flag.
For sure, a little Aussie versus Brazilian final, so looking forward to it.
Well, there you have it. Mitch Colburn doing a fantastic job, eliminating one of the crazy Muniz brothers. All the best. We'll catch you later.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so the stage is set here in South Africa for an exciting wrap up to a great week of competition. And you are joining us in quarterfinal number 4. Of course, now Mitch Colburn progressing through to semi-final number 2. He'll take on one of these two surfers, Davy Cathels or Solly Bailey. Stay with us as we deconstruct this quarter number 4.
Yeah, nice little turn off the top there. Bangs it and just goes for a little bit too much at the end there, throwing the tail out the back of the wave and not pulling that one off there. So a couple of mistakes at the beginning of this heat. And just some small scores there for Solly Bailey. Davy Cathels with a 5.0, the only wave of substance.
All right, so the substance was that tube ride from Cathels. And Potts, look, point to note, it did kind of shampoo him at the end there. Not a particularly big wave. So judges reached for a 5, a mid-range score. We haven't seen a lot of tube, so it would be interesting just to see what kind of indication they were going to throw at that as a point of discussion.
Yeah, I think if you're going to get big scores for the barrel gigs, I think it's got to be a deep one. You've got to disappear completely. We watch how critical they are with maneuvers. They've got to be as critical with the tube ride, even though there hasn't been many for them to go into the excellent range on a barrel. It's got to be on a bigger set wave. It's got to be deep. And he's got to disappear for quite some time.
All right. So with these swells in a relatively steady rhythm, we should see some more split peak opportunities. Now, we're going to do a wide shot here for those of you who can pick up the surfer. To the left of screen is Davy Cathels requesting scores. But now Solly Bailey is strategically paddling about 80, 90 yards to the south, and he'll go further than that all the way to the end of the rock point there. So let's have a look at what Solly Bailey comes up with as he completely redirects himself in the lineup here, Potts.
Yeah, just mixing it up. Obviously, checking that it's a little bit slower down here right now. That tide is on the way out, so it is going to kind of take a little bit of that size with it, but it's going to start breaking more consistently out towards the rock there. So an interesting situation. Looks like a little wave already approaching for Solly Bailey. So this could be a really good move for him. And it looks like not a bad one either. So you can see starting to paddle for it right now. Solly Bailey, having a look at this one, Giggs.
Well, Potts, I tell you what, he's in a completely different part of the lineup. This is where we saw a little bit of quarterfinal number 1 unfolding. Bailey now with a bit of an open wall, and it was a little fat there earlier. Now the tide has dropped enough for that wave just to hold up a little consistency. And you know what? He squares it up. It's a fair delivery. And with really nothing prior to that except a 2.5 and a 1.77, strategic decision from Solly Bailey to pick up on the other option in the lineup here. And, we'll see how that fares up against that 5-point tube ride of Cathels.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, a great move here. As soon as he got there, this wave showed up for him too. Big snap off the top to kick things off. Another nice gouging maneuver right there. So 2 solid turns already. Little check turn and then finished off, maybe not as radical as he wanted to, but just making sure he capitalized on that wave. He didn't want to waste that all the way to the end and then fall. Solly Bailey is definitely going to post his best score.
All right, so that was at around the 22-minute mark. There's the overview. That set of rocks on right of screen is where Bailey picked up that right-hander. And, this man on screen, Davy Cathels, about 100 yards over to the north, which is left of screen. So there we go, overview. Right-handers coming off the rocks to the right, and then multiple mixed peaks on offer in front of the judges here. Cathels on the backhand, no stranger because he comes out of the Narrabeen region. Will just bang away there for a series of turns that one can't help but feel he didn't really get a clean opportunity to heavily unleash anything there, but he'll say goodbye to a 0.2 as one of his counting scores. So constructive interaction here between our two competitors at around the 21-minute mark, and we are watching with interest for the scores for Solly Bailey and Davy Cathels on this encounter.
Yeah, Davy just trying to keep his work rate up. Big snap there, mid-face turn. Nice floater maneuver, and then don't know how he made that right there. That was great technique there from Davy Cathels. I honestly believe his backhand is his weapon. You know, growing up in North Narrabeen, probably surfs more left-handers than he does on his forehand. So that would be way more finely tuned. And I think sometimes, when you surf on your backhand, you limit your opportunities, your options, but here he goes now.
Well, he must have heard you, Potts, because he's going to throw that backhand at the judging panel again. He's picked up on this runner on the inside. Just another working wave for the man from North Narrabeen. And Cathals will give now the judges 2 backhand deliveries to think about. Second one a little smaller, but nice and tight. Good delivery, keeps the momentum going, Potts.
No, absolutely right. And I was about to say, when these guys go on their backhand, it sort of limits the amount of maneuvers that they can do. So they focus more on those good big backside maneuvers. So a lot of the times you end up with better scores.
Well, there you can see another rumbling left coming in front of the judging panel here. So that's your overview of the lineup here in Ballito. Let's have a look at how Cathals put that second one together.
Yeah, nice opening maneuver. Nice and vertical right there. I think got a little stuck right there. Didn't quite get that backside rotation off the top there, but have a look at outside. Huge sets coming through right now. Solly Bailey in prime position for this first one. Is he going to go? He should let it go. There we go. He let that go. Now he's going to turn around and he's going to see a wall of water approaching.
All right, so the overview that Potts is talking about here. Potts, I think this one's going to be too big, and it is. It's going to range through the lineup. No opportunities for either Cathals in red nor Bailey in white there. And judges will continue to just think of those numbers there for Solly Bailey. And that one that he picked up off the point, Potts, it's become reality now. It's a 6.33 right in the discussion.
Well, I tell you what, if I was Solly Bailey, I'd get my butt straight back up there because that was a good score. The highest scoring wave of the heat so far. At the moment, Davy Cathals, he's got the lead due to a pair of 5s, a 5.0 on his opening wave and a 5.57 on that second left-hander that he got, or the first left-hander he got, I should say. Solly Bailey, he's only looking for a 4.24.
All right, so strategic decisions now for our 2 surfers in this quarterfinal. Number 4, one of these 2 surfers will take on Mitchell Colburn for an All-Australian semi-final. Number 2. And we will wait and see what unfolds here. Now, 18 minutes remaining on the clock. Davy Cathals in the lead. And as you mentioned there, Potts, no real big numbers. A 5.57 and a 5 for your heat leader. And the single best ride, Solly Bailey, a 6.33 off the rock point. And now Solly Bailey is just mixing it up on the same peak as Cathals again. So we'll see if he makes another decision. But in the meantime, here we go, mid-sized right-hander. Cathals will go for the first and second turns. He'll absolutely free fall that second one in a beautiful synchronized flow. And we'll see if he can up a score from a 5 for a counting ride here. Now this leaves Solly Bailey out the back. And this is a glassy mid-morning conditions here. And this looks like a tapered wall. Bailey, big carve to start. Now that wave finds the inside bank. And I tell you what, it's a great delivery from Solly Bailey. He didn't have to go back to the rock point. He picked up a nugget straight in the middle of the beach.
Well, that he did. Davy Cathals connected quite well on his as well. That last turn came into that and got a lot of projection out of the lip. It wasn't an aerial maneuver, but just the force and power that he used to hit that lip there just projected him out on the open face. Let's have a look at it. Nice opening snap right there. You can see right here, boom, just free fell out of the sky. So nice little 2 maneuver combo there for Davy Cathals. It is pumping right now, Gigs. It's buttery conditions, not a breath of wind, and the swell is on the rise. So we're in for a great semi-finals and finals today. Let's have a look at Solly Bailey's wave here. Opens up with a big layback gouging maneuver, a bit more power. Snaps it off the top and gets a 2-for-1 combo right there, finishing off nicely. So, Solly Bailey looking to back that 6.33 up. I think he's done a great job.
Wow, exciting encounter there. Crisp surfing from Cathals, but a bigger, more solid delivery from Solly Bailey. And, well, both of these surfers will embrace that semi-final opportunity. And, well, at this stage, judges now working on that exchange. Cathals on the first of it, and Solly Bailey with more to offer as the second part of that discussion. Geez, I'll tell you what, another replay of Solly Bailey's wave, possibly. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this, because now this looks similar for Cathals. Big tapered wall. You spoke about the buttery conditions here, Potts, and Cathals will swoop into the second combination. Now there's opportunity on the inside. Gets a jam there as it moves through to the inside. So, wow, the action continues.
Absolutely. That tide is just dipping nicely. It's starting to peak up in one spot. We're seeing a little bit more opportunity for these guys to really unleash some turns. Davy Cathell's scores dropping for him. It's going to be a mid-range 6.
All right, so
As
we are
we
just
see-
watching conditions here.
Yep.
Now let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, Davy Cathell's nice opening turn right there. Slashes back and then drops down the bottom, bang off the top again, and then goes over that little double up section. So he's looking to there it is, a 6.67 on his last wave. He's going to back that up, but hang on a second. Solly Bailey about to drop a bomb on Davy Cathell's.
Absolutely. Well, those numbers now peppering in pots. And look, it was fairly obvious to our viewing audience that the bigger wave and this big 3-turn combination from Solly Bailey will be the best contributing effort of the heat. And check this number out.
7.83 for Solly Bailey. Wow, the judges were kind of divided with that, Gigs. 8.3 was the highest, the 7.0 was the lowest. So you drop those two out, you even out the other three, and it's a 7.83. Solly Bailey into the lead. Davy Cathell's 7.50 required. Let's have a look at Davy Cathell's last ride. Nice slashing maneuver there. Not quite as vertical as you would have hoped. And again, just a sort of a cutback maneuver and then finished off nicely. So maybe not that vertical face that he would have hoped for, because that gives it that more radical feel.
Well, Cathell's delivers another roll of the dice for the judges. His previous one, the 667, and we'll wait and see as they throw a number on that. Requirements, as you said, their pots are 7.5, and of course Bailey earning a 783 with the big 3-turn combination out the back. It's exciting times here with 14 minutes now on the clock. We are at the just under the midpoint of the heat, and we'll wait and see for numbers to come in, and does it meet the requirements? Oh, it just slips over the hurdle at a requirement of a 7.5. It is a 7.6. This is a ding-dong battle. Cathell's in the lead again.
Wow. Now, Solly Bailey, tell you what, the pressure's now well and truly on his shoulders. 13 and a half minutes to go. 6.44 required from Solly Bailey. Davy Cathell's, his last 2 rides have been his keepers. Let's have a look at that again. You can see him dropping down here, draws off the bottom, takes his time. Nice clean bottom turn into that nice gouging maneuver right there. Throwing a lot of spray, draws off the bottom again. Cuts back into that white water, bounces off it, gets a bit of speed, bit of a catapult down the line, and then finishes nicely with a radical snap right there and over the sort of that double up section. So 7.60, the judges loved it.
Wow, let's compare that to the 783 here, Potts.
Gouging maneuver there. So a little bit more radical on the opening turn for Solly. And again, another big snap. But this is that 2-for-1 combo. Mid-face turn. Jams it into that white water right there and free fall drop. So 0.2 better.
All right, well, with the best 2 scores delivered there, one for Solly Bailey, a 7.83, and Davy Cathell's a 7.6. There'll be more for us as we move to 12 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 4. Stay with us. We'll go to a short break and we'll be back to wrap up the quarterfinals from Ballito. Well, I tell you, life is definitely better in board shorts here in Ballito. It's winter in the southern hemisphere here in South Africa. but it is warm in this subtropical region. We are in the Quadacooza coastline, just north of Durban on the east coast of South Africa. You're joining us in quarterfinal number 4. It's an all-Australian affair and a great ding-dong battle between Davy Cathels and Solly Bailey. You're joining us with Cathels back in the lead after a strong points delivery from Solly Bailey for a 7.83. Cathels replies with a 7.6, and it's a marginal heat lead. So requirements for our young Australian in white, Solly Bailey, a 6.44. Pot's exciting part of quarterfinal number 4 here, about to unfold with 10 still on the clock.
Well, you look at all the quarterfinals, we've had some ding-dong battles from the get-go. Kanoe Garashi, Aloha Muniz, that was a great battle. Idolo Ferreira, Kaya Labelli, fantastic there as well. Mitchell Colburn, Santiago Muniz, I mean, they've all been firecracker of heats, and this one is no different. Seesaw battle here from both these guys. At the moment, the difference is that backup. Solly Bailey with a 6.33 and Davy Cathels with a 6.67. So it always comes down to everyone's going to get that one good wave, but it's the strength of that backup that is so important.
Absolutely, and as Potts says there, both surfers with the great numbers to hold on to in the mid-range 7s and above that. So Davy Cathels leads the heat. The young surfer from Narrabeen started surfing at the tender age of 9, and well, as I say, mixed results for him as he comes here with it. He did pick up a 17th at the Oakley Lowers Pro at Trestles a little earlier on. Arrives at the Ballito event ranked 14th. And, well, the worst that he can do is pretty much maintain his rankings here for around the 14th position on the qualifying series. If he is to fall out of the discussion here in quarterfinal number 4, of course, Solly Bailey will catapult right up to a minimum of 25th on the qualifying series. He did arrive here around the 25th mark as well. So both surfers will hold steady in their rankings, which is always, a result to bank, so to speak. The young surfer from Byron Bay, of course, only 20 years old, is Solly Bailey. And his results, also a mixed one here in 2015. Did get a Sunset Beach Pro Junior runner-up earlier on in the year. So he's also the ASP, the former ASP, Australasia Junior Champion. So both of these surfers with their sleeves to roll up here. 8 minutes still remaining on the clock. We've had no rides now, a little bit of a lull in the rhythm of the ocean, but as we did mention, we are moving towards the low tide mark now, just over an hour and a touch away here in South Africa.
Gigs, I see bombs.
We have an elevated position here, so we can just subtly mention, which the beach commentators, of course, can't. They are not allowed to mention anything about approaching sets, but we can spot a couple of numbers moving into the lineup. And, well, guess what? Here we go. More action in quarterfinal number 4. Davy Cathels will attack early, possibly a little too early here, Potts, because he did roll the dice with a number of waves stacking out into the deeper water.
Gig's biggest set of the day right now is about to hit the lineup. Solly Bailey, we can hear whistles on the beach trying to get him into position. It is a cracker of a set coming through right now. Look at the size of this wave. The jet ski goes over it. Solly Bailey's going to be a little bit too inside for that first one. He's going to let it go, and he's going to be greeted with another wave behind it. Wow, look at the size of that.
Well, that looks a little more like the Ballito we've come to know over the last 5 years of competition here. Of course, a relocation of the event from the Durban beachfront in 2009. The Mr. Price Pro of the time would choose this region, care of the influence of surfers like Pierre Tosti from that company at the time. And, well, great decision to use this surfers lineup in Ballito. Big sets here on offer on the east coast of South Africa. Those two possibly Pots a little too big, but just a testimony to what is out in the deeper water for later on in the day.
Yeah, this was Davy Cathels further down the beach, just trying to extend his lead there, trying to replace that 6.67. He's not going to do it with that. So back to the drawing board. That was a solid size set that literally cleaned up both our competitors. So they'll try and relocate themselves. 6 minutes, just over 6 minutes remaining. So plenty of time for Solly. 6.44 requirement.
We did mention the warmer subtropical climate here in Ballito. As I say, we are high up. We're 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay. Just for a geographical reference for you folks who've never been to the area. So east coast of South Africa, half an hour, about 50 kilometers. What's that, about 35 miles north of the original home of the event down in Durban. So Ballito is the area, and it's a beautiful, very New South Wales looking region. For those of you who want another geographical reference, granite coves, sandy beaches, and of course a popular holiday destination for a lot of the inland vacation makers here, about 4.5 hours to Johannesburg. And of course, the local airport here is the King Shaka International Airport, which became activated when we had the 2010 World Cup Soccer. So lots of infrastructure, lots of positive stuff going on the northern coast of KwaZulu-Natal here. 5 minutes remaining now, and Davy Cathell's Potts seems to have just held his nerve, and he is holding on to that lead. Solly Bailey's requirements, as we spoke about, a 6.44. Both surfers banking mid to high range sevens. So, Potts, you used the words earlier. It's all about the backup score.
That's correct. That's what both these guys are trying to do right now, is improve on that. Davy Cathell's trying to increase that gap. Solly Bailey trying to close that gap. At the moment, his backup's a 6.33. He needs a 6.44. So not too much better than his backup is what's required. The thing that is kind of against him right now is the time. Gigs just over 4 minutes remaining.
So 14.27 is the heat total for David Cathell's, and a 14.16 separating Solly Bailey from that lead. It's decimal scores here with 4 minutes remaining, and now another mid-sized wave approaching the lineup here. First priority does belong to our surfer in white, and he'll just let Cathell's have a sniff at that. And, well, he wouldn't have ticked the priority judge off because he didn't use his arms. He just did a glide there. We heard Scott Turnbull talking about the delicacies and the subtleties of the priority judge. But no lunging motion for that wave. No change to any priorities. Solly Bailey holds first priority, remains in that second place position, requiring a 6.44. It's a tight affair here between an all-Australian lineup.
Just over 3 to go. There's waves coming. There's definitely some sets in the water there. Right off the point, though, that's kind of where it's hitting at the moment. And let's see if these waves do swing down towards that inside section where the boys are sitting. It looks like it's going to. Is Solly Bailey going to see it in time, though, and readjust his position in the lineup? Here he goes over the wave. Now he sees it. Now he starts to paddle. Davy Cathell's looks like he's in a little bit of a better position. Solly Bailey kicking and scratching.
All right, it looks like Solly Bailey is almost in position. He's not, and now the door opens for Cathell's, holding second priority a little further down the line. Glassy conditions here. Cathell's around the corner, and that wave has just muted and changed shape. A little morph there in that wave as it found the bank, and now 2.5 to go. Cathell's will remain in the lead. Bailey remains second. No changes to any situations. 2.5 minutes remaining in this, the last of the quarterfinals. And wow, we have a great semi-1. We will bleed straight into semi-final number 1. Coming up next will be an all-Brazilian encounter, Leo Muniz, who is in form and now holding the qualifying series number 1 slot here in Ballito, and moving into the rest of the calendar year will take on a very informed Caio Abelli, who squeaked past Italo Ferreira. So great semi-final number 1 coming up next. We are down now, Potts, to 1 minute 45 in this quarter number 4. Cathell's leads, Solly Bailey second. The young Australian in white, Solly Bailey, requires a 6.44, and we are having a little look out to the horizon here, and dare I say that big set that rolled through's left just a little bit of a vacuum behind it. Not sure if we'll see something more from our two surfers with now 90 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't look like these guys are going to get another shot, but you never know what's going to happen. There's a little tiny bump starting to move through right now. Solly Bailey, 6.44 is what's required. 14.27 to 14.16. Doesn't get any closer than that. Only marginally difference. Here we go. There's a little bit of a wave now starting to approach the lineup. Down to that 1 minute left. I think the bump behind this one could be a go for Solly Bailey. Can he dodge a bullet? Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat? Seconds remaining.
And so
here he goes.
Let's have a look at this. It's going to come to him. And here we go, folks. This is an all-important ride for this man, Solly Bailey. He's looking for a 6.44. This wave is not a huge one. He'll need something special. He'll just square it up on the lip. And, well, a last roll of the dice there and a few sighs from the commentary guys here. And, well, 20 seconds remaining. And is that all we wrote in quarterfinal number 4? It looks to be that way. Certainly Potts, that score, not part of the discussion, nor anywhere close to the requirement of the 6.44.
Definitely not. And that's a 1.63 there for Solly Bailey. Unfortunately, not enough. And moving through, the boy from Narrabeen. He's going to be a happy little camper, that's for sure.
Wow, so we are through the quarterfinals, and David Cathels, it's an official result. It's a squeaky victory over Solly Bailey. So as he moves into an all-Australian semi-final number 2. But stay with us. We'll be back for semi-final action. We will call in Todd Klein and Scott Turnbull to take you through that semi.
We are back live here into semifinal number 1 at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong in semifinal number 1. We'll see an all-Brazilian matchup here. Aleo Muniz in the red up against Caio Abelli in the white. My name's Todd Klein. Alongside me, Scott Turnbull. As the tide continues to pull out, Scott, we're seeing improving conditions. We've seen a couple barrels, but more importantly, we're seeing a lot of vertical face here, allowing these guys to get critical on their maneuvers.
Tide's going down, performance is going up, Todd. Amazing exchange in that last sort of heat, just blow for blow, seesawing back and forth. I expect nothing less from the two Brazilians in this semi-final. Caio Abelli, Alejo Muniz has been surfing really solidly this morning and all event as well. So look forward, as you said, Todd, with this dropping tide, steeper faces. The boys are going to go absolutely vertical as part of the event. We saw Santiago going to the air. We know Alejo might as well.
Welcome to all our viewers around the world. This is Finals Day. We will crown a new champion here in 2015. We had 5 surfers who had won this event in the past participating here in 2015. We're into the semifinals. They have all lost as we look at surfer in red, Aleo Muniz, sitting off the rocks now. Carves off that first turn, goes straight into that big critical section there and pulls it off cleanly. So 2 quick maneuvers there, getting the better of that opening exchange, the surfer in red, Aleo Muniz.
We saw cat and mouse earlier on in the first two quarterfinals of the day. The guys going back and forth. Those last heats, the guys have been down the beach as we see down there now. Kai.
Now we're going to look into a barrel here as he pulls up high and tight, driving. Can he keep the momentum to come out? It's still spinning, but unfortunately I think he's already gone down unless he pulls out a Houdini. And unfortunately he's unable to come out of that one. Maybe got a little bit too greedy, dragging, stalling a little bit too much. But it was a good opportunity there for him to tuck underneath, but couldn't come out.
Well, that's what he needs to do, and he knows that. Early days, he can start risking things at the start of this heat. He would have seen Alejo's wave up the point, knows that won't go into the excellent range. That thing had a little corner on it. We mentioned earlier today that Kai has been seeking out those barrels, nailed a few this morning. So let's just have a look at the first of Alejo's in this exchange. Up the point, interestingly enough. Still a little bit soft in terms of the face here. Now it starts to steepen up. That thing does close out, and he gets a jam turn in there. So a bit of a softer one on the first turn, jams that end section. Not a bad little opener for Alejo Muniz. And we saw Kai down the beach really travelling in that barrel, but unfortunately coming unstuck, Todd.
Yeah, it's like a big maneuver, it's exciting for the crowd, but unfortunately if you don't make it, the scores aren't going to be what you want to keep into your score line. So since he didn't make that barrel, don't look for a big score. There it is. It's a 1.43 for last of Caio Abelli. He's opened up with 2 small scores, a 1.00 and a 1.43. And, we have 26 minutes, 41 seconds to go. This is semifinal number 1, and we just wrapped up quarterfinal number 4. The winner of that heat going into semifinal number 2, and the winner is standing by for his post-heat interview.
All right, we're down here live on the beach with winner Davey Cathels from that last heat. Davey, through to the semi-finals. You must be so pumped.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Stoked with that. The waves are pretty good. Tide's getting lower, and Solly Bailey got some good waves. He's been surfing good all week, so I'm just glad to get through that one in the semi-finals.
So, Davey, you came into this contest ranked 39th on the QS, and as of this morning, before your quarterfinal, you're up to 14th. With this result, you might even crack into the top 10. How does that make you feel going to the second half of the year?
Yeah, it feels good. But still 2 more heats to go, so let's go.
So up against Mitch Colborne up next. You going to change any strategy out there with the different conditions?
Not really. I think I'm just going to get out there and just try and wait for the best wave and try and surf them best.
Well, there you have it, Davey Cathels from Australia. Great win out there for the Aussies. It's an all-Aussie affair in semi-final number 2. All the best, bud.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Davey Cathels getting the win there in quarterfinal number 1 over Solly Bailey, another fellow countryman from Australia. It's unfortunate that the 2 Australians were matched up in quarterfinal number 4. Now in semi-final number 2, as indicated there, we're going to have an all-Australian matchup, similar to what we're seeing right now in the water, an all-Brazilian matchup, and Red is up and riding. Another nice looking wave as he goes up and slams that first section. Now he generates speed down the line, drifts the tail up and over that section, and slams that final maneuver there. Unfortunately, he can't pull it off. Now further down the way there in the beach break, he had a look there. It was Kiowa Belly having a look on that same exact wave just further down the line. Didn't like what he saw, so he doesn't go. But his opening wave for Alejo Moniz comes through at a 5.67, so setting the tone over there on that rock outcropping right now. The biggest scores coming out of that area.
Yep, much better opener. Better wave then than his opening wave. Managed to get sort of 3 turns on that one, going for broke and coming unstuck on the last one. But the boys at the pointy end of the draw now, recognising they need to go big, and we're seeing that. Kaya Belly getting into the barrel and really stalling, holding on for all dear life, and Alejo Moniz just going for absolute broke on that last turn. He's been sticking those all week. Unfortunately for him, coming unstuck on that one there. So we talked about it in the early heats today in the quarterfinals, how strategies come into play. We've seen Alejo up the point, Kaya Belly down the way. Interestingly, he paddled out to sea to chase that big one that came through, but actually went a little too far out, and there wasn't one behind it. So we'll just watch, as you see on screen now, from the right-hand side where those rocks are, that's where Alejo Moniz was, and he's now paddled down the point. Looks like he's trying to drift up next to Kaya Belly, which is interesting because he does have second priority, Todd. So that means that Kaya Belly is going to have first choice of waves that come through in that area where it looks like they're going to try and share the waves.
23 minutes on the clock, seeing improving conditions throughout this morning. We started out things this morning as the sun rose on a very high tide. Full moon in the area. Water was right up, about 15 feet here from the tower, and now it's really pulled out. High tide was at 5:41 a.m. Low tide coming up at 11:53 a.m., and should see continuing improvements of the conditions. Local time right now, to give you a perspective of where we're at, 10:54 a.m., so we got about 1 hour to go until we're on that dead low. If the conditions, as far as the winds go, stay at bay, we're going to have a fantastic final coming up here shortly, and we will crown a champion here in 2015 at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong.
Yeah, so that we talked to that low tide that you mentioned, Todd, will mean that we're going to have steeper faces on the wave. I hope it just doesn't have the opposite effect in terms of the waves slowing up and that the guys do get enough opportunity to get busy. We certainly saw that last heat, just exchange after exchange. The boys talked about the backup scores because the boys had lots of high scoring waves. So hoping again this heat does present that. We're just looking at the window up the point where we get the advantage to see those indicators. It does look like we do have some sets on the horizon, which will hopefully be in the lineup shortly.
I think you could be spot on, Scott. It's pretty common around the world, and even over this week span that we've been here for the Ballito Pro, is that as that tide does go lower, we see more vertical face, but it does slow things down a little bit as far as the consistency goes. I think we may see that. However, we do have a lot more swell today, so hoping that we continue to see the consistency that we have been seeing throughout the morning, even though it is going lower tide. But the upside is that there'll be less water on this sandbar. Waves will be more powerful. We may even see more barrels. And if yesterday was any indication of what we'll see on that low tide, we should see some above-the-lip surfing here in the semifinals and finals.
Yeah, I caught up quickly with Mitch Colborne after his quarterfinal win, and he said it was quite tricky out there. It was a little bit more difficult than what it looked. It is clean conditions, so the guys are able to read the wave really well, hold their rail in the face. But We'll have a look here at Alejo on this one.
Yeah, that was Alejo's. Having a look there at that one would have been his third wave. His second score comes through to 4.17. He has changed his mind, though. He's pulled off that rock outcropping. Now he's down here on the beach break as we look at Kiowa Belly now going on a left. Jams it up through the lip there on that opening maneuver on his backhand and goes 12 o'clock on the second maneuver. Beautiful surfing there and gets one more hit there to finish things up. He wants to change equipment. He's yelling or motioning there to his what we refer to as a caddy on the beach, would be standing by with his backup board. Could be former championship tour competitor Tommy Whitaker, who works with the Oakley team, and it looks like possibly somebody else there with a backup board. I noticed when he went out, he was on that round pin that he rode this morning. He said there was a lot more power in the water. Now it looks to be that he's swapping boards off the round pin, going back to that squash tail as the tide pulls out.
Yeah, I know you referenced that earlier on in his quarterfinal number 2, and I did note that he walked down with both of those boards, so still just testing them out. Perhaps with a lot more of these mid-sized waves or smaller waves, that sort of squash is going to sit in the face a bit more, not as steep. Certainly that barrel he got earlier, the round pin would have been good, but here we'll see him up and riding on this one. So comes around, nice hit there, and you mentioned this second one, 12 o'clock, straight up, boom, really good hit. Just gets a little caught up there, doesn't make it around to that third section. So only a mid-sized sort of wave there for Kiowa Belly, but getting busy.
Yeah, even though it was a smaller wave, as if you reference the that wave to the first two that Alejo got off of the rocks, wasn't quite as big, but it did have more vertical face on offer. He was able to get more critical on those maneuvers. Based on that, I think we should see possibly our best wave so far in this heat. If not, it'll be right up there with that 5.67 that Alejo Moniz got. So a good opportunity here for Kiowa Belly to get back in this heat. Prior to that wave, he required an 8.41. Still a lot of time left, though. 19 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Scores are in for Last of White. It's a 6.33, so it is our best wave so far in this heat. Moves him, into a better situation now. Still in second place, though, requiring a 3.51.
Yeah, as we see Alejo just having a look at this one. Nice little shoulder on this one, so call us through it, Todd.
Paddles right into a good peak here. Goes off the bottom, jams it up through the lip there. Squares it up again and gets up into that late hit and does pull it off. So, and it's in a small space there. He's able to get two maneuvers off, two vertical maneuvers there on his forehand. Our current heat leader, Alejo Moniz, looking to better his low score of a 4.17. Good wave there. A good answer back to Kiowa Belly's wave that was a 6.33.
Yeah, he's going to be happy with that one. He's been doing this all week. Just watch this one. Waiting, setting the bottom turn up, straight up. Boom, hits that section. Comes around, and as you said, really late. That lip was on the way over, so that makes the degree of difficulty a lot higher and shows the judges that commitment that they're looking for. So whether it's a timing thing or not, the lip was throwing over. It makes it harder. He rode out of it. So good little wave there for Alejo Moniz. Two solid turns.
As we mentioned earlier, Alejo Moniz on the championship tour, the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour for 4 years. He kicked things off in 2011, where he had his best year that year as a rookie, finishing up 10th place and finished 12th in 2012, 29th in 2013, and unfortunately last year finishing up 26th. First surfer not to requalify through the championship tour. He's been getting the call up this year, being that he was the first out. Anytime there's an injured surfer who's currently on that Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, he is the first surfer to replace them, and he's been able to compete in 3 consecutive events, going back to the drug-aware Margaret River Pro, where he was a replacement for Michel Perez. In all 3 of these events, actually, he was a replacement for Michel Perez. He got a 25th there. He got a 25th at the Rio Pro. And then his best result so far coming off the Fiji Pro down there at Cloudbreak, one of the best left-handers in the world. Big barreling conditions, came out of there with a 13th place finish. And this year, a new rule in place. He'll be able to keep those points, Scott.
Yep, absolutely. So he's keeping those points, which will help him with his CT qualification there. I think, a lot of these guys, we've said all throughout the week, we've referenced that there's so many guys blowing up, anyone can win. Alejo has just looked that little bit next level than a lot of the other guys all week. He's had solid scores. He's been getting through with 2 solid scores as opposed to sort of one, higher score in the excellent range and then a mid-range backup. He's been hitting that 16-point score range or more for the most part. And just, his surfing's been on point. He's barely fallen, and when he has, it's because he's going for absolute broke. So been surfing really critical, really vertical, really fast. I mean, that's what I love about Alejo. He just uses that upper body and winds those arms up like a little toy and just unleashes and coils, and just some fantastic surfing for Alejo this week.
What we heard him reference to in his post-heat interview as we look back at his last wave, he said, he's got a lot of confidence coming off that championship tour, competing there for 4 years. He said that anyone in this particular event could win this, but he feels that he's got a little bit of an upper hand on these guys, having that bit of a veteran mindset, competing with the world's best on that Samsung Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, and he feels like here with the kids with the talent might not always have the competitive mindset that he feels he possesses, and sometimes that little bit of a knowledge can be the game breaker or the difference here in winning these heats.
Yeah, and he articulated that really well in terms of, saying he thought he had that competitive advantage, but not really, firing the other competitors up too much and using that as ammunition for them to come back on him against. So, absolutely. You can see that now, even in that previous heat, using that tactics, it may even work out from here. He's able to go up the point and get himself some early scores, even though he came undone of them, and now he's moved back down the point. So keep him busy. He knows how to surf these two-man heats really well.
As we look back on those last two replays, the last exchange between Red, Aleo Moniz, and Caio Abelli on the left in the white, we saw him come in, Caio Abelli, after that left-hander. Why do you think he came in and made that adjustment as far as his equipment?
We sort of talked about that, in terms of that round tail. That's really good for the hollow steeper waves. That particular first barrel that he got, would have been really good there. That squash tail, you could see he was on that mid-size wave. Squash tail is going to allow him to come off the bottom a bit easier. Not as necessary to hold the face with that squash tail as we see Kai having a look at this one.
Yeah, good-looking wave here. A lot of speed, a lot of momentum. He's eyeing this lip coming at him. He wants to take flight. He does. A massive forehand air, some 5 or 6 feet above as far as his tail above the lip there. Unfortunately, though, when he comes down with the landing gear, he's unable to stick them and ride out of that one cleanly. So it'll be an incomplete maneuver there for him. Quick scores drop there, a 1.20, but showing some serious height there on that last aerial attempt. Scores in for last of Aleo Moniz. We'd been waiting for that third wave for quite a while. A 7.67, so he intensifies his lead now over the surfer in second. Caio Abelli now requiring a 7.02.
Yeah, coming unstuck. That would have been a massive score had he have stuck that one. Let's hope the boys keep taking to the air, because obviously these Brazilians both can do that. So just looking back at that 7.67 of Alejo's, we've drawn the comparison throughout the week between him and his brother Santiago. Really similar that 7.67 to a couple of his waves of his brother's one, Santiago's. Only the 2 turns, but flying between each of those turns, and really critical, vertical on the turns, and really making the most of that last end section. So that's why the judges liking that 7.67. They know both the boys can go crazy. That's why they sort of held off. Those judges would have been looking at that replay to make sure they set the scale and get that right, because there'll be a few more of those sort of waves ridden this heat, I imagine.
So right there on the excellent range, coming just short, an 8-point ride and above is in the excellent range. 5 judges on the panel. 2 of them saw it as an 8-point ride. The other 3 saw it as a 7.57. We always take the high score and the low, drop those, and average out the remaining 3. It's a 7.67. It's the best wave so far we've seen in this heat by quite a bit. And Aleo Moniz sets the tone here halfway through this heat. As we look back, let's break down this last wave as a good score. Let's see what he did that was so dynamic for the judges.
So vertical and releases the fins there. And that last hit, we mentioned the lip is on the way over. That's so difficult to do. You've got to plant that back foot to drive on that bottom turn and come up. And then you've got to become weightless almost as that lip comes over. Rotate the upper body, rotate the hips, and then, distribute that weight from the front foot up in the lip and then put it over the back foot as you're coming down so as you don't nosedive. And that all happens in the space of, half a second. So incredible balance. We've talked about Alejo's core strength throughout this, and, really solid and fit competitor.
We got a bit of a paddle battle here. Red does have priority. He'll have first right away. It looks like he's going to utilize his priority as our current heat leader. 13 minutes to go. Draws off the bottom. Big opening turn there. Throws a lot of spray. Tries to set that rail, look to be a little bit skatey on the bottom, kind of sliding out. You see him looking at his fins right now because he was unable to set the rail and get right back into that lip. We saw him on the wave prior in a very short space, set the edge and engage it so he could drive up into the lip. That one there is kind of sliding a little bit, so he has a look at the fins. Seems to be intact. He gets out the back. Why is that sometimes? Even though the fins are intact, you can't set your rail and drive up into it.
Yeah, sometimes we normally see it if there's a bit of chatter on the face in terms of some of those bumps. We can see there. There's only the slightest hint of wind. You referenced the flags earlier on. Really glassy conditions, but there are a couple of bumps coming across the face. So perhaps he just hit one of those chops there. Perhaps he was just doing Mach 10.
Well, on his way back out without priority, he's going to take off once again. Has a look at that right. There is a bigger set approaching out the back. I think you're right. There is a little bit of just a warble on the water on occasion. I think what we talked about this earlier. Even though the tide's drawing out, you still get some refractions coming off these different rock outcroppings here. And they can just be a little bit off with your timing as you go to set that rail. It doesn't allow you to bury it because there is a chop or two, and it kind of skitters for a second. And that 1 second of skittering is just enough to delay your timing to get up into the lip, and that's what happened there for last of Red. Aleo Moniz, he's our current heat leader. He's looking to better his low score of a 5.67. Caio Abelli now, he's out the back. He will have priority. and he requires a 7.02 here in semifinal number 1.
And really uncharacteristic of Alejo. You know, that chatter isn't something new. That sort of cross warble, as you referenced, isn't something new. That's sort of been here all week, and he's been able to push through that with that board looking really solid underfoot. He's managed to hold that inside toe side rail really well, and uncharacteristic of him. So that's why he had a look at the fins to make sure his equipment was all in check.
It's been an amazing week here in South Africa at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. When we kicked things off, we had 96 of the world's best surfers here at this QS 10,000, vowing for those 10,000 points, $40,000. We are now down to 4 surfers, 2 of them from Brazil, 2 of them from Australia. The way that we have the matchups here with all Brazilians in semifinal number 1 and all Australians in semifinal number 2, we will have a matchup in that final coming up shortly. We'll have 1 Brazilian and 1 Australian represented, but as we reflect back on this week, what an amazing week it has been. Massive crowds, huge maneuvers. We saw a lot of above-the-lip surfing, especially when the winds came onshore. It's been quite the event here in 2015.
And I'm really pleased that you didn't ask me what my highlight was, because I wouldn't have been able to pick it. It's been amazing. Just we've had a lot of aerial maneuvers, which we often see. There we see on screen Santiago Munez, Alejo's brother. So he just bowed out earlier on in the quarterfinals. So one of his best result for the year so far. He's now working with Alejo, giving his brother advice, whistling, pointing, all that sort of stuff.
I had a chat with him after that quarterfinal. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. It came down to his final wave, and he went for absolute broke, was able to get 1 hit, and then went into a huge forehand air rotation. Unable to ride out of it, but I loved to see him going for it. Not going to leave it in the judges' hands. He was just going to put that score up in the excellent range and advance into that next round, into the semifinals. He didn't make that maneuver. I spoke to him after that quarterfinal, and he said, hey, you know what? You know, I am a bit pleased with my result, but it's time to train harder and get ready for the next one.
Yeah, great focus by Santiago. I think he surfed quite maturely throughout the event. You know, he could have gone to the air a lot more, but spent a lot of time on rail. And coming back to, I guess, the highlights for the week, we said there's been some massive airs, but there's also been a lot of stuff on rail there, as we see. Just a local onlooker, just enjoying the action here at Ballito Beach.
It is Sunday down here. It's finals day, and you know it's finals day when you look up and down the beach. It is filling in quickly here, 11:08 a.m. on July 5th. And all week we've seen pretty solid crowds, but no doubt today we will have the biggest crowd on hand. The weather has been fantastic. We did, middle of the week, have a little bit of weather pass through one of the evenings, just a light drizzle. We woke up in the morning, saw the clouds moving out to sea, and it cleared up. Every day of competition, we have had beautiful skies and allowing the people to come out and enjoy not only the action here, but as well, it's supposed to be winter, but you would know it, we've had fantastic weather.
I had to put sunscreen on in that last heat, and it's 10 in the morning. So, yeah, Southern Hemisphere.
Thanks for sharing that with me.
Yeah, insights. That's what I'm here for.
Well, here we go. Looks like we do have a set approaching out the back, still with priority. He's been waiting for quite a while now. Caio Abelli from Brazil, 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Finds himself in second place. His highest single wave score at the moment for him is a 6.33, leaving him needing a 7.02. It does look like he's going to have a look at this one. A nice little runner here on the inside. Stalls. Goes for the big forehand air, does pull it off cleanly. Nice transition out of it, floats over that section. He's not done yet, goes low road here as that wave doubles up, pops a little air to reverse there and rides out of it. You think he likes it?
Yeah, I think he thought there might be something in it. So that new board obviously doing the trick. He looked really laconic. I'm not sure he wanted to go that one the way he paddled into it. He was waiting for it to stand up. But just a great little hands-free pop air to start off with, and fantastic finish as well. So look to this to go to the excellent range. Just really sitting there waiting for this wave to stand up. Beautiful, almost pop from mid-face on that one there, Todd. Just a little floater here at the end. As you said, low. He's got the high road and the low road. Just does a little fins-free rotation there, so really happy with that one by Caio Abelli. I'm not sure how the judges are going to go. It was a good wave.
Quite excited he was on that one, and well, rightfully so. It was a challenging wave. It was interesting, as you said, that first air. He kind of popped. He didn't get a lot of trajectory. He didn't rotate it, but what I did like out of that, he was able to use it as a transitional maneuver. As soon as he landed, re-engaged his fins, drove back up into the next section, and then it got tricky on the inside. He could have gone high or he could have gone low. The wave had a double up in it. He took the low road, timed it on the inside, was able to go into another aerial, this time into an air reverse, came out of it, claims it. He loves it. We'll see. He needed a 7.02. So great surfing there, but a bit of a challenging wave. Going to be interesting to see where those scores come in.
Yeah, Alejo would have been watching that from behind and just seeing boom, boom, dropping. Just a couple of big airs from Kai, so he'll be waiting for that score to drop. Kai obviously happy with that one. Really interesting that you referenced that low road down the inside there. That's as a result of the really, really shallow water in around those rocks. So really committed surfing there by Kai Belly.
Well, here we go. Our current heat leader now, Alejo. He's going to have his turn as he takes off on a right-hander. Nice opening turn there. Big spray. Again, immediately engages those fins and floats over a big section there. He rides out of it, so not the distance that we saw the surfer Caio Abelli get on his, but two critical maneuvers in a tight span there for Leo Moniz, looking to better his low score of a 5.67 to increase his lead over Caio Abelli. Let's look back at the last of red.
Just opens those shoulders up, whack, goes bang there, and straight into that second maneuver, just waits for it.
Now it looks like out the back, live action there. Just a quick up and down there for Caio Abelli, and more waves approaching. So definitely starting to see a little bit more consistency in the back end of this heat right here. Score starting to post for Caio Abelli. The judges liking it. He needed a 7.02. Comes through just enough, Scott. A 7.30. He's now overtaken the lead from Aleo Moniz, the surfer in red. Drops to second. However, with the strength of his opening wave of a 7.67, he now requires a 5.96.
And Kai would have just duck dived that wave that steamrolled over him and just barreled down the line. There was a really nice one. So he went for the second wave on that set, and it didn't offer him many opportunities, but there were some more behind it. So he'll note that as he paddles back out with priority. He'll be happy he's in the lead. So he can now sort of pick and choose the best waves that are going to come through. Meanwhile, Alejo, as you said, looking for a 5.96. Not a big score in the context of how he's been going throughout this event.
We talked a little bit about Leo Moniz and getting the call up as an injury replacement for 3 of the events this year on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. He's having a great run on the QS as well. He came into this event currently 3rd on the rankings, and he's already won a QS event earlier this year at the Burton Automotive Pro at a QS 6000. So 2 big maneuvers here. That free-falling maneuver to finish off things, and he kicks out. He's dropped down to second place, needing a 5.96.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for that last score there of Alejo's, I believe. Floated not an overly critical maneuver. As we've seen paddling for this one, we'll come back to that on his backhand.
This time he's going to go on the backhand. Nice opening turn there, carves it back, stand right next to the power source, and goes vertical. And once again, he's got it on lock with those critical sections presenting themselves for him. Was able to jam it up in there on that closeout section once again, this time on the backhand, and rides out of it. So he's got 2 scores to drop. He's in a good position, even though he's in second, only needing a 5.96. Both of those waves pretty solid.
Absolutely, and the reason the score hasn't come in as yet, the judges will be looking at that replay. They really want to get this right at this pointy end of the draw and have a look at it. So let's check out that backhand wave again by Alejo. A little highline pump to get around that section, then comes around. Nice carving cutback in that section, and boom, just hits that end section. He's been doing it all week, just sticking it to his feet. So another second score will look to lock in for Alejo Moniz.
Well, standing by for those scores, things could change here with 4 minutes to go. Sitting out the back, our current heat leader until those scores drop. Caio Abelli, good-looking wave here. Nobody around to bother him. He does have priority. He's going to paddle into this one. Strokes in, gets to his feet, draws out that bottom turn. Nice vertical opening turn there. This wave a little bit slower to start with, but it's going to get fast on the inside. Big oncoming section, and just throws it up, applies the pressure to the back foot. He's laid back. He's holding on, trying to pull it off. Can't quite ride out of it. Will the judges deem that as a complete maneuver or an incomplete maneuver, Scott?
No, they've got to be critical at this juncture. They need to see the guys riding out. He got so close. He travelled about 15, 20 metres, laying down at that position, trying to push himself up, but just wasn't able to complete that.
Well, we saw those last 2 waves come through, Scott, on the replay. Scores dropping now. Let's catch up to speed here with 3 minutes to go. The wave prior for Aleo Moniz, a 7.70, moves him up into first place, and now he also drops a 6.77. That will not go into his score line. With that 7.70, he goes into the lead. He's also got a 7.67. Now Caio Abelli needs a score in that excellent range. We saw him just go for it on that last wave. A massive finishing maneuver there. Unfortunately, does not ride out of it. Scores in, looking like it's a 2.13. I'm not sure if that's the wave prior or not. We'll stand by for just a moment. But nonetheless, the wave that he just got will not be an 8.07, so he'll have to reset with 2.5 minutes to go and get outside and try and find a wave that'll give him that opportunity.
Yeah, and I think the judges nailed it with that 7.7. They looked at the replay a few times. Really critical, a bit bigger, real speed, real connective flow between those 2 turns. Really critical drop on that one. Caio Abelli knew that he needed a better score. That first one, as you called, Todd, was a little bit slow to start. He needed something massive to end with, and he went for it. Unfortunately, coming so close and coming unstuck.
We'll have a look here with priority. The surfer in red. 2 minutes to go. He has the inside, but he's going to relinquish it. He's going to let White go on this one. White goes left. It looks to be a bit of a closeout, and it is. So he kicks through. So a great choice there for Leo Moniz not to give away his priority. Gave a shot there to Kyle Abelli on a bad wave. It wasn't enough opportunity to try and get that score of an 8.07. So he kicks through now and tries to get out the back. Time winding down in this semifinal number 1.
And we referenced it halfway through the heat, Todd, the fact that Alejo's had a lot more experience at that man-on-man level, at CT level. So you've seen him paddle a long way down the beach there to make sure, even though he's got priority, he wanted to make sure he stuck with Kai, and then he had no opportunity to paddle into another wave. He sort of forced Kai to go on that one. Kai obviously trying to sell Alejo, so he loses that priority. The two boys will be best friends for this last minute or so. Kai looking for an 8.07, not unattainable, but it would be his highest score of this heat and will be a bit of a challenge for the young Brazilian.
So we did get some updated standings on the World Surf League QS qualifying series. Coming into this event, Aleo Moniz was currently 3rd, and already, even if he had lost out in those quarterfinals, he overtook the lead. He's our number 1 surfer now on the QS. And looking at Kyle Abelli, he is now 3rd, and he came into this currently rated 11th. So each of these surfers really climbing up that ranking in hopes of finishing in the top 10 at the end of the year to make it onto that championship tour, the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour in 2016. Here we go. Winding down, 30 seconds. It is our surfer who is in the lead. He's going to get to his feet real quick, so priority now will swing to the surfer in white. 30 seconds to go. The door has not closed yet. It does have just a little bit of a crack in it. We'll see if Kyle Abelli can kick it open here. 20 seconds to go, needing a big score, an 8.07. We've seen him post scores throughout this entire event in that excellent range. But he's gonna need something here quickly. 10 seconds to go, needing a big score. It looks like that's going to be all she wrote. Our first finalist here in 2015 at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. Aleo Moniz, representing Brazil. He's there.
Yep. Smart heat, really precision surfing there by Alejo. So he's offered to the final. He'll go and have a break. We have an expression session between the second semi and the final, so he'll get a chance to replenish, hydrate, and focus for that final.
Well, there was the 2 scores. Going on into those finals will be Aleo Moniz. Coming up next, semifinal number 2, Mitch Colburn up against Davey Cathels. We'll bring in Gig Celliers and our 89 world champion Martin Potter for the call. Stay with us. More live action here from South Africa.
All right, so exciting day unfolding, the last day of the window here, and you are joining us now in semi-final number 2, an all-Australian affair. Mitch Colburn wears the red singlet, takes on Davey Cathels, who is building momentum here in the white. And another great encounter here. Of course, an all-Brazilian semi now concluded with Aleo Moniz securing that berth in the finals here in Ballito. Potts, wonderful conditions here, and dare I say, best conditions we've had all week to meet us here for the finals.
Yeah, we couldn't have asked for anything more, Gigs. The week started off very challenging. It was pretty tricky for our acting commissioner, Travis Logie, but I tell you what, today we turned up and it's just absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely. I'll tell you who else has turned up and flown under the radar in 2015 and building momentum is Mitch Colburn, our surfer in red, who gets underway on his opening ride there. And as we're just talking about conditions here in Ballito, beautiful, glassy, and this is Cathels out the gates to start here, Potts.
Yeah, Davey Cathels opening wave for him. Beautiful turn right there. He's sitting further down the beach, as he did in his quarterfinal heat, just picking up those little wider ones. Mitchell Colburn, beautiful opening turn there, gets caught behind the white water. So Davey Cathels will take a little bit of an advantage over that opening exchange.
All right, so opening waves now being considered by our World Surf League judging panel. Colburn in red, Davy Cathels in white. But in the meantime, let's go down and get some thoughts from the first of our finalists here in 2015, down to Jared with Aleo Muniz. All right, we're just waiting for him. He's been swamped by the autograph hunters, so we'll just hold out for Aleo there. We are waiting for his thoughts. And, well, he's built momentum here, Potts. And the other part is an official statement on the World Surf League website overnight. He will be, Aleo Muniz, part of the Stop 6, the J-Bay Open next week.
Well, we've got a lot of injuries. Here we go. Mitchell Colburn up and riding.
All right, so we'll talk more about that because Colburn will fly to the skies in semi-final number 2 here. And, well, that'll be a throwaway score. We did see him really crack that open in the quarterfinals earlier this morning against Santiago Muniz. And Mitch Colburn, just a great power surfer. And he'll easily go into the excellent scores if he gets the opportunity with that power that he can unleash, Potts.
No doubt, Giggs, no doubt. And when you're talking about Alejo being part of the J-Bay Open, well, that's due to the fact we've got half a dozen surfers that are injured at the moment. So Alejo high on the QS, he'll get that first call up. Here we go, 6.33. We'll check Mitchell Colburn here. Had he pulled this, would have been looking at a massive score. Almost got that thing all the way around, just losing his balance a little bit. Didn't get enough rotation on it to get that board all the way around.
Wow, so Davy Cathels will get the best of the opening exchange here. Potts a 6.33. Maybe we do get another peep at that. And before we go and review Davy Cathels' opener, we now are able to go down to Jared with some thoughts from the first of our finalists, Aleo Muniz.
There will be fines handed out.
Right, so we are down here on the beach live with Alejo Muniz. Alejo, our first finalist for the 2015 Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. You must be so pumped, but I'm sure a little bit tired as well.
Yeah, I am a little bit tired. I have to rest before my final. I've been coming here for 6 years. I got quarters. I did some nice results here, but never been in the final. So it feels amazing, you know. I have my brother here. He made the quarterfinal too. It was a great result for himself. So I'm just happy to be here, and hopefully we have a great final.
Well, you're doing a stellar job out there, and the conditions are just getting better and better out there. We're not going to keep you too long. Go and get rested up, get something to eat, and we look forward to you surfing your first final here in Ballito.
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully the waves still coming for our final. It's just amazing, you know. It's a really beautiful Sunday, so hopefully it ends up for me with a win.
Couple of words for the fans online on the webcast back home.
Obrigado a todo mundo que está torcendo no Brasil. Estou feliz de estar fazendo a final. Obrigado a todo mundo e fica aí na torcida.
There you have it, your number 1 surf on the qualifying series. Alejo Muniz through to the final.
All right, so, wow, as Aleo Muniz wraps up his message there, Davy Cathels sends a message of his own there, Potts.
Well, I tell you what, had he pulled that last maneuver off, that was going to be a huge score. Just getting those real long projection floater to airdrop combos going. Let's have a look at this wave first for Mitchell Colburn. Snaps it off the top and then pulls through the back there. Not much on offer on these little left-handers at the moment, but check this one out. Races down the line, times it perfectly. Watch this, up and over, free falls down, bottom turn and straight into another one, and just doesn't quite hang on to that one right there. That was looking like a good score for Davy Cathels, a 6.33 already in his scoreline, and that would have been a great backup.
Wow, so the 24-year-old from Narrabeen making a statement here in 2015, arrived here in South Africa ranked 39th. He cannot now finish worse than 8th or 9th. And this is Colburn, as we pick up on this exchange from the other Australian contesting a berth in the finals here. Mitch Colburn revitalized for competition in 2015 with a very good result for him here as well. So both of these surfers will just be embracing the opportunity, well, of a minimum of a 3rd place finish here in Ballito, Potts. So meaningful trip for both of these gentlemen.
Oh, no doubt. It's been great for these guys. You know, the cream's risen to the top. I mean, these guys have all been in good form through this entire event. They've been challenged with conditions. It's been marginal through the first few days, and they've had everything thrown at them from these low tide situations to the high tide shore break right up on the rocks. So, you know, it's been good to watch. It's been good to watch them adapt to every different kind of condition.
Absolutely. So you are joining us in quarterfinal number 4. If it's a east coast of Australia where you are viewing from, well, it's a good evening to you. Of course, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just after in Perth on the western side of your continent. So an all-Australian affair here, and a good afternoon and a good evening to our Australian viewership. And we are watching Cathals and Colburn take each other on for a berth in the finals to take on Aleo Muniz. And, well, with 22 minutes still remaining in this 30-minute quarterfinal number 4, and no real big numbers except a 6.33 on the cards, we'll go to a short ad break here in Ballito, and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. All right, so you're joining us in quarterfinal number 4, 21 and a half minutes remaining on the clock. Davy Cathals takes on Mitch Colburn, and at this early stage he is in the lead. He has posted a 6.33, backed himself up with a 4-point ride, and Mitch Colburn just a smaller pair of threes to discuss. Now, Mitch Colburn in quarterfinal number 4 slid straight past Santiago Muniz, and one of those waves, Potts, was a 9 on a left-hander. So we'll be watching very carefully to see if Colburn in red can pick up on another short, compact left-hander. He's got the weapons to unlock the excellent numbers here.
Yeah, that he does. I mean, all these guys have been dropping big numbers through this entire event, so no surprise that these guys are in the semi-finals. It's good. It's going to be good to see that Brazilian-Aussie matchup, two of the most dominant countries in the sport of surfing right now. Brazil obviously holding down that current world champion, Gabriel Medina, the current ratings leader, Adriano de Souza, and world number 2, Felipe Toledo. So Owen Wright is in third place, and Mick Fanning in 4th. So it's kind of the Aussies and the Brazilians at the moment.
Yeah, Aussie Pride takes on the Brazilian Storm as we go to the finals a little later on today here in South Africa. And beautiful peak in the middle of your screen will mean your heat leader, Cathals, with first priority, will select the right-hander. And it was a split peak opportunity, so Cathals will just sink away there and throw away any huge potential. Nothing more than just an in and out for Cathals there. And Colburn then split the peak and went left for an opportunity. And now around 20 minutes remaining. In fact, now 19 and a half on the clock. Davy Cathals on screen already owns a 6.33 and a 4. Now looking at Davy Cathals here, as we mentioned, he did arrive ranked 39th, and he will catapult himself all the way up to around 8th on the qualifying series ladder. So useful numbers here for the young Australian, the 24-year-old from Narrabeen. Of course, Mitch Colburn. Colburn a little older at 28 years old, and came to the South African leg here ranked 13th, and will climb a number of slots for a minimum of a 9th place finish here if he does bow out in this semi-final. So it's a great visit. And let's have a look here. Well, Mitch Colburn.
Yeah, he can actually go up into 4th place if he wins this thing.
Yep.
If he gets 2nd, he'll get 6th, and if he gets 3rd, which is what is in right now, he'll end up 8th. So not bad for him.
Yep, so useful here. And, well, you are watching warming beach scenes here. It's a Sunday in South Africa, and it's around 11:30 now in the morning. Pot's about 30 minutes off that low tide mark. We did speak earlier to the audience as we went through the quarterfinals that the low tide is at around the midday mark. So about 30 minutes out now to the low tide. We did speak tidal ranges of around 1.5 meters, so around just over 5 feet. So we'll get a bit of rush of water coming in off that low, hopefully not enough to dampen some big opportunities when we get to the finals a little later on. But it is a subtropical temperature here. Water temperatures in the Indian Ocean here at around 22, 23 degrees. So it's definitely board shorts and maybe a 1 millimeter neoprene top if you really want to get a dawn patrol at first light. A little bit more of a chill to the story for your early morning surfs. And, you might pull out a thin spring suit at best. Of course, this is the stretch of coast that Martin Potter, that you grew up in. This is where you sharpened your tools, so to speak, for a great run on the then ASP World Tour, including that 89 world title. So fond memories of this stretch of coast for you, Potts.
Absolutely. I mean, it's. I remember Sunrise was our port of call pretty much every time we came here. But yeah, just this entire coastline is littered with good waves, beautiful beaches, and friendly people.
Absolutely. It's a great surf destination, and especially if you want to tick a surf trip off your bucket list here, then do it between the months of May, June and July. And well, you can run it a bit into August as well, but certainly this time of year on this coastline here, this area in and around Durban, you will fly into King Sharka Airport, and just 15 minutes here to Ballito from that international King Sharka, and 30 minutes north of Durban we are. So Cave Rock's about 45 minutes away. We've spoken about how similar that wave is to Backdoor, and then there's the KZN South Coast to talk about as well. So unlimited waves on tap here. Plug into the local surf community. They'll embrace you. They'll take you surfing. They'll show you some absolute jewels. And guess what? There's hardly a surfing crowd when you start comparing this to other communities around the world.
It's probably one of the most uncrowded coastlines ever. Definitely, so many different waves as well. If there's a group surfing one bank, you just go down the beach a bit and surf your own bank. So plenty of opportunity.
Absolutely. Just talking a little bit more about the region, it is the Quadacooza municipality who have strategically teamed up with the World Surf League to present this qualifying series 10,000 event here, and it's just a great opportunity to showcase the top 96 surfers in the world, and of course 15 of them will be moving down to Jeffreys Bay for stop 6 on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour. And Potts, we're only 48 hours, just over 2 days away from that window period starting, so it's all eyes on South Africa here in July.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, one of my favorite events in the world coming up in the next few days, the J-Bay Open. I remember just going down there as a kid for the first time. It was, you lay your eyes on that wave for the first time. It's one of the 7 wonders of the modern world. I mean, it's unbelievable to see it. It's a machine-like wave, and with some of the best surfers in the world attacking it, it's a sight for sore eyes.
Absolutely. So bucket list your surf trip to South Africa. Make it a visit to the Quadacooza coast, and then, wait for the swell to hit. Get out your boots and your beanies and your 4-3 and nip down to J-Bay. Only an hour and a half flight away. So it's a quick run. It's about 1,000 kilometers by road. And, we won't even start talking about the surf spots in between here and J-Bay.
Exactly. I mean, that's a whole nother story, a whole nother day, because it's going to take that long to... No, it's just a beautiful part of the world, and guaranteed you guys surf crazy humans. Get down here and check it out.
All right, so we're yarning on about the potential of surf here in South Africa, and that's why we are here in July. It is the Ballito Pro. A little slowish right now as we are on the 14-minute mark remaining. No change to any situation. Your 2 athletes on screen. Davy Cathles wears the white. He is our heat leader. It's not a big number. 10.33 is his cumulative 2-wave scores. And he is leading over Mitch Colburn. Colburn's requirements are 6.96, also well within range. Now, Cathles will switch to his backhand as he did in the quarterfinals, and he'll crack away there, or he'll get swallowed in a dump section, Potts. I thought that one might just come together for him, because he did pick up that pair of 6s into the 7s range on his backhand to slip by his opponent in that quarterfinal number 4, Solly Bailey.
Yeah, that wave just swallowed him up right at the end there. With those the way that wave came down, you kind of need to get the projection out. You kind of stalled it at the top and then came down in that vortex and literally got down the mine shaft. So unfortunate there for Davy Cathles, looking to back up that 6.33. That one's not going to do it, just a 2.73. So situation remains the same. We're looking for Mitchell Colburn to drop a 6.96. So 13 minutes remaining. Semi-final number 2. Who's going to meet Alejo Muniz in the final?
Well, Potts, as you said, 13 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time. And, well, just going back to Mitch Colburn there, he blazed his way through this event here, Potts. Mitch Colburn slipping by Santiago Muniz in that quarter number 3 a little earlier on this morning. And, well, having a look at Mitch Colburn, he also went right by Mark Lacamore and Stu Kennedy in one of his earlier rounds as well. So good momentum from Mitch Colburn here. And as I say, originally just a powerhouse free surfer, really tapping into the media side of his career. But now with the contest jersey proving some results. In the meantime, now Cathels will engage an inside right-hander here, and he'll just square it up for a functional delivery. Not a groundbreaking score, but he will want to drop his low scoring of his counting to a 4-point ride, replace it with that last delivery right there.
I think he's done that. 2 nice clean turns there. And he snuck that underneath the priority of Mitchell Colburn, who's having a look at this one, Giggs.
All right, so now Mitch Colburn will be part of the discussion, as it's now an exchange between the two surfers for the judges to consider. Backhand crack, and hasn't this guy just got power to burn as he whips turn number 3, and just, well, critical on the end section there. Delivers that package for the judges. Yeah, you guys think about that. And, well, you at home, your impressions of that, you're going to get the replays now. And, of course, Potts, you'll take us through all those little innuendos and details. But a great exchange to fill the 11.5-minute mark here in this semi number 2.
Well, definitely Mitchell Colburn's highest scoring ride. Needing a 6.96 before that last exchange. Davey Cathels is going to improve his situation. So the requirement for Mitchell Colburn is going to be a little bit more than that 6.97. I think he's going to be looking for a wave up near the excellent range. Cathels on a couple of beautiful turns right there, and then finishes off nicely with a big snap, free fall drop combo. So that's going to be a good one for him. Mitchell Colburn, on the other hand, this wave kind of slowed up for him and allowed him a bunch of turns right there off the bottom. I love that bottom turn, top turn combo that he's got going, just gouging those fins into the face of the wave, and then finishes nice and critical right there. These guys have been using a lot of energy today, so that fatigue is going to start setting in. I dare say Mitchell Colburn might get the nod in that exchange.
All right, so great exchange there between the two Australians. Cathels on the forehand, then Colburn on the backhand. And now judges will just digest all of that. Of course, they have the reference point of a little bit over to left of our angle here on camera. And so they will have seen that a little bit squarer on than you at home on the screens. But I can tell you now that they also have the reference of the context of the entire day there, Potts. You know, they've been seeing some big end numbers. Of course, Mitch Colburn himself delivering a 9 in his quarterfinal previous. So, you know, they're sober in their thinking. They're not going to be easily convinced to go into the excellent range. You really got to deliver the big hits to get the attention of that judging panel.
You know, I think even sometimes, Gigs, that they'll reset the scale at the beginning of each heat too. I mean, that 6.33 from Davey Cathels, that's the benchmark. Everything's going to be pretty much compared to that one, and the judges can call on that if they need it, just to give themselves a point of reference. But the beginning of each heat, obviously conditions changing, so does the judging. They've got to keep rescaling it, recalibrating it, and you know, obviously that 6.33 from Cathels, that's the benchmark from now on.
All right, so the order has been set here, and that was a great exchange. We were just discussing it loosely there, Potts. Your feelings, it was just a slight edge over Cathels, and waiting to see. Cathels had a lot of speed on his wave. Colburn's wave, you did mention, was a little slower in the rollout. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a real tight bracket for those two scores when they reach our cards here.
Yeah, the judges are going to be divided, I think, but right there, a 7.0 for Davey Cathels and a 7.23 for Mitchell Colburn. So just a nod in his direction. I thought that was going to be the case, just allowed him a little bit more open face. Davey Cathels surfed that wave really well, but as I said before, Cathels improving his situation. Colburn now still needing a 6.10.
All right, so no change to the leaderboard here. Cathels is leading this heat, and Mitch Colburn is lying second with requirements of a 6.1. Let's have a look at that exchange again.
Davey Cathels, nice bottom turn, top turn, snap right there. connected perfectly with that wave. Double pumps, waiting for that inside section, and again, tags it nicely there. Just, I think he could have got a little bit more radical, Gigs. I think at this stage of the event, you've got to kind of let it all hang out. Mitchell Colburn, on the other hand, on his backhand, he's got that bit more power involved. You can see how much harder he's turning, throwing a lot more spray than Davy Cathles. Tags it perfectly right there. So Colburn on his way to a good score already, and really does capitalize. That turn right there was right in front of Davy Cathles, and then finished it off with a critical little floater maneuver. So only 0.23 advantage for Colburn in that exchange.
All right, a little edge in the exchange, but remains in second position. So now 7.5 minutes on the clock. Cathles leads, Colburn second, requirements of a 6.1. And just having a look here, Potts, at Mitch Colburn's numbers from his results thus far. He did pick up a 9th at the Burton Automotive Pro up in Newcastle. A lowers visit for the Oakley Lowers Pro at Trestles. Got himself a 37th, and then did pick up a 25th at the Quicksilver Pro Saquarema. So, yeah, Mitch Colburn building momentum here with definitely the worst is a third place finish here in South Africa. Great result for, well, a deserving surfer, because isn't he just one of the best free surfers that have been documented in this recent years past?
Yeah, as you said, you just got to go and Google him and check out some of his video parts. He's absolutely amazing. He's had a lot of call-ups too, for events. He's had some call-ups at Cloudbreak in Fiji as well as Chopu. So the man is a tube monster as well. He's not scared of the big, heavy water barrels. Just a good all-round surfer. Great backhand attack, unbelievable forehand, good in the air, good tube rider, charges big waves. Ticked all the boxes.
Absolutely. And, a lot of people's favourite surfer, Mitch Colburn. Now, your two surfers on screen are in position, but I can tell you that the first priority does belong to Davy Cathles. And with this wave roping into the lineup now, Cathles is going to become part of this, and he'll pick up on this unobstructed as he goes into a big open face carve. Now, broken lip for a second re-entry, and, a little ricochet from the lip there, Potts, and he'll go adrift on that conclusion. So, dare I say, will he improve on one of his counting scores? It's a lowly 3.37 as one of his counting two.
No, Cathles, he's got to improve on his...
I'm looking at the wrong sheet here, guys. 7 and a 6.33.
Yeah, so 6.33 is his second highest score. That's going to come nowhere near it. But, I think fatigue's starting to affect these kids, though. Making a few more mistakes right there, just took his eyes off the prize. Thought he'd had that in the bag there, and the wave just knocked him off. So you got to focus. You got to keep yourself in the moment. Can't think too far ahead, and little things like that can come up and get you. But Davy Cathles still in the lead. Colburn 6.10, 5 minutes remaining. And Giggs, have a look out the back. There's a couple of sets approaching the lineup.
All right, so the ski is pretty much in line with an approaching swell. It will move into the lineup here for Mitch Colburn. And Cathles, as I say, that a 3.13 throwaway. So we are just watching to see now with 4 minutes 45 on the clock. That swell will just move a little further into the lineup. And, have a look, because Cathles on his way out will pick up an advantage here in these low tide conditions in Ballito. He will extend out and float over the lip as well. Can he conclude it with a third number? No, he can't. So it's a 2-maneuver delivery there. And, we'll wait and see if that can smudge out a 6.33 and replace it with a slightly higher number. Now, tail end of the set, and Mitch Colburn likes the look of this one, and he'll just get going there, and first maneuver on the backhand. Now he'll just exit, because he did just blur that rail into the water there, and, quickly reload, and he'll want to try and regain that first priority now, Potts. All important in the back part of this heat.
Yeah, just burying the rail on that first turn, realizing that you've really got to connect with those opening maneuvers to get those big scores. Cathles down the beach on the way back out, trying to capitalize. Big snap off the top, races down the line, and that traditional floater maneuver that has been used here to great effect. Is that going to better his 6.33? See Mitchell Colburn right there, kind of grabbed the rail a little bit and decided to save some energy, save some time, get out of that. And I'll tell you what, a smart move, because more waves approaching.
All right, the clock now says 3.5 minutes to go. And little pulses showing out in the deep water here for Mitch Colburn. And, the priority judge has allocated first priority back to Davy Cathels. So interesting here with the second priority to Colburn. Now, Colburn, we spoke about the lefts as an opportunity. Mitch Colburn will go to the left-hander, and it's a throwaway here. Wow. Now 3 minutes remaining, and it looks like Cathels is in control.
Yeah, Cathels down the beach. This is the replay again from his wave. Good series of maneuvers there. Nice clean. Didn't finish that off like he wanted to. He was looking for one more there, but the wave kind of ran away just that little bit. And Davy Cathels remains in the lead there. Mitchell Colburn making a few little mistakes here towards the back part of this heat. Gigs, 2.5 minutes remaining. Can he pull a rabbit out the hat?
So judges still working on a number for Davy Cathels on that last ride. They haven't delivered the score just yet. Remember, a 7 and a 6.33 are the two waves that Cathels is holding on to. Potts, it's a decimal short here for a point improvement. It's a 5.77, that last of Cathels. That opportunity just to bang that third turn went adrift on that, so the numbers don't go into the top end. Now both surfers on screen looking to split the peak, but no, Cathels will use first priority and block out the left-hander from Mitch Colburn and through to the inside, and he'll just skid away there. So defensive surfing, as you've labelled it, Potts.
Yeah, that was definitely a lot of defense right there, just keeping Mitchell Colburn off those lefts. That's kind of what he's got to do. He knows how dangerous Colburn is on that front side. He watched him drop a 9-point ride in the quarterfinals. Can he do it again? 1 minute 40 to go. Davy Cathels is not going to improve his situation on that last exchange. And the situation remains the same going into the 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
All right, so semi-final number 2 in the dying stages now. 1 minute 20 on the clock. We're right down into the back of it now. Davy Cathels, Potts, a fair margin, a 13.33 heat total over Mitch Colburn. And, well, none of those numbers in that last exchange will have anything to do with the heat totals. But smart surfing from Cathels. He's done this all event long. He's just a master of the strategy. And we look at Davy Cathels as he has found his way through that quarterfinal number 4. This number 4 earlier today got rid of Solly Bailey in the discussion. He slipped by Haito Alves as well as dispatching Connor O'Leary and Michael Rodriguez earlier in the week here, Potts. So Davy Cathels, calm and collected, smart defensive surfing. No real big numbers, but he's taken his opportunities, really slammed those end sections where he could post the scores. And you know what? He's about to wrap this thing up.
Tell you what, coming down, 25 seconds remaining. Mitchell Colburn, here he goes, having a look at this. The last roll of the dice. Can he get it? Yes, he does.
All right, so is this the scales tipping for Mitch Colburn? It's a small wave on the inside. It's got a few problems. Now there's a bit of open face, and dare I say, unless there's something absolutely special, that is Colburn's last roll of the dice, and it becomes a Davy Cathels discussion here, Potts, just like that.
Davy Cathels through to the finals, coming up against Alejo Muniz, and might I say, two very similar approaches. They've both been using those rights. They've both been opening with those big slashing maneuvers into those floater maneuvers. So Davy Cathels, 13.33, Mitchell Colburn, 10.60 gigs.
Well, Davy Cathels is elated on screen there, just splashing the water. He is in the finals here in South Africa. He'll take on Alejo Muniz. And with that discussion of the finals, Alejo Muniz will be topping the qualifying series ladder here as we move to this conclusion of the QS 10,000. And then, of course, looking at how Davy Cathels jumps up the ladder, he will do a worst place finish here, Potts. If he gets runner-up in the finals here in Ballito, 6th place, takes a win, he'll be 4th on the qualifying series. That's great numbers for Davy Cathels.
Yeah, amazing stuff there for him. It's definitely his best result so far this year. It's going to, give him a lot of confidence. He's Cathel's been knocking on the door for quite some time, and finally he's got his foot in the door right now. One more heat to go, though.
All right, so with Davy Cathels back on shore and the autograph hunters swamping him, we'll go to an ad break. Stay with us here in South Africa. It's the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. All right, beautiful midday beach scenes here in a subtropical climate in South Africa. It is the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. We have wrapped up semi-final number 2. The beach is loving this. It is a great atmosphere here, and it is a fantastic lineup with our finalists being decided. World number 1 on the qualifying series, Leo Muniz, will take on, well, minimum he can do is a 6th position. That would be Davy Cathell. So 1 Brazilian, 1 Australian. And let's get some thoughts from our other finalist, Davy Cathell, who's just wrapped up semi-final number 2. We'll go down to Jared at the beach.
We need to do this quickly, guys. All right, we're down here on the beach with Davy Cathels from Australia, winner of semi-final number 2. Buddy, what a great heat out.
Yeah, I don't know, I fell off in a couple, but got a couple of waves and just did what I needed to do. Luckily, Mitch didn't get that score at the end. You know, all he needed was a wave and he would have got it. So I'm just lucky that nothing really came through for him. But super pumped to make the final.
Just quickly, how much energy have you got left, or are we just running on adrenaline right now?
No, I'm feeling all right. I'm a bit puffed right now, but I think that was just because I yelled so hard when the hooter went just then. But now I'm going to go upstairs, have some water, have a banana, and I'll be right.
All right, so we're not going to keep him too long. Davy Cathels from Australia through to the finals. First final here for the Ballito Pro presented by Billabong. All the best, Davy.
Thanks, mate.
All right, so Jared gets the thoughts from Davy Cathels there, and we are just allowing our 2 athletes some preparation time here before we go into that grand final. Of course, big dollars on offer, $40,000 for the winner here in Ballito, a great number, and 10,000 points, of course. So that final, we're about 25 minutes away from it, probably just under now. Set your watches at home, around 22 minutes, and we will commence that final. Right now, the water is being warmed by the Monster Expression session. We'll leave you with these free images, and well, don't go anywhere, because we will be underway with that final in just over 20 minutes from now.
She's having it locked that thing. He right out of it. Unbelievable. Landing in the flats from Maddie McGillivray. Game on here. So much action. Keep your eyes peeled. Jordy Marie looking a little left hand out front. Going for the corrupt there. Right, this is Shane Sykes. He pulls through the back. Right, Greg looking at a left-hander now, drives down the line, goes to the air. Whew. Have a heart attack there, I'm so excited. Dylan Lightfoot up and riding now from Jeffreys Bay, goes to the air, drives out, super smooth control there. Right, look down the beach now. This is Matt McGillivray again. Jeez, this kid is keeping busy. Beautiful surfing. He just does a good turn and another punt. David Fozell looking jaunty on the left. Watch Dave now into the lip, he goes, throws the tail around. Can he hold on to it? No, he can't. So there's different game plans. There's a whole bunch of guys in the middle of the beach, whole bunch to the left. Mikey Fett sitting all on his lonesome on the right-hand side. Watch Mikey now paddling on this little insider. This guy has got massive air game. Just watch what he's got to do now. Working it down the line. Goes to the air. Mr. Casual. I wonder if his afro slows him down through the air. Alright, so a little bit of a gap in action now in the Monster Expression session presented by Zigzag. And these guys fighting for 20,000 rand. Alright, this is Derek the freestyle. That is definitely Derek. Goes to the air now. Bang! Air reverse. Nice as you like. Out back now. Alan Johns. Oh, great first turn there, but just up on the section level. Alright, up and running, Dylan Lightfoot. Oh, gets a little speed check, but still flies into the section and headbutts his board. Right, all the Christian surfers, please meet Greg Swart at the VIP deck. All the Christian surfers. Watch wide now. That looks like J.D. van Zyl up and riding. Oh, beautiful third turn. Alright guys, so who will be next? Air reversers have been put in already. We're looking for something big. We're looking for something
the lineup in the Monster Expression session. Images here of the lineup in Ballito, where we will be underway in just over 15 minutes time with the grand final between Leo Moonies and Davy Cathels. And well, we do have some highlights for you as well, so stay tuned as we prepare our finalists. We do have some highlights for you. Don't go anywhere.
We are in Ballito, South Africa, and this is a QS 10,000 event on the World Surfing Tour. The QS is the qualifying series for the World Surf League. So we've got surfers from all around the world competing for 10 spots at the end of the year, and the top 10 guys end up qualifying for the World Championship Tour, and that's the top 32 guys in the world.
We get like really good waves here, especially in winter this time of year. It's just like sand bottom, like kind of half beach break, half point break kind of surf. Really good clean barrels, and then in the afternoon comes onshore and just like really ripples off.
The level of talent on the QS at the moment is crazy. There's guys on this tour that you've never heard of that just blow up.
Well, the QS 10,000s produce numerous amounts of talent. I mean, you've got 15 of the top guys in the world surfing in it. We just lost Geordie Smith. The standard is super high. I mean, these are guys that are vying for spots on the world tour. These are guys that are going to be the future of our sport, future world champions. There was one kid that really stood out for me today, Brent Dorrington. He's been knocking on the door for quite some time. Wiggly Dante surfs really well. You know, Joanne Deroux from France, who's also, you know, probably going to qualify here very soon. So there's been a lot of guys that have had some pretty good results. I mean, we lost guys with massive scores. Tony Gadaskas posts a 9.10 and still lose his heat. So it's been some incredible surfing, but a lot of highlights.
Every year there's just more and more guys coming out of countries like Costa Rica, Brazil, South Africa. And yeah, it's so awesome to see how the global impact of surfing is just growing in all these different places. And yeah, the level at an event like this, the QS 10,000, is pretty much just as good as the CT.
Potts, it's been a great week. We're about just under 20 minutes off that final. Conditions looking great as well.
Yeah, conditions are looking unbelievable right now. Still that buttery, clean surface. There's a little bit of an expression session going on out there right now, keeping the fans happy right now. But we're going to have the finals coming up here very soon. Davey Cathels, Alejo Meniz, who's it going to be? Both very similar approaches. It's going to be a great heat.
Absolutely. So from wherever you are around the world, stay with us. We are under 20 minutes to start of the finals. It will kick off Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Your local time will be 7:30 in the morning. And of course, East Coast Australia, Sydney time will be 8:30 in the evening. So just under 20 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. And we will be back with the start of the finals in just a short while.
Stars and Stripes 15 year phone. 4th of July was yesterday, the day before. Still yesterday? Right, well done. Happy 4th of July. Right, into the last 3 minutes. See David Gappels and Alea Munoz making their way into the lineup. As expression session circles, watch out for our finalists. Charging out there. That was unbelievable. I think I almost lost my voice. Stevens, those guys pulling out all the stops. I think we need someone to help Adam Johns, the old man up the beach. He was also going big out there. I think he rolled his ankle on that last attempt. So he's still going mad on the way in. So servers in the water, Alejo and Davey, we're just going to clear the lineup. We will give you a 1 minute heads up. No surfing, please. Right,
I personally have a wonderful love affair with the Ballito area. As kids, we would come up and surf, and we did that because the waves were just so amazing.
We've got these little rocky outcrops, and we've got these little bays in between, so it's really holds all different kinds of directions of swell. A perfect place for a competition.
Tucked away little pockets of wave-rich sandbars. That's the essential part of the that makes it worth the surf trip here.
First time at Ballito, of course, and I'm in love with it. A wave that I really like. It's, it got a lot of power to it, nice clean walls, and I feel like it's a wave that suits my surfing.
US series is a grind. Every single guy on it is worthy of a final or a first place. It's just like every heat can be a final.
It's a big goal, it's a big dream.
To me, it's just a dogfight. Like everybody really wants to be on that tour, and everybody got to fight for their spot.
It's a battle. Every hit, it's super hard. Everyone, it's really focused and surfing really well.
Yeah, my goal this year is obviously to qualify. I've been close in the past, and it's been haunting me ever since. So I'm going to give it a solid crack this year and hopefully make that top 10.
Yeah, my goal is to come back. I love to be competing, either be on Tahiti or here in Ballito. I just love to be surfing with a jersey on.
I've been watching Italo's heats and watching what he does in the lineup and forehand, backhand. He's been going mad.
All right, so there is the hardware on offer. Beautiful trophies from the Quarterfinals municipality, along with the World Surf League, presenting the qualifying series 10,000 event here in South Africa. The Ballito Pro Finals is about to get underway. Gig Cilliers alongside former world champion Martin Potter, one of the best analysts of the sport. It's been a big week. We've seen some great beach break action here, Potts, and a very suitable final with our two athletes, Leo Muniz and Davy Cathels, about to go head-to-head here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great final. Both these guys have been in great form. They've just built their momentum through. Both had great semi-final heats. Both very similar approaches, Gigs. So I think we're going to see a very closely fought final here. Conditions are held out nicely. Still really no wind at all. Buttery conditions, and it's still a lot of swell around. So sun's out, people everywhere. It's a great Sunday.
Absolutely, and it's subtropical temperatures here in KwaZulu-Natal on the east coast of South Africa. As you heard Potts there saying, almost windless conditions, hardly a knot of wind to talk about. And let's have a look at our two finalists up on deck there. How about the two flags there, Potts, as a subject of discussions? Of course, the Brazilian storm, but there's a little cold front moving up the coast for the Australians as well. Weather pattern changing there with great representatives from both of those nations.
Yeah, can that southerly buster come through and take the storm away? Tell you what, the Brazilians have been carrying a lot of momentum coming into this event, and we've seen a lot of guys make it through, but one Brazilian, one Aussie, two of the power nations in the world of surfing.
Well, when we were at the beginning of round number 16 of surfers remaining yesterday, the flag count was 7 Brazilians, 7 Aussies. So a nice representation here and a fair balanced discussion here with both of those nations producing finalists here in South Africa. Of course, it is a big week here in South Africa. We're just 2.5 days off the start of stop 6 of the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour, the J-Bay Open. Potts, you'll be down there for the team with that, and Aleo Muniz will be part of that discussion as well. And we are about to kick that finals into action here with the countdown now undone by the beach commentators. Your two surfers on screen will take a few big breaths as they settle into the mental attrition that it's going to take to unlock a 40-minute final here, Potts.
Yeah, both guys have got to be feeling a little bit of fatigue, but nonetheless, they're going to be fired up. That adrenaline's going right now.
Well, wasting no time, Cathels will go to that backhand attack that's been weaned in the Narrabeen lineup and just get his nerves settled with a little opener on the first 15 seconds there, wasting no time, just on the buzzer. He gets going. So just when you get to a big grand stage like this for Davy Cathels, just wants to just completely get into the moment, just completely. I mean, surfing finals psychologically is just different to every other step of the ladder on the way there, Potts.
No, absolutely. But in the same breath, Gigs, it's just another heat, and that's what you've got to put the same kind of focus on. Beautiful opening maneuver there for Davy Cathels. I love his backside approach, finishing off nicely. That's going to settle the nerves, settle those butterflies that are in his stomach, get that adrenaline just evened out. But, you know, as I said before, you've got to go into the final feeling like it is just another heat. As soon as you start putting that extra pressure on yourself, thinking it's the final, then you're going to start making mistakes.
So important psychology to manage the big match temperament here. You're hearing what Potts is saying there. He's walked the road, is to almost subliminally in your mindset just go back to your regular heat management strategy. Don't overblow the situation for yourself.
Well, these guys have made it here for a reason. They've surfed, impeccably. They've had great heats all the way through. They've all been locking in big scores. So go back to that. Go back to the basics. You don't need to do anything more than that. And if they do, they'll end up coming out on top.
All right, so now his final underway. Aleo Muniz out the gates here. Currently your number one on the qualifying series. And he does do a great job there, Potts. That'll be a nice nerve settler for him as well. A great delivery. And an exchange now for the judges to consider with an opener of Cathels on the backhand and then Aleo Muniz picking out that right-hander. We are just off the low tide mark now, so we might just see a couple of waves open up a little bit as the water starts to fill in the bay here in Ballito. And in the meantime, Davy Cathels has pegged a 6-point ride, and let's have a look at Muniz.
Yeah, Alejo straight off the bottom and into that first turn, which he's been doing, and then gouges the fins out there, lets that board slide, and then bangs it at the end there. Just how's the style, just speed, power, and flow. You know, you talk about the judging criteria. Alejo used a lot of that on that single ride.
So a very comfortable looking Aleo Muniz with his opening score now for the judges to digest and put numbers to. And Potts, in the meantime, Davy Cathels, that backhand 2-turn crack combination, a 6-point ride. So Cathels part of the discussion. Aleo Muniz going to come in a touch higher than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great surfing from Davy Cathels. As I said before, just a settler. Let's have a look at the replay again from Alejo. Straight into that first turn there, which gets him in flow. And what happens when you're in flow, the wave just seems to allow you to do whatever you want. Beautiful snap there from Alejo. I love the punctuation on this last turn right here. Bang, just gives it that extra little bit more power involved in that last turn there. 7.83 advantage Muniz.
All right, so a very good score already on the boards for our Brazilian in red. The athlete Aleo Muniz weighs in on the scales at around 70 kilograms, 154 pounds, and 5'8" in stature, and he surfed like a giant on that one to get going. A 7.83, good platform to build here. Remember, we are offering 40 minutes in the final, so if you're just joining us, it's a good evening from those of you in the east coast of Australia. If you've just plugged in, around 8:30 in Sydney, just after, and we are 12:30 local time here in South Africa. It's a glorious Sunday at the beach, and this is exactly what the World Surf League and the Quarterfinals municipality would have hoped for. Subtropical temperatures, just thousands of people thronging down to the beach. It is vacation time, of course, and we are not far from Johannesburg, about 4.5 hours down to the coast here. And isn't it just a golden time of year? And Potts, you were talking about the buttery conditions. It's absolutely played out a perfect script here for the finals here in Ballito.
You know, we deserve it. It's been a tricky couple of, tricky 4 or 5 days. A few late days in between. Here we go, Davy Cathels.
So you are watching Davy Cathels as he unlocks wave number 2 here for you. He's already posted a 6 through to the inside. It will become a throwaway score. It was a good-looking wave to start. It just had a few little buckles in it, but he had to have a go. It was tempting enough, and he'll leave Aleo Muniz on the outside holding that first priority now, and plenty of time on the clock, 34.5 minutes to go in this final. And, a 7.83 already belongs to Aleo Muniz, and you'll see him just moving into position here. He might like the look of this as a second opportunity. He does. Aleo Muniz with a big shoulder ahead. He'll wrap around it. Big laceration to the lip. So both scores for our surfers become throwaways there on the second roll of the dice pots.
Yeah, I think both guys in a situation there where, Davy Cathels wanted to keep that priority run going, wanted to try and keep that momentum. You can see here he drops down. Nice opening turn there from Davy Cathels, and then realizing that it wasn't going to be enough in the big picture and kicking out. A smart move there, trying to force a score. As you said before, the judges are not fooled. They know exactly what's going on. They've had all week to set that scale, and it's been set very high at the moment. 7.83 for Alejo and a 6 for Davy.
All right, so one Australian, one Brazilian to contend this victory here at this QS 10,000 in Ballito. And on his way out, the opportunity is seized by Aleo Muniz. Wave number 3 underway now. And again, just a little roll of the dice that won't play a part in the big numbers. And Aleo Muniz will head back to the lineup, already owning a 7.83 for his opening score. We may even want to get another look at that because it was some great combinations of power there for our surfer in red. Nothing more than small decimals now with the 2.43 as a backup score at this early stage. And Cathels opened with a 6, also owns a 2 at this stage. So both surfers now, for the meantime, already with 2 waves on the cards. And, we will see improvements from both of them as we move through this final. Let's have a look at some replays here. This is Aleo.
Yeah, this is his opening wave here. Nice size wave. Beautiful opening turn there. Now, this was the last one. So, basically, what Alejo's thinking right now is, what's the strength of that opening turn like? Is it going to be enough to garner points up into that 7+ range? Because that's basically what you're going to be looking for. Anything less than that is going to be a throwaway. So don't waste your time and energy. Kick out and get yourself back into the lineup. So smart surfing there from Alejo.
All right, so now with 2 waves on the cards, counting for both surfers, both of them with throwaway scores in the bigger picture. Already numbers of a 10.26 plays against an 8 at this early stage. 32 minutes remaining in this final here. And for the meantime, Aleo Muniz is in the lead. Cathels with the requirements on the computer at this stage of a 4.27. Let's have a look here. Aleo will keep the momentum moving. He's moved a little north on the beach, and he's picking up on that glassy right-hand opportunity down the beach, and he'll keep knocking away for the judges now with ride number 4 being delivered in this final. And we'll go for a replay immediately for Aleo.
Further down the beach, beautiful opening turn there. That's what I like right there. Just tweaking it at the end, kind of got a little stuck on that last maneuver, but that opening turn was amazing. Just letting those fins free, putting the pressure on the front foot, which releases a bit of the power on the back foot, and you create that sliding effect right at the end of your maneuver. It looks great. The judges love it, and I think that's going to go into his top 2.
Well, I tell you, that wave, if we get it on replay, slow-mo Potts, just massive angle change in that first wrap turn there for Aleo Potts. So Great delivery. We'll wait and see what numbers now come to the cards for Leo Muniz in red. At this stage, he is leading the qualifying series here. This is a very useful visit for him. And of course, with Jeremy Flores pulling out of the J-Bay Open coming up early next week, Leo Muniz will not pack his bags and leave South Africa. He is part of the discussion in J-Bay. And with his forehand surfing, we're looking forward to seeing that on the walls of J-Bay. Here we go.
Watch this first turn right here. This is where all the points are going to come from. Jamming those fins and then releases them. So you get that sliding effect, which just shows the judges a little bit of a different approach. And finishes off nicely. So a good little backup score right now for Alejo Muniz, a 6.17 gig. So that gives him that nice two-wave total. And it puts Davy Cathles in a situation looking for a score in the excellent range.
All right, so good momentum building from Alejo Muniz, an experienced competitor who first cracked the ranks for the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour back in 2011. His first year on tour, he would finish 10th. Now, this man looking for a slot on the Championship Tour in 2016. Davy Cathles in the finals here, and Ballito tucks inside a beautiful little pocket. He almost wanted to hit the lip, but then gets a tube ride, wraps it up at the end. Is that a completion? That's a question that Potts will answer. Potts, you're quick on the answer there. We'll wait for that replay, because down the beach, quite far down, was Cathles' contribution there on screen. That is Alejo Muniz, brother of, that is Santiago, brother of Alejo. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, nice opening maneuver right there. And I think he was going to go up and over and then stalled. Got a nice little cover up there. Wasn't a clean barrel. Jams it, gets those fins around, but doesn't bring that board back around, unfortunately. I thought maybe he got stuck in between two turns right there. I thought maybe it would have been better to go up and over that section and then bang that close out. But Davy Cathles back to the drawing board. It's not going to be an 8.0, and he's still going to be needing a wave up in the excellent range.
Well, a full 29 minutes still on offer here as we are past the low tide mark now, and Alejo Muniz will be on the primary peak here, having a look at this, and he'll just show his intentions with wave number 5 of the final. Little throwaway. We spoke about the tide coming in. The sandbars are not absolute premium, and we've had a lot of washouts from earlier southeast swells all the way through the month of June. And, well, a couple of the bigger waves do tend to battle to barrel and find the bank here, Potts. Nonetheless, Muniz, with that throwaway score, still owns a 7.83 and a 6.17. And we'll wait and see what kind of number Davy Cathles picks up for his tube ride efforts. Well, it comes in at a 4. Potts, Cathles at this stage, 6 and a 4, is getting a little bit left out of the pace here in this final.
Plenty of time though, Giggs. 28 minutes remaining, so Davy's just got to stick to his guns. You know, you can get a couple of waves in a real short space of time here. It's not a long paddle back out. And these guys are super fit, so Davy's just got to stick to his guns. From now on, he's just got to keep bettering his situation every time he catches a wave. 4.0 is his second highest scoring wave. He's just got to keep eliminating that every single time.
All right, so at this stage with the tide turning, it looks like our surfers are picking out those right-handers as the focus here, Potts. Question is, if a couple of those wedgie lefts come in, you're going to see a whole new Davy Cathles on the backhand coming out of that Narrabeen paddock. And, well, Alejo, not a slouchy backhand for him, of course, having his time on the championship tour as well. So this is a great matchup on paper. Of course, more pedigree and more stats in favor of Alejo Muniz with appearances on the championship tour in 2011 for a 10th place finish there in that season. Then a 2012 finished 12th. And then 2013 down to 29th. Requalifying in 2014 in 26th place. So Alejo at this stage wanting to make a big statement here in 2016 next year, back on that championship tour.
Well, Alejo leading the WKS rankings right now, so looking pretty good for next year. Quarterfinals down at J-Bay last year, taking down Mick Fanning along the way in one of those 3-man heats, but then Fanning came back to win that event. So, you know, Alejo, no slouch. You know, he accounted for Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning at the Pipeline Masters last year and contributed to Gabriel Medina's world title. So this kid's got game in all kinds of conditions, and the surfing that I've seen from him this week, that definitely belongs on the WCT.
All right, so Alejo Muniz, a big topic of discussion here in 2015 as he tops the qualifying series. And, now a replacement for injury for Jeremy Flores. Of course, already appearing on the championship tour, Potts, with a 25th at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro. And then he was in the Oi Rio event as well. And then back with you guys in Fiji just a few weeks back. Replacements in those 3 events for Michelle Burres, but now replacing Jeremy in J-Bay.
Yeah, and I just want to have a quick shout out for Jeremy if he's watching. He took a bad wipe out in Indo, pulling into some gnarly waves, as he does. That kid charges. He's got no pullback mechanism. So let's hope he's okay. We wish him a speedy recovery. And I look forward to seeing him back on tour soon.
Absolutely. So with this final now still a full 25 minutes on offer here, you are joining us with Aleo Muniz leading this final in Ballito. It's a great beach scenes here and some consistent swell pulses as well to bring a wonderful wrap up to a great week in South Africa. And here we go. This is your finals leader, Aleo Muniz, on the rail again. Down the line he goes. It's a huge ramp section and he'll just absolutely master it. And he'll crack it again. He's just hit another button and he's gone to the next level, has Aleo Muniz. Now it's an exchange. Cathal's on the second wave of the set, and that one will just feel the tide. So great mastery of the conditions and laying on the rail there. Aleo Muniz, fantastic surfing.
I can't wait to see that one again. That was definitely next level right there. But, not finishing the wave off, but I think there was enough damage done for that wave to go well and truly up into the excellent range. Big opening maneuvers, huge floater, backed it up with some great surfing here. Late takeoff as well. Comes around the section, jams it mid-face. I love this maneuver right here. Bang, total commitment from that around the section, straight up through the lip again. And then tried for that last one at the end there, which had he pulled that, we're looking at 9+ scores going to be dropped in. But nonetheless, I think it's still going to go close.
So the judging panel will digest that delivery. It was wave number 6 of the final for Aleo Muniz. And, Potts, I tell you what, you were saying that if that last maneuver had been wrapped up, it would be in the 9s. It looks like it's going to visit that region anyway. One of the judges already, a 9.5 is peppering in. It's a massive 9.33.
Well, there you go, 9.33. Had he finished that last turn off, we could have seen our second 10 of the event. Let's have a look at this turn right here from Alejo. Beautiful mid-face gouging maneuver right there. Showing a lot of variety. Seamless transition between turns. Nice, smooth, critical surfing right there. Double pump bottom turn and then straight back up through the lips. A great positioning, great timing, great technique from Alejo. Just tried one more at the end there and the wave just didn't quite cooperate. So 9.33. Judges went up into the 9.5s. Had he made that last maneuver, I was calling 10-point ride.
Well, excellent scores for Aleo Muniz and Potts. The point to note there, one of the bigger open walls that have come through in the entire event window. And didn't he just lay into that? So Aleo Muniz, now 22 and a half minutes remaining. His brother Santiago finishing in the quarterfinals here with a great visit to South Africa for him as well. Santiago on screen there falling to Mitch Colburn in quarterfinal number 3. But he'll be happy with that, a 5th place finish. A good haul of points, walks away with 5,200 points. So it's brotherly love here for the Brazilians. And now let's have a look because Muniz is back in motion. He's picked up on another one. It is all this man's show right now. Just flares out and there's just an expression of joy on that open face for Aleo Muniz. It will be a throwaway score because his previous ride, an excellent 9.33, and then, again, his opener, a 7.83. It's not good news for the young surfer from Narrabeen, Davy Cathals. It's a combination situation, Potts. We want to see some constructive fighting back from the Australian.
Yeah, holy combo, 17.17. Alejo, how's this opening turn here? Just off balance, but managing to just get that balance back. Comes off the bottom, realizes he needs something special if he wants to improve his situation. Blows the tail out there and almost brings that around, Gigs. So Aleo Muniz having an absolute ball here, letting it all hang out in the finals.
Well, Aleo Muniz is celebrating in this tangible atmosphere here on the beach in Ballito. It's just a great beach scene here with thousands of people thronging down to the coastal resort just north of Durban. And this is the stuff that pro surfing needs for sure. Lots of young kids getting to rub shoulders with people that they can otherwise only see on the internet and through media. So there's just something tangible about all of these people together mixed into a fantastic finals day here. Of course, we did get underway with quarterfinal action this morning, and Alea Muniz was the first surfer to lock in this morning as he took out who I thought was a very informed Kanoa Igarashi. So Alea Muniz on a roll here. Quarter number one, he ticked that off, went past Kaio Abeli in the semis, and now, well, just stomping on this final here, Potts.
You know what I'm seeing, Giggs? I'm seeing that experience that he's gained so far this year on the WCT. I'm seeing that experience shine through right now. You know, the guys that he's coming up against are QS surfers. They, are fighting for their spot on the World Tour. Alejo's had that opportunity already. He's, made some mistakes along the way. But what I see is he's growing as a surfer. He's getting better and stronger at his trade. And I see him building with the experience he's got on the CT so far this year. And that is shining through right now.
Absolutely. So double banking on both tours on the World Surf League is Alea Muniz, and it is proving to be a great formula for the young Brazilian. Originally born in Mar de Plata in Argentina, but, he does get a little bit teased by his Brazilian mates for that, but now resides in Brazil itself. So him and his brother making a great contribution here. Now, Alea Muniz could join a very, very prestige list of previous winners here, and we'll talk about that as the finals continue here with 19 and a half minutes on the clock. This is one of those. This is the longest running it's professional surfing event on the calendar, Potts. Yep. 1969, it started as the Gunston 500, hasn't missed a beat all the way through to the Ballito Pro in 2015.
Yeah, one of my favourite surfers won it back then too, Gavin Rudolph. Here we go. Good wave coming through right now. Cathal's up and riding.
Now, Davy Cathals, can he become part of the discussion now? This is a very good-looking wave for him. He'll get great extension off the rail. Another opportunity. He flares it out there. Does he hold on to it? Mysteriously, the answer's no, because I thought he'd wrap that up there. Davy Cathals in combination and the opportunity to unlock. And Potts, well, just that one maneuver to talk about there.
Yeah, I think Davey I think he's trying a little too hard right now to me. You watch his earlier heats, he was flowing a lot better. His maneuvers were coming a lot easier. To me, it looks like he's trying to force it a little bit too much. I think he just needs to go back to the basics, go back to the plan that he's had so far this entire event. See him pumping. You can see how there's a sense of urgency. Doesn't quite connect that turn. Then he's forcing that last maneuver right there, just sitting back on the fins and losing it. So maybe just slow down a little bit, get back to those basics, get back to that form that he's had so far through this event that's made it to the final.
All right, 18 minutes remaining in the finals here in South Africa. It's the Ballito Pro and Alea Muniz. His two numbers build a score of a 17.16 for his two-wave total. But Potts, a 9.33. It's just a real blockbuster, that score. The 7.83 is close to excellent category. So the question now, room for Alea Muniz to improve on his two-wave heat total? The answer is yes, right?
Absolutely. You're not going to win finals in QS 10,000s by not having 9-point rides in your scoreline. It's what's required these days. Surfing, the level of surfing is way too high to sneak through with average scores. Even from the get-go in this event, guys have had to be posting big scores, big two-wave totals to move through.
So you're watching the Ballito Pro live here from South Africa. It's great beach scenes here, and 17 minutes now remaining on the clock. Alea Muniz in a comfortable position here. He does have Davy Cathals proverbially against the ropes, so to speak. A two-wave combination required for Davy Cathals to become part of the discussion here. And if Cathals doesn't unlock that, he will end up in that fourth place. No, he will end up sixth on the QS. If he gets a win here, it's going to be a big number for him. It's going to be a big comeback for him. and he will go up to 4th. So right now, realistically looking, Davy Cathels will leave South Africa 6th on the qualifying series. That's a great number for this young man to keep building on in 2015.
Absolutely fantastic. And I think the other thing that he's got to take away from this too is there was 15 guys out of the WCT in this event. So to be in the finals, he's had to go through some tough opponents, and that's something that, win, lose or draw here for Davey. He's got to bank that. He's got to put that in the Rolodex. And the next time he gets into these tough heats, he's got to remind himself, hang on a sec, I've been there and done that. And that's called experience. You've got to draw on that experience and you've got to use it as a weapon.
Absolutely, Potts. And the other thing that didn't faze Davy Cathels back in the round of 24 surfers as he came up against Michael Rodrigues, the Brazilian, who at that stage had just kept registering 10s and 9.2s and high 8s and 9s. So Rodriguez was the informed discussion of the first half of this week. Cathels just gently slipped by him, did the business end of the deal, and moved through all the way to the finals. So not phased is Davy Cathels with the big match temperament, but at this stage, he needs to find something to bring to the party now, because first priority does belong with Aleo Muniz, and well, that two-wave combination is what's going to unlock it. A 17.16 is the requirement. Aleo Muniz is your heat leader, and if nothing untowards happens, in 15 minutes' time, he will be crowned here in South Africa.
Yeah, he's been coming here for 6 years now, and I think his best result so far is a quarterfinal, so this is going to be good for him. He's going to go down to Jeffreys Bay with a lot of confidence. He's going to have that trophy, nice little chunk of pocket money, and he's going to be feeling pretty good going down there with a lot of momentum. A lot of guys are going to be arriving in South Africa a little bit jet lagged. He's had 2 weeks here on the ground, and he's got his game finely tuned.
So looking at Davy Cathels in 2015 on his stat sheet, the 24-year-old out of North Narrabeen in Sydney, Australia, has pegged a 9th at the Burton Automotive Pro, picked up a 17th at the Oakley Lowers Pro, and now a finalist here in Ballito. There's the hardware on offer. No doubt champagne will be popping, and Brazilian and Australian flags will be flying here this afternoon with a great week of surfing action in South Africa. Of course, the qualifying series 10,000, bringing the world's best surfers down here, will be added to the discussion when we move to J-Bay next week. So Aleo Muniz is going to be on showcase there. It's a great, great visit to South Africa.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm sure they'll all be out of here first thing tomorrow morning. Give them a day or two to warm up before the call on Wednesday morning for a possible start, depending on swell, obviously. The WCT has a 12-day window, so they tend to pick and choose the best days, Gigs.
Yes, well, now we are just looking at numbers on your screens there. These are the heat totals already achieved. So at this stage, 13 minutes to go in the finals here of the Ballito Pro. Aleo Muniz in a commanding lead with a 17.16. He's built that out of his two-wave contribution of a 9.33 and his opening score of a 7.83. Davy Cathels, a flat 10 points built out of a 6 and a 4. And Cathels is in the combination situation. So for Cathels to have a shot here, he needs to replace both his counting rides that appear in his top 2 for that 10-point total.
Basically needs a wave up into the 8+ to 9-point range, just to get him back in the heat. Ultimately, if he gets a 7.17, then it brings it down to a single wave that's required, which should be a perfect 10. So what you want to do is you want to get a wave up into that mid 8-point range and just kind of try and put a little bit of pressure back onto Aleo Muniz.
Well, you get your calculator out and you split 17.16 heat total for Aleo Muniz, and you'll come out at just short of, the high 8s, right? Is that the numbers? So those are the numbers required for Davy Cathels. He'll need to unlock a high 8 into the 9s because Aleo Muniz already owns a 9.33. 12 minutes remaining here. Beach scenes. It's absolutely festive. It's wonderful, and it's a great place to be on the continent right now. We are on the east coast of South Africa, right at the bottom of the big Africa map. And just a fantastic surfing scene unfolding here. We've mentioned it a number of times. A huge thank you to the Quadacooza municipality, seeing the value of showcasing the world's best surfers here, along with the World Surf League. Of course, Billabong, one of our presenting sponsors too, playing a massive part here in 2015 to continue the rich heritage of the longest running professional surfing event in the world. We did mention Gavin Rudolph as the 1969 winner, and then of course we look at the list of previous winners there. Potts, it was Gavin Rudolph, then Midget Farrelly would take out the title in 1970, Brad McCall in 71, Jeff Hackman in 72, and then, well, Sean Thompson from 73 had his run.
Yeah, a lot of my heroes right there. Sean Thompson, Gavin Rudolph, Dane Killow and Mark Richards, you know, Tom Carroll, a lot of guys that I competed against when I was a young kid, but it was one that slipped away, Gigs. I don't know how. Just got away from me, that one.
Well, I tell you what, as Groms, we watched you appear in the finals as a juvenile 15-year-old that surfed like a man. We were blown away. And, well, you're still some of the world's favourite surfer, Martin Potter. Just talking about past champions there, Potts, we look at this list here. It's a fair barometer of the ages as well, with Occy being the champ back in 85. Names like Damien Hardman in his World Championship year in 87. Bryce Ellis, Brad Gerlach, Damien Hardman. Sonny Garcia appears as the 92 Gunston 500 winner. And, I mean, we really are dipping into the history banks here. But the Gunston 500 would run all the way through to 1999. And the final winner was Luke Hitchens from Australia. Then it wore a new jacket as the Mr. Price Pro, still on the Durban beachfront back then, with Taylor Knox taking out the inaugural event at the turn of the millennium. And then Pedersen Rosa. Have a look. The Brazilians start appearing on the lists here in 2000s.
Absolutely. And then you look down at 2004 and 5 were won by the Irons brothers, Andy Irons, followed by Bruce. So the Irons brothers loved this. Geordie Smith, the past winner here as well, Julian Wilson. All these guys are just absolutely amazing surfers.
All right, so we're nattering on of the history of the event, but we did move the event in 2009. It would reappear, it would exit the Durban beachfront and come up to the Quadacoosa municipality, still dressed as the Mr. Price Pro in 2009. And geez, the surf was thundering that year. Tanner Gadauskas would get the win. Geordie Smith would take the title here in Ballito in 2010. Then a brother appears on the list of winners, Pat Gadauskas in 2011. Then Micro Hall would be the champ in 2012. As you mentioned, their Potts, Julian Wilson last year, Timmy Reyes. And, well, one of these two surfers in the lineup will be our winner in 2015. And at this stage, it looks like we're going to add a Brazilian to the list of statistics here.
Well, 8.5 minutes to go. Davey Cathles has got to start trying to work out a plan right here. I think he's gone through plan A. I think plan A's done and dusted. I think plan B is slowly fading away right now as well. Plan C is basically in effect. And what that is how am I going to try and manufacture two good scores underneath the priority here of Alejo Muniz. I think sitting next to him is not the go. Maybe slide down the lineup a little bit, trying to create a little bit of space and try and find some of those opportunities.
Well, you do see your two surfers on screen there, very close proximity to each other in the lineup here in the final. Alejo Muniz, our leader in red, also holds the first priority. So now he'll just do a simple block of the intentions of Cathles. So Alejo Muniz, down the line he goes, more surfing for the beach finals here. And it's a massive rotation. It is a throwaway now. He has an angled left. Does this bring Cathles into discussion? We've seen him get some numbers on the left here during the week. That's a big bang on the backhand.
Oh.
Just the one hit for Cathles.
Yeah, not going to be enough.
So, plan C now under question, Potts.
Well, he's going to hopefully get back out and get priority. So 7 minutes remaining. It is a short paddle out. If we get a flurry of waves, Cathles could get a couple of quick good ones. I mean, this next exchange has got to be a bomb. It's got to be a high 8-point range score to have any kind of shot coming into the last couple of minutes.
7 minutes remaining now in the finals here in Ballito, and Alejo Muniz is in a commanding position. And well, let's have a look at the backhand.
Beautiful backside snap right there. Just needed one more. Just didn't give it to him. That wave ran away from him. Uncooperative. Little left-hander there, but a nice turn nonetheless. It's not going to be enough, though. He's going to still be searching for those big scores. He's got priority. Okay, so first step of the plan C, or even D now, is in effect. So now this next exchange, He's got to make sure he gets himself on a bomb and drops a big score.
Absolutely. Now you saw there, interestingly, Aleo went right, and the second wave of the set had a little taper on it. Cathals would go left on that. So now, Potts, you said something very important just prior to that little exchange there. Shouldn't Cathals just break right over to the north side of the beach, which is left of screen? We're just talking about possibilities now to unlock Cathals as far as bringing him into the discussion goes. Get right away from Aleo Muniz. Go surf a different bank. Start unloading. Start building momentum.
Well, yes, if he doesn't have priority. I think where they're sitting now is where the good ones are coming through. Obviously, if Alejo Muniz has priority right now, then you've got to try and create that space that you're talking about. Right now, though, Davey's got priority. He's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And I'll tell you what, this next little score that's going to drop for Cathals has got to be 8+ range.
All right. In the meantime, the best of it has been a 9.33 from Alejo Muniz. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, straight up through the lip there on that opening turn. I love the second turn here. Just the intent is big snap right there, just lets those fins drift, then jams it off the bottom again and just unloads a massive snap right there. Combination of major maneuvers with speed, power and flow. The judges ate that one up and dropped a 9.33.
All right, so Alejo Muniz is in charge here in Ballito, South Africa. We now are on that green disc. Lollipop switches to red. 5 minutes remaining now, and many competitors have seen that disc swing and had a heavy heart with their big requirements still to go. And that is the story here for Davy Cathals, Potts. He is in the combination situation. For those of you new surfing fans, to understand what the combination means, it means totally he must replace both the current waves he's holding in his top two. So a whole new heat needs to unfold with 4.5 minutes on the clock for the young Australian in white.
Yep, 2 big scores required. 17.17 combination of 2 rides required. So it's going to be a big ask for Davy Cathals. But then again, gigs, nothing is impossible. If there's time on the clock, you cannot give up. You cannot give in. You've got to, mentally keep yourself in the game. You can't sort of give up until it is over, because Mother Nature has a funny way of changing things up. Time right now, though, is the enemy. I think that's the only thing against David Cathals.
Well, now the time is down to 3 minutes 45 seconds remaining in the finals here in South Africa. The qualifying series 10,000 event is looking like an Alejo Muniz story here. Of course, we did mention that you will see him again in just a few days as he becomes part of the J-Bay Open discussion. And now Cathals has broken away and he's left Alejo Muniz just to have a look at this one. It's a reasonably looking wave there, Potts, and interesting. Both surfers turned that one down. Obviously the tide now filling in here in South Africa. We've spoken about a tide range of about 5.5 feet, about 1.5 meters. So we're now 1 hour after the low tide. So maybe a little bit of water starting to move in on the underlying layer of the bay here, Potts. And they just both looked at that, threw it away as an option. They know wave selection. They know instinctively which ones to pick up. And now there's less time for Davy Cathals. Now moving into the 3 minute mark.
Yeah, nervous moments right now for Davy Cathals. I think a smart move there for Alejo to let that one go. He doesn't really need another wave, but what he needs to do is try and, if Davy does go, make sure he gets that priority. Davy needs 2 more waves, so Alejo gets priority towards the end and just shuts the gate. So Davy really behind the 8 ball right now.
Well, 2.5 on the clock. Potts, about 3 minutes ago, we were having the discussion saying that combinations get unlocked at around still 5 minutes to go. It's been written in the history of competitive surfing time and time again. But now with 2 minutes on the clock, it's just a little too little too late now.
Yeah, you'd have to say that Davy's time is done. To be able to get 2 massive scores in around about 2 minutes, well, it's been done, but you'd have to go back in history maybe once or twice in the entire time of professional surfing. So I watched Tom Curran do it once, and I watched Mick Fanning do it once. So Davy Cathals, 1 minute 45 seconds, looks like it's all done.
All right, so Davy Cathals, if nothing untowards happens in 1 minute and 40 seconds time, will be the runner-up here in Ballito. Looking at his statistics here, folks, He did a slow start at the Hurley Australian Open for a 73rd, built some momentum with a visit to Newcastle for the Burton Automotive Pro. Oakley Lowers Pro in Trestles, California, squeezed out a 17th, arrived here ranked 39th, and you know what, Potts? He'll wrap it up and be 6th on the qualifying series. That is a very useful visit, and that's what everyone's looking to do, is just get one great result to bring your whole year into perspective.
That's it. It just takes that one good result to kickstart things for you, to install that belief. A lot of guys have got the talent, but they don't necessarily have that belief. I think a good result, a final here in an event as difficult as this one to win, is going to go a long way for both those guys.
Well, a healthy script unfolding for the sport of professional surfing here. It's been a great week in South Africa. Conditions have been playable and the performance has been great. Waters have been warm, the beaches have been full, and well, as always, the competitive drama side of it, some disappointments, and well, there will be absolute elation for the Brazilian camp, with Aleo Muniz 30 seconds away from being crowned the champion here in Ballito. But all in all, Potts, a great script here for the week at Ballito. Just a fantastic event from the World Surf League and the Quadacuzza municipality. Lots of proverbial bums on seats, as they say in the slangs. Thousands of people thronging down to the beach here, and the countdown is now 3, 2, and 1. And the finals are now wrapped up here. It is the Aleo Muniz title in 2015. Elation from this young man. And well, he has been a replacement surfer on the championship tour on 3 occasions already. He will have his 4th roll of the dice in J-Bay coming up next week. And well, for now, he will celebrate the moment. It's a 10,000 point haul, Potts. And well, check out the check as well, $40,000.
Yeah.
That is a great effort from this man. Here's his victory lap. He will pick up with a little ride to the beach. Aleo Muniz is just on top of the world right now. And well, commiserations to Davy Cathels, but still a great visit to South Africa, a 6 on the qualifying series. And we are looking to see Aleo Muniz on screen shortly, heading to the beach. And it is just festive beach scenes here, Potts.
Yeah, amazing performance from Alejo. Experience came through. At the end of the day, he's been in these kind of situations before. He remained calm. He stuck to his guns. He basically produced the same kind of formula that's been winning heats for him the entire event. And now we see one of the moments that is truly one of the best feelings in the world. You're hoisted above the crowd, and you realize now that you are the champ here today.
So, Aleo Muniz becomes part of history here in 2015, enjoys a great list of pedigree and heritage in the professional sport here. Just a fantastic performance, and Aleo, one of the 15, well, he wasn't even amongst the 15 championship tour surfers. He's been a replacement surfer all year, Potts. So justifying his place, he's going to top out the qualifying series, and well, I've no doubt that we're going to see him back as a full-time slot in 2016 on the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour.
Yep, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. I think that's don't get carried too far away. Just you remain in the moment, just heat by heat, wave by wave. That's what you got to do. Don't think too far ahead of yourself. Just keep it real, and I think if he does that, we will definitely see his name back in the top 32 in the world next year.
All right, so it's brothers in arms with his brother Santiago emotionally clutching Aleo here. So it's a great visit, of course, for Santiago, with a quarterfinal finish as well. A good points haul for Santiago. And, well, it's just the Muniz family will be doing somersaults back in Brazil right now, just after 8 o'clock in the morning in Brazil. So those viewing audience just quietly, smugly happy with the Brazilian storm that continues to stay on the weather map.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a very dominant year for the Brazilians so far, that's for sure. We had Felipe Toledo win the Gold Coast to kick things off for the WCT events. Adriano de Souza currently number 1 in the world, Felipe Toledo number 2. Aleo Muniz has just thrown his hat in the conversation of that keeping that storm alive. So the Brazilians are definitely the ones to beat this year.
Absolutely, and of course, stop 2 when you guys were at Bells Beach, their Potts. Adriano challenging for a split decision, first time in history there with Mick Fanning.
Well, that's exactly right. You know, De Souza went third on the Gold Coast, second at Margaret River, second at Bells, first at Margaret River. I mean, it's just a massive, you know, momentum run there for him, and it's made the Brazilians believe. And the funny thing is, that's what they're doing. Italo Ferreira, number 8 in the world at the moment. So, tell you what, watch out. The storm hasn't even started yet.
Well, I tell you what, that bad weather continues in the discussion because Toledo taking out the Oi Rio Pro there, Potts. So we just cannot stop talking. But it's a big round of applause as Davy Cathels makes his way up the beach and towards the podium here. Just a great day for young Davy Cathels as well, with a blockbuster performance for him. A second place runner up here. We'll see him credited with 8,000 points on the qualifying series. A great number as he catapults himself to 6th in the qualifying series rankings, Potts.
That is no slouch right there. I mean, he's got to hold his head up high. He's you know, done a great job, and he's just got to keep that going.
Absolutely. So our finalists head up to the podium, and we will be crossing shortly to Todd Klein, who will be taking the prize-giving proceedings underway and in his control. And in the meantime, just looking at those numbers on the qualifying series again, Aleo Muniz tops it out now here in 2015. And of course, Davy Cathels, well, that's 6th place position. Looking at the numbers again here, Potts, Aleo Muniz with a 9.33 and a 7.83. Solid surfing from him and great results. And we will very shortly be crossing down to Todd Klein, who will open up the ceremonial proceedings here. Todd Klein, we're going down to you at the beach.
It's been check 1 2. Alrighty, thank you very much. What an amazing event it's been. Round of applause for these two surfers, these finalists, Davy Cathels, Aleo Muniz. What a week it's been. I'd like to thank Ballito for the attendance we've had throughout this week. Not only here for the world's best surfers, but as well throughout the festivities. We've actually had an estimated 200,000 in attendance this year in 2015, so record-setting year. Hats off to all of you that attended this year's event. It's been a special one. I'd like to thank our international and local surfers. As you saw throughout this week, the level of surfing here in 2015 is mind-blowing. These two right here are leading the charge for the future of our sport, and the future is looking bright here in 2015. I'd like to take this opportunity now to thank and acknowledge some of our sponsors that made this event possible. Starting first with Quatacuza, the municipality here in Ballito. We had massive numbers, as I pointed out, and without that relationship with Quatacuza, it wouldn't be possible, so thank you. Also like to thank our presenting sponsor, Billabong. Without them, this wouldn't be possible, as well as all the other sponsors. So many to list, but those are the two major ones we'd like to acknowledge and say thank you. A massive thank you to the World Surf League for bringing the world's best surfers here to South Africa in 2015. We had 96 in attendance here this year. And here we've got our two finalists, and they led the charge here at this event, the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong. It's been embraced here by the locals this year, as I pointed out, major attendance, and it's been the longest running event in the history of our sport, 46 years running this event. Round of applause right there, 46 years running this event, unbelievable. Throughout the years, we've made many changes. This year we felt we needed to make a major change and start a perpetual trophy. That trophy will go on. We will now, throughout the years, put their name, the winner, right here on this trophy. Unbelievable artwork here that was created by one of the locals, a local surfer, Conrad Nelson. Round of applause for our artist, Conrad Nelson. The trophies that the surfers will take home look pretty much identical, but it's a little easier to fit in that airplane on the overhead luggage. That trophy right here not only was created by Conrad Nelson, but was sponsored and supported by our local surf shop, Groundswell. Round of applause for Groundswell Surf Shop. We now have a special thank you. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that make this event possible. And for that special thank you, I'd like to call up now our co-commentator, Jared Smith, to give us a special thank you for someone behind the scenes that makes this event so special.
Thanks, Todd. There's just one man who's been called up at the last minute a month before this event, and he's done an absolutely amazing job with all the locals behind the scenes here and all the officials, and he's done a phenomenal job. I think you would all join me in a big round of applause for Greg Saurus Swart, who has been our event organizer. We want to acknowledge Greg coming up here. Buddy, you've done an amazing job from Elan. Greg, don't run away. This is sponsored by Mark Taylor from Elan. It's a weekend away. Big thanks to Greg Saurus Swart, our event organizer. We look forward to next year again, Greg.
Thank you, Jared, and thank you, Greg. Well, we did have an unbelievable expression session this afternoon in between the semifinals and the finals, presented by Monster and Zigzag. I'd like to now call up for the awards here Alan Van Huysen. If Alan's around, please come up for the awards. Is that you, Alan? You never know what the book cover is going to look like once you open it up. Well, here's Alan, and Alan's going to hand over the awards here for that Monster Expression session presented by Zigzag. We had 2 awards going off in that expression session. The first one we're going to give away is 20,000 Rand, and it's for the best air. It was a massive forehand air to reverse. 20,000 Rand going to Mike McGillifray. Round of applause for Mike, guys. Congratulations to Mike McGillifray, 20,000 Rand. Well done, son. Again, round of applause. These were our locals showing the world's best out there what they have to offer here. And with that said, I'd like to see more of you South Africans in the future. We've seen a lot over the years on the championship tour level. We need to get more South Africans back on that tour, guys. We now like to award the Monster Wave of the Week. Throughout the week here at this qualifying Series 10,000, there's been a lot of good waves, but there's only been one perfect one, a 10-point ride. 25,000 Rand going to Michael Rodriguez. Round of applause for Michael Rodriguez, 10-point ride, excellent surfing. Unbelievable. Best of luck to Michael throughout the year on the World Surf League qualifying series. Congratulations, Michael. Best of luck the rest of the year, buddy. Well, now we're down to the end. We're going to give away the big points, the big money. It's been an amazing week. We're down to 2 surfers. It was a fantastic final. And to help me out with the awards here for the trophies and the checks, I'd like to call up our mayor counselor, Dolly Govender. Dolly, are you around? There she is. Hi, Dolly. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for embracing us and having the world's best surfers as well as everyone else here. The hospitality has been next to no other around the world that we've seen.
Most welcome. That is Quadriguza Shores that invites everybody, and the momentous occasion has arrived. And I think we at Quadriguza Municipality, on behalf of the Mayor, Councillor Inaran Chembu, we're actually rejoicing today to find that somebody's eventually taken the trophy.
Thank you so much. The world is rejoicing. They've seen what what Quadriguza has here to offer as well as the surf and the hospitality, so thank you so much.
I think we as Quadriguza, we are very, very excited when it comes onto the Quadriguza shores. Can you imagine the tourist attraction that it brings along with, and also creating job opportunities? And I think sporting is actually reaching its momentous occasion because the ladies were surfing this year, and we are very, very excited. Come next year, we should be more ladies in the surfing.
I agree. Let's make it happen.
We will make it happen. Putting our hands together, it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Dolly as well as Quadriguza here. The hospitality has been like no other. Let's kick things off. Starting off with our runner-up here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, $20,000, 8,000 WSL points going to Davey Cathles. Round of applause for Davey Cathles. Just quickly, Davey, what an amazing week it's been. You know, you came into this event currently, give me a second here. You came into this event currently rated 39th. You'll leave this event now rated 6th in the world on the World Surf League qualifying series, 12,670 points. What's this week been like for you, Davey?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's been great. always love it here in Ballito. Everyone's so nice and the waves are always so good. And I've had a great time with my girlfriend, Maddie, great caddy. And I'd like to say thanks to Dean Fletcher and his family. They always look after me every time I come here. And Julie DeVries and Beric DeVries and their family too. South Africans, you guys are always such welcoming people. And thanks for having us in your home country.
Round of applause. Davey, as I said, now moving up the ratings, you know, you want to get into that top 10 to make that championship tour in 2016. You're on your way, 12,000 points. Next QS 10,000 is in Huntington Beach at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Will we see you there?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All righty, best of luck. Round of applause for our runner-up here at the Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, Davey Cathles. Well, now there is one man, the man of the hour. He's been a standout through this entire event. His brother Santiago had a great run as well. They worked together as a team, but only one Muniz made it to the finals. He is the champion. Round of applause for Alejo Muniz. Place that thing over your head. Your 2015 Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong, Alejo Muniz. $40,000 US and 10,000 WSL points. Let the champagne fly. Davey Cathles getting one more spray. They always try to spray each other in the lineup, but it feels a lot better getting sprayed here on shore by that champagne.
Yeah, it's been amazing, you know. I would like to thank everyone that came down to the beach. I want to dedicate this trophy to my brother because he's the one that is pushing me and he's an amazing person. So I just try to be like him, you know, a good person and really focus on surfing. So I dedicate this trophy to him. Thanks all the Brazilians that came down to support me too. And I love Ballito.
Alejo, before you pop that cork and spray your runner-up over here, I'd like to just talk to you a little bit. You know, coming into this event, you were third on the QS. You're now going to leave here first, and more importantly, you have 22,500 points. The estimated cutoff is at 18,000. I'm getting goosebumps, but it looks like you're going to be back on that championship tour, the Samsung Galaxy Championship Tour in 2016.
Oh, that's amazing news, you know. I've been there for 4 years, and it's a dream come true for us from Brazil to be able to surf against the best, against our idols. I don't know, I think it's there is a lot of work to do still, but if you're saying I'm in, I believe you, and thanks.
Well, don't quote me yet. I'm not saying it's 100%. That is an estimated cutoff right now from Al Hunt at the World Surf League. But, I mean, we're only counting 5 events. You've got 22,000. That's a great number right now. You're looking really solid to requalify. You had been on that championship tour for 4 years. Last year, you were the first surfer to just miss making it again. You get the call up now every time there's an injured surfer. You've competed 3 times already. You're going to get a run in J-Bay. Coming off of here with a win, is it going to give you some momentum and maybe settle the nerves a little bit and give you an opportunity to rise up here at the world's biggest stage, the championship tour?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to take my brother to J-Bay. I can't wait to go there. I probably will leave tonight from here to J-Bay. Hopefully I can do a good result over there and help my Brazilian friends that are taking the lead from the CT event. So, I don't know. I think the Brazilians are all doing really well, and hopefully I'll be there with them next year, and I hope my brother will be there too.
Unbelievable. Another round of applause. Pop the champagne. Let it fly. You deserve it. Your 2015 Ballito Pro, presented by Billabong champion Alejo Muniz. As the champagne flies here in Ballito, what a week it has been. He obviously does. Oh, there it goes. Thank you so much, Ballito, again for the big turnout here in 2015. We will see you guys next at Jeffreys Bay. Stay tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com. Drive safe and have a great afternoon. God bless.